Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
welcome back. It's a brand new season of CGL.
This is just an absolute treat. These players are so damn good.
The talent on these teams is undeniable. Everybody on every team right now is making plays.
It's going to be an exciting start to the season, and it'll just get better from here on out.
We're about to step to a whole new era of Overwatch esports. So much exciting action is happening here on CGL that you do not want to miss.
Look who's starting it all off. It's Raven. No one necessarily figure out what is the right way to go just yet.
What a nice roll through from me. He's just gonna solidify everything within those.
Does come back, and Arsario gets the mech, but I don't need a mech. I'll kill 4 anyway.
This is just a highlight reel for Arsario right now.
They're making a statement in the EU Masters here.
This patch is still incredibly fresh. There's so much to learn, so much to change about the way we play the game.
NKC, but the shatter is colossal.
Let's get it going.
Trades keep coming through. Lores, you're gonna be able to find these shots true.
Inu on the overclock with 2.
Here comes the Nablet immediately to back like fine skills, slicing and dicing their way through 2-3, so back and forth.
What is up, nerds? It is Championship Sunday here on a Sunday night Overwatch. It is our Friday night Overwatch crew here with a special guest. We've got Soab joining us on the desk. As usual, we got 2 Tryhard Ray. I am your host, Chef Billy. For this weekend, we've got some people out on assignment. We got some people that are just not feeling too well right now. So I'm going to hopefully take Sam's place here and kind of steer things along the way. If we go off the rails, it's completely my fault. But it is, as I mentioned before, it is our day of championships here in the mid-season tournament. We have got a total of 5 games on the docket for you today, starting out with our EU's Masters Finals. No, it's not our EU Masters Finals, is it? Come on.
It is.
It's our EU Masters Final, yeah. I totally know where we're going. Already off. So, I mean, we've got a lot to get through here today. We're going to be here throughout the afternoon and evening or into the wee hours. If you were across the pod, we did jump forward an hour here in the States. So now we are even closer in time to you guys over there. I'm feeling the effects of the spring forward, but I tell you what, we had a big surprise last night, and we were looking at games going on, and just a rout happened last night in the final. We thought it was going to be a lot closer, and it was just a steamroll. 3-0. Ray, what are you looking forward to as far as today?
Yeah, I think a lot of these games have potential. One game I'm extremely looking forward to tonight is the penultimate match tonight at 10:15 Eastern. That will be Last Dinosaur versus Nexus, and that is gonna be the banger of the night. Not that any of the other games won't be good, but that one, everyone, if you're only going to watch one game today, watch that one.
Yeah. Sam, I want to get your thoughts here. You've kind of been, doing the EU thing for us. So, I mean, you know these 2 teams a little bit better than probably Ray and I do. What do you expect from this grand finals matchup? I mean, somebody's going away with an extra map win, and the other one's going to go away with an extra 3 match points or game points. So, what do you see happening here? Well, let's take a look at, as aforementioned bracket, how we got here. We'll see what we're talking about. I was actually looking through, and actually week number 4, Ushi's Daycare got like 4 or 3-0'd by Plate Group. So I mean, I can feel what you mean. That is a very, very scary scenario. I mean, they 3-0 Munich Esports Celestials, and then Ushi's Daycare, like you said. They get the revenge from week 4. So come on, I mean, where did they come from?
I think it was just a lot of coming back and watching the tape, honestly, because Plate Group was coming into this midseason at the number 2 spot. The only team Plate Group had lost to was Pumpkins, and the last time these two teams played, it was a solid 3-0 from Plate Group. So Ushi's Daycare really did put in some, I don't know what they did. I don't know if they just, hit the hyperbolic training chamber or what, but to upset Plate Group right there, I think really says a lot about them, and it gives them a boost going into the back half of the season. I think it would be even more of a boost coming for them to take down, the Goliath that is Pumpkins, who haven't even dropped a map realistically so far.
Okay, well, I think we'll take a look at these two teams now a little bit closer. And we'll figure out, who's going to do what here for both teams. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of EU just because I'm at work and I don't get a lot of time to look it out there. But we'll see, what these two teams have to offer. I mean, we're going to look for David versus Goliath. Basically, we're also looking. We've already had one anime revenge arc in the Map 5 thriller that was in the semifinal, and they get their revenge over the Week 4 loss to Plate Group. They're 3-0. So now we'll take a look at the two teams, and we'll start off with Pumpkins, and we'll see their roster here and figure out where we're going to go and who's going to do what and why should we be looking through them. Oh, don't have that up yet. We will. You know what? Ushi's. Okay, we'll take a look at Ushi's going up first. Sorry, my producer in my ear tells me that's who we have up here. So we've got Vibing, Palos, Empty, Septune, and Mori Ricks. So, Sam, what does this team scream out to you? Why should we be thinking that they might have this revenge arc in them?
The main reason is the vibes. Like, that's just it. It's vibing on this tracer has been an integral part to Ushi's Daycare, not necessarily just because of how important tracer is, but because of the quality of play that vibing has really put out. When vibing gets going on tracer or on these long range hit scans, they take over the lobby, and that was kind of a lot of their success in a lot of ways. Empty, you see the Roadhog, don't expect to see a lot of it, because that was one of those things of with us, that's like, I don't know what they're really doing. It tells me that their main tank maybe isn't there. Finn was the last player I saw who was playing a ton of the Winston. So I'm really watching now for Vibing and Palos, the DPS line here, to come alive. They seem to be
against the Goliath like that. I mean, you're looking at Empty, you're looking at Palos and Vibing. You're saying that we need to focus on the DPS line there. And if Finn comes into play the Winston, I mean, that would be a lot better. So, compositional. I mean, what did you see Palos playing? I mean, why are they so good? Are they playing on the Tracer? Is it Vibing that's playing on the Tracer? What have they been showing you as far as compositions?
Typically, it has been Vibing on the Tracer, and that Tracer role has been so impactful across to this. But Palos has been playing more of the Genji, which is something that you don't necessarily see. We're so used to seeing the Sojourn, those kinds of mid-range hit scans, the Sojourns, the Ashes. But really, coming in on this Genji really makes it even harder for these teams to really have to deal with it, because it's 2 divers, it's 2-3. It's not the full, it's not a full 5, but having both of your DPS focus out those targets, in addition to their incredible shot calling that we've seen from the previous matches, it really does make it different. It's when both DP, it's fine to have to dodge a Tracer, it's fine to have to burn your cooldowns on a Tracer, but if you've burned your cooldowns for the Tracer and the Genji still has their dash and their deflect in front of you, you're as good as dead unless you have peel.
Sure. Now, Ray, I want to bring you into this, because we don't do a lot of EMEA, either PC or console. But I mean, they've got a different kind of work ethic, and they've got almost a different meta as compared to what you see here in NA. Hearing the Winston, hearing the Genji, it sounds like they've actually bought into the full dive. What do you think that they would need to do to be able to go up against a team that has not dropped a singular map? Where do you think they need to focus?
I do think the one thing both teams have going for each other is that element of surprise, because these teams have not gone up against each other from what I saw. So you don't exactly know what these teams are going to do and how they're going to specifically play against you, because sometimes you'll change up your play style to specifically play that team. Like, think about Overwatch League and when teams had to go up against the London Spitfires specifically. They have to change how they play for how that team plays. So I think a lot of mystery could help Ushi's Daycare going into this matchup. Pumpkin's not exactly sure what this team is going to do and what they're going to play. And I think you got to feed into that if you're Ushi's Daycare.
I think you're right, Ray.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead, follow up on
especially
that.
because Especially because Empty is coming in here, you know, they're a Roadhog player, they're a Brawl player, not necessarily a dive player. And if you know that going into this, and you can, you know, if you're maybe you're watching stream, maybe you're catching the pre-show, I'm not going to say you are or aren't, but if you are and that little information is given to you, you kind of have to think twice about this. Like, you probably haven't been scrimming hogs, you know, a lot of the time, or those other kinds of Brawl tanks, so it might change things up. EU was always the home of Brawl, and you have to be ready that that's always an option in this division.
I mean, we could even see a Reinhardt. I mean, if stranger things have happened.
Oh, no, Billy, no. I had that. No, I saw that yesterday. No, we're not doing that again. No, we're not doing that again. EU, I beg of you, you are not doing that again. No,
I mean, it's the home of Hottie. Come on. I mean, everybody wants to be Hottie. Come on.
You're right. Shattered Death Blossom went crazy last night. Okay.
It did.
Yeah,
it did.
It
did. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Sure.
But you know what? Looks like the internet gremlins have decided that we're not going to be able to look at the Pumpkins roster. So you know what? We're going to go straight into our predictions here for this EU Masters Grand Final, and I think that we're pretty unanimous across the board of how this is going to go down. Yeah, we got the bonus one down there. That would normally be our fourth person on the desk. This is what the desk says. We all got. I've got 3-1. Sam's got 3-1. Ray, you think this is going to be a sweep? Tell me why.
Look, I just wanted to puff out my chest a little bit, say it with my bass, and I just feel like this team is yet to drop a map. If I'm Pumpkins, I would love to just have that perfect map record going. Like, no matter what, at the end of the day, even if we won 3-1 and you've been dominating the season, but we don't have that perfect map record. I could see, no matter how this goes, them pushing extremely hard to keep that alive.
Right. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at what the casters have to say. As far as their predictions, and there it is. Fletch says 3-1. Spectrion says 3-0. So kind of puffing out the chest with you there. The color caster combo, giving us the full base Monty, going out for that. You know what? I mean, I until Ushi's Daycare shows me something on here, and now of course we're going to be watching throughout the day. There's a lot to do to digest there. So. That's our predictions there. Now let's talk about some other things. Let's talk about later on today, Sam and Ray. Let's talk about what the rest of the day is going to look like, because you know what? There's going to be another game going on here in about an hour, about an hour and a half. It's going to be on CGL 2. It's going to be the EU Open PC tier. It's going to be iPlay versus Flexodiacs. Say that 5 times fast in a row. I guarantee you will be gnarled up on the tongue. Then everything else will be on CGL 1 after that. So starting at 6 o'clock Eastern, we'll have the NA Grand or the NA Masters Galactica versus YE Anera. I can never say that name. The University of Toronto Academy team will be going up against Mythos Gamera, and then the Giga Banger, the one that everybody is looking forward to, the granddaddy of them all, Last Dinosaur versus Nexus. We'll get to talking about that here in just a minute. We'll keep, kind of touching back on it throughout the night. But I want to talk about the PC Open EU tier. iPlay versus Flexodiacs. iPlay used to be associated with our good friend Ocean. He did a little bit of consulting work with him. And then Flexodiacs is kind of a team that I've heard around the PC tier team. I've seen them do some stuff here and there, some community stuff, some Zotac stuff. Ray, now the PC side, the open tier, where are we looking there? Are we looking hard meta as it stands, or do we think there's still going to be that EU quirkiness that we all love and adore?
I always like to think, I'll always make these comments where I'm like, surely it's the PC tier we're going to see meta, but I always get burned on that when it comes to the EU division. So I never speak too soon when it comes to EU. They have their quirks for a reason, and it works so well for them. So it would not surprise me if we get a bunch of Ram Rush, because that is still a very popular composition right now. So I could definitely see them adapting to that form of the Rush Brawl.
All right, Sam, I mean, what are your predictions here from the PC Open tier? I mean, we're kind of jumping up in skill level here. We're looking, more at, there might be more, necessity to kind of adhere to the, to everything going on. So what do you expect? What is your, what is the word I'm looking for? What is your prognosis for this EU open tier? What do you think is going to happen?
I think it's going to be shades of meta, if you ask me. I think we're going to see a couple of things that will stay consistent. I think we're going to see Tracer and Lucio just as in every comp. Like, it doesn't matter what we're going to see around them, but I think those two heroes have kind of cemented themselves as so important to this meta in regards to speed, flexibility, and moving the team around. And then, you know, it's just going to kind of be, how do we want to change that? Do we want to commit to a full dive with a Winston? Do we want to play a bit more defensive dive with the Diva? And those kinds of moments, I think you're going to see the most flexibility among the tanks. You know, are we going to see any brawl or rushes? I think they'll be there, but I think they're going to be really specific to counter a lot of those like full dive or most dive, you know, those 3-2 split teams. So I think it's going to come down to, like, I think we'll see those consistent pieces, but I think we'll have a little bit of flexibility for the strengths of these individual players to show up.
All right.
There is one thing to bring up here, and these teams actually matched up in week number 1.
They did.
So there is a little bit of a revenge factor here, because I play 3-0'd Flexo Diax. So I'm sure Flexo Diax remembers and is trying to look back to that game and figure out what they can do better coming into grand finals. Because outside of that game, I was looking at it, Flexo's been dominating everybody else outside of iPlay. So it's been a string for both these teams of 3-0s leading up to this grand finals.
All right. I mean, you know, I love that. I love that fact. That there's I love when we get to see this in the grand finals. It just brings so much extra spice into the matchup. You know what else I also noticed is that there are 3 color casters on the desk here. Let's go, baby. The big brains. We get to talk all the time now. No play-by-play is going to cut me off. Damn it. All right. So, I mean, you know, we got, now that we have Pumpkin Kings lineup. Finally, the Gremlins have sorted themselves out. We'll kind of jump back here real quick into our upcoming lineup. We'll take a look at their lineup. And I mean, Jesus, Fizzy, Spark, Odin, Teddy. I have even heard of these players, and this is Masters tier. And I know who Fizzy is. I have seen them all over Twitter with clips. I've seen them in the CGL match clips. How nasty is Fizzy, Sam?
Oh, Fizzy is exactly as good as you are talking. We've not seen a lot of the Pumpkins on lineup, and I think that's what makes this match even more spectacular, because these players, Fizzy and Jesus, are incredible. They are so good on the DPS, and the flexibility of players like Spark and Odin really do allow this team to adapt into what they need it to be in the moment. I will tell you right now, the Fizzy vibe matchup on the Tracer is going to be incredible. Whoever wins that Tracer 101 is going to say that's going to whoever wins that is going to decide the matches. I would almost put money on that.
We got a friendly caster bet between Ray and Sam here. I love it. I love it. So you know what? Everything has been set up here for this NA Masters EU Grand Final. It is the Pumpkins versus Ushi's Daycare. My word, we're going to be back after the match. We're going to throw it to our casters in the Fletch and Spectrion. Gentlemen, get us out the gate. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. One second. Okay, yeah.
Hello there.
Some problems on my end, but got them fixed real quick. I feel a little crowded out right now, Spec. Surrounded by color casters at all angles. I'm feeling a little intimidated. I don't know what to say here, man. But yeah, we've got our EU Masters Grand Finals, or just finals here, I guess. It's not quite as grand as the postseason. Just a first to 3 here, but should still be exciting. An entire extra win on the record on the line. You ready to go, Spec?
Absolutely. I mean, Pumpkins, as we mentioned, more than a couple of times before, haven't dropped a map yet, and just 3 maps away, make it halfway through the season, keeping that feat going. Of course, first time matching up between them and Ushi's Daycare. And, I mean, we've already seen my Preds already. I put them going in 3-0. Last time I preded for the Ushi's Daycare, they went against me. I am not making that same mistake again. I'm not giving them a single map. Clean 3-0 all the way. I'm seeing it now.
3-0, 3-1. I mean, those are the only 2 options that we've given this match, but we'll see if these teams have any different ideas as we get into our first map. It's going to be Nepal, as this is a round 2 game. Spec, as we get in here, what are you thinking for Nepal? They were talking about metas and EU shenanigans. You're the European here. I mean, what are your thoughts?
They're going to play Ramatra, and if they play anything else, I eat my hat. In all seriousness, if they wanted to play full meta, it would end up being probably something like Ramatra, Tracer, Sojourn, something like that. But at the end of the day, they don't have to play full meta. They can kind of play their own thing. But at the end of the day, if I wanted to play Ram Mei on literally any map in the game, and being an EU team, I want to play Ram Mei anywhere, I would end up playing it on Village. So that's definitely an option for them. Nepal's a great map for it, but I mean, it's not so restrictive. It's not like a Circuit Royale maybe where you have to play the same thing every single time regardless of style. And being a Master team, you can just show up, kind of play whatever you're more comfortable on, and you're gonna probably find more success than if you are maybe trying a meta that isn't maybe for you. So I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable. Just waiting to get into the lobby for a little bit, but I have to say, I don't know if any of you have been watching Overwatch Champions series in the background, but it's been very up in the air, actually, in terms of the meta. We've been seeing Doomfists, Echoes, Tourbillons, everything in between. I think pretty much everyone and their mothers right now are just trying to figure out exactly what is fully meta, what is as strong as possible. Speaking of which, by the way, at least for us in the UK, it is Mother's Day, so shout out your mums.
Yeah, that was a crazy cut there. Yeah, love you, Mom.
It came to mind, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really interested because I do agree. I think that Nepal is a super wide open map as it is. I do think that the traditional rush that EU really, really loves works perfectly well on this map, and I kind of expect that to be where we go as a general rule, especially when we're dealing with EU teams and the things that they are most comfortable on, which, like you said, is one of the biggest deciding factors on what teams play in these lower tiers. So I do think that that's where we're going. The dive could work perfectly, I think, on Shrine, I think, would be probably the best place for a dive. I think it is definitely... I mean, I know we talked about the potential of what this meta could be for a little while a couple of weeks ago, but it just seems like nobody has a damn clue what's happening. Everybody's just playing what they want to play and hoping something sticks, and nothing is really stuck definitively. So I mean, there's just so much up in the air for these teams to try and pluck down and play, and especially because this is the Masters tier, I expect it to just go back to the norm,
I mean, I think that there are a couple of heroes who I would consider maybe too weak to get playtime. But, I mean, with players like these, I know that for a fact they can make it work. If I look at maybe a Mauga, a Roadhog, a Brigitte, I'd maybe say that 9 times out of 10 I wouldn't expect them to be played, but they can absolutely make it work. Can either the Pumpkins or Ushi's Daycare. So, on Nepal, I think starting here on Sanctum as well, really could see absolutely anything. But thankfully, that has been pretty much enough yapping from us. We are almost ready to get into the game, to get into the lobby. So the EU mid-season tournament finals of the Masters tier between the Pumpkins and Ushi's Daycare. Let's get this one underway.
All right, just a few seconds. We'll get to figure this out. And like you said, it is Sanctum, where I think if they're not going to go Rush, which I don't know if y'all have noticed, I think that's where we might be going. It's, all right for Rush.
Yeah, we got it in here.
Rush, yeah.
I mean, it's different. Pumpkins have a lot more sustainability. They can take damage better, but Ushi's Daycare have all the damage possible. So if Ushi's Daycare can get their cycles up in time, if they can get Paddles, Vibing, and Empty all on the same target at the same time, they have an easy time farming through Pumpkin's backline especially. Pumpkins, on the other hand, will just be able to live and live and live and eventually outlast and out-sustain Ushi's Daycare. So Pumpkins, they want to take things slow. Ushi's Daycare, they are looking to step on the gas, turn the tempo up. Izzy M on the Echo, actually, is an interesting wrinkle. So this DPS line of Pumpkins also has some of that dive pressure.
Here we go. Map number 1 for the EU Masters Finals here in the mid-season tournament. Emperor fighting for control of the Mega Health Pack. Pushed back by Vibing and by Odin. Just trying to put out a little bit of feeling. As the Ravenous Vortex comes out, that's going to be the go button killer. Going to try and push in with this Nemesis form, but the kite from Ushi's Daycare is going to be good for the time being. Pumpkins pushing onto the point with Vibing on this off angle, and Emperor is able to drop the Tracer, and Pumpkins take over here.
I mean, if that fight went on any longer, Senpai Odin would have charged into that Coalescence, but as it stands, just stagger kills here from Ushi's Daycare. already ceding more than a little bit of space, and they're going to have to regroup. They're going to have to figure out exactly how they're going to break this choke, because without that sustainability of the Pumpkins composition, then any choke like this is going to be borderline impossible with no ultimate. So being so far away from pretty much every check mark, Ushi's Daycare have a quandary on their hands that they're going to have to hope they can solve in the next couple of seconds, because we're coming up on our next fight here, Fletch.
We've got Killer up here, and I mean, Fizzy already takes down Vibing, and Killer is like, yeah, get out of my point. I mean, that fight's already over.
Yeah, that was lightning fast. 40% already on the board. Pumpkins have that coalescence. It's going to be the first check mark online, but Duplicate and Beat going to be here next. There is nothing looking up for Ushi's Daycare right now. If they can get Palas and MT syncs up, maybe there's a shot though.
Coalescence out from Odin. And I mean, Ushi's Daycare once again are just getting shoved back into their own spawn.
They're in spawn.
I mean, they can't get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect use of a Coalescence to win out a fight, burning the time off. Yeah, Ushi's Daycare have been able to charge into their ults, but Teddy now has the beat for that sustainability. Fizzy M wants to increase the tempo here.
Here we go, sound barriers out from Teddy. Rampage right after, so a couple of those heroes will still be anteed up, and Emperor burned down by the bleed. And now Ushi's Daycare have found their opportunity. They're going to take this point.
Yeah, a little bit greedy there from It's Teddy trying to use that sound barrier early. You need to hold it for the Rampage because you have no other countermeasures to that ultimate, that anti-heal. Unfortunately, he drops it a little bit early. MT realizes the opportunity and pops it open, and even though some of the damage actually it just takes away at the sound barrier, it still finds an elimination. It still removes all the opportunity for healing, so great play from the tank of Ushi's Daycare, but he's going to have to replicate the feat.
Palas just can't get away, and Odin goes down, but Fizzy has a couple of kills to their name already. And right now, Pumpkins popping the Annihilation. Want to put this point away right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is lightning fast on the retake. Fizzy M magics 2 kills out of basically nowhere. Emperor JC dying could make this awkward, but 10% left to go. I mean, Ushi's Daycare still have to run for the point.
Palas was able to take down Emperor early. They get the touch by the Wrecking Ball, and Palas cutting Killer into 2, and it's just a Lucio on this point. They're going to get it here.
These fights have been lightning fast here, but for now, Ushi's Daycare are in control of the point. 30% already accrued and looking for more now. It's going to have to be squeaky clean from them, though, if they want to stop Pumpkins from taking Sanctum, taking the first blood of the series. And with this ball, it might be a little bit trickier for them. Not sure how much scrim time they have on this hero, but it's no Junker Queen.
Here we go. Empty wants to get a roll through, gets a little bit of that damage, pops the adaptive shield, but Fizzy cannot. I mean, Palas can't deflect that focusing beam from Fizzy there, and I mean, it's Teddy throwing Empty off the map. Emperor trying to keep this Tracer in check on the Mega. No health after the recall, unfortunately, and Pumpkins take Nepal Sanctum.
It's just every re-engage from this picture perfect. Ushi's Daycare could not get a hold going, and even though they were more than a couple times able to capitalize on the impotence, on the arrogance of Pumpkins, you know, pushing a little bit too far forward, then it felt like when it came to those mano-a-mano, you know, kind of even Stevens fights, they weren't getting the victories. Just those retakes, as I mentioned before, were just always so quick. They were so fast. Always a member of Ushi's Daycare would, you know, fall at an inopportune moment. And because of that, we are at 1-0 here. Yeah, that's a terrible timing there for Empty. Literally the only opportunity for a Wrecking Ball to get boops. Remember, that sound barrier, or sound wave, sorry, has a bit of a movement ability lockout, so you can't just pile drive yourself straight back onto cover like you used to be able to. So no chance there for Empty Overwatch, but back on that Junker Queen, back on that comfort pick, and running to the high ground of both these teams.
Here we go. It's Pumpkins already in positioning, and I mean, they're just so fast right now. They're able to push this Lucio into a corner, shoved into a locker, and bullied by Fizzy and the gang. And I mean, they're already down their Lucio. They don't have their speed anymore. So Pumpkins, they're going to take the initiative. They get this first fight.
And Sebtune dies, again, a bit of an inopportune time, so deep on the point. That's a brutal stagger, and that means also that there is no sustain for the rest of the Daycare. If this push, whoa, if Skiller was a little bit higher HP, then by all means, Pumpkins would be sprinting towards the spawn once again. But yeah, 35 HP on that Ramacha means that they're going to have to back out at least for now. 12% on the board, not too much. Ushi's Daycare could get a flip quick.
Go Skiller. Being put under a little bit of pressure by Vibing, but popping that Nemesis form, going to find these pummel. All the damage coming through, and only barely did they take down Septune. But Palos has gone to work. This is I mean, trade for trade here, 2 for 2. This fight is anybody's fight right now as Empty throws out the Carnage Axe. They're still trying to take down Skiller. This bleed damage is so much for Skiller, but slowly but surely they're chipping down, but Ushi's Daycare have returned to this fight. Skiller is still below half HP. They have to pop the Coalescence to keep the Ramatra alive, and it does just that. Skiller gets 2, and I mean, everybody falls over for Ushi's Daycare.
Yeah, that fight was absolutely bonkers, but at the end of the day, it was the early pick onto Septune in that first fight that gives the advantage here. Pumpkin, Senpai Odin a little bit further ahead on that Coalescence, so when both these Morios are picked, when they come back, then Pumpkins have the ultimate to leverage to, give them the extra sustain in the battle. Ushi's Daycare do not, so going to be online in this re-engage, but it is going to be last fight territory here, possibly on Nepal.
Here we go, 80% for Pumpkins as the duplication comes out from Fizzy. Coalescence from Septune to try and counter this out, and they do get rid of the duplicate for Fizzy. Morix drops the sound barrier, but Empty doesn't get it. Palos pulls the Dragon Blade out, and the response is there by Pumpkins. Teddy throws out their own sound barrier, but without Empty, this fight is going to be so tough. And there you have it, Ushi's Daycare. They're all falling over without their Junker Queen in the fight, and they get this map locked up here. I mean, they just blitzed it.
Yeah, I mean, first point there, Sanctum, they got a little bit awkward a couple times. I think it was 3-2 retakes that Ushi's Daycare were able to force through. We move on to Villager, we move on to, the brawl point that we were talking about earlier. And it is an entirely different story. Fletch, we just saw an absolute blasting. Pumpkins show why they're number one. They show why they haven't dropped a map, and now, up 1-0 in these finals, they are making a strong case to continue that trend. Really impressed by how they're executing. Overall, though, I'm impressed by Senpai Odin, who's living for so long, charging these Coalescences so quickly, almost always beating out Septune in that, particular matchup. And it is probably the big difference maker here. Not that the rest of the players of Pumpkins are also playing fantastically, but that has to be the main factor. That has to be the thing that you think about rectifying. The tempo ults that you're able to bring to the table as Pumpkins is just absolutely disgusting. Stats online right now, we see it really wasn't any sort of individual carry performance from any of the Pumpkins. I mean, split between 2 and 8 final blows, no one's really going off. They're all just doing their jobs. They're all just getting their value.
Yeah, and I kept thinking about this, right? You were talking about how Pumpkins wanted to play slow and steady, whereas Ushi's Daycare wanted to play fast. But it felt like that was, Ushi's Daycare, obviously, they want to play fast with this composition. They don't have the insane healing output to keep this going. But it felt like Pumpkins, they controlled the tempo of the game nonstop. All gas, no brakes, constantly. Even when they lost fights fast. And they got back to take the next fight fast. I mean, there was just no time for Ushi's Daycare, even when they won fights, to sit there and say, whew, we took a breath and we're already in another fight. What are we supposed to do? And they just got pushed over.
Yeah, it was just so dominant is the quick thing. And as you mentioned again, every fight was so fast. Now, I did, oversimplify the matchup a little bit when it's the Queen into the Ramatra. Normally, the Queen has to, sprint really quickly towards them and then play slow, wait for an opportunity. It's kind of like circling like vultures, but when you see an opportunity, you have to go in really quickly. It's entirely the opposite for that Ramatra. You are trying to, again, take that space quickly, but you don't need to capitalize on that opportunity. You're not a vulture. You're just waiting for your opponent to make the mistake and you're punishing. So maybe aggressive, reactive would be a better way of describing it, but either way. When it does come to the reactions, then Pumpkins, squeaky clean. Blizzard World going to come up next. These are going to be long sight lines. This could be a lot more punishing for what they wanted to play, regarding the Pumpkins. With this Tracer Echo DPS line, then they won't really have the ability to contest a hit scan if Ushi's Daycare wants to bring something like a Cassidy, like a Sojin to bear. So maybe some swaps are going to be in line for us. But realistically, again, anything could be on the table.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Poke the most here on Blizzard World. I think that there's just so many long sight lines where like a Sigma can do so well, but I think Ushi's Daycare are going to play the Junker Queen that they played on Nepal. Pumpkins, I mean, I feel like Ramatra is a kind of a good hybrid where obviously you want to get up in their face and brawl with the pummels, and then you know, you can still poke with that long range, the primary fire of the staff. I just feel like it's still perfect for what Pumpkins want to do, and oh goodness, that's spooky.
One thing I've always wondered, actually, is if you're an observer, how much time do you spend just like flying around the map and staring at
way
things?
more than you want to know.
Like, I have never looked at this before in my life. I have genuinely never looked at this orb in my life. I didn't know it was there. I've played this game for like 3,000 hours. Like, it's an entirely different universe.
Overwatch.
Man. I gotta.
Overwatch is such a
kidnap an observer one time.
Like we always talk about how Overwatch is like a pretty game with pretty colors, and it's just such a detailed game with so many cool little details that if you never look for, you'll never see. But if you do, they're everywhere. And speaking of details, Pumpkins are on Winston.
Okay, this is really interesting. Brigitte is normally considered pretty weak right now. I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but considering on Boathouse High Ground especially, if anyone tries to jump on top of your head, then you can use that whip shot to knock them straight back down. So one of the maps, I think, where she does have a little bit more utility. I'm going to watch those armor packs be heading mainly towards Emperor JC, you know, outside of those dives, those high-pressure environments. But it is all on Fizzy M to get good dynamites, good shots in early, because that's going to be the real thing controlling Ushi's Daycare when Skiller and Emperor JC aren't sprinting towards the backline.
All right, here we go. Ushi's Daycare rotating around to this far back side, and they're getting checked out by Emperor there. But ooh, this little Tracer's being a little nap, but Emperor is dead. Empty able to get that final blow and hit the go button for Ushi's Daycare. They don't have the shout right now as the what a Gracie there onto Odin, pulling the Brig out, and this positioning hit another knife. Empty. I mean, this Junker Queen already showing the merit into the Winston, being so annoying as Fizzy on the off angle tries to find these headshots, but of course, I mean, with the Winston falling, it will be Ushi's Daycare winning this fight. There might be another touch for Pumpkins, but Ushi's Daycare, the initiative that they've shown has been pretty good. Empty's dead, though.
Yeah, there's a chance here, definitely. It's an awkward duel on the point.
Okay.
Gonna have to be cleaned up, but you don't like to see it from either side, I think. I think some awkward fatalities there from Ushi's Daycare. In the end, Morix and Empty probably could have lived, all things considered, but Pumpkins just got out-rotated. Really clever going through that right side, and just a huge mistake from Emperor JC getting caught out there. Once the Tracer goes down, once the backline gives up Boathouse, and they have no angles, no space, no ultimates, no nothing, so it has to be a nade or an individual clutch. Neither comes through Ushi's Daycare. They take the first point, and coming up to Sound Barrier, they might be looking to go aggressive with that.
Here we go. This point going to come around the first corner as Skiller is going to be able to jump onto Moririx, vibing on this point, pressured out, pressured back is everyone on Ushi's Daycare, actually. Dynamite comes through from Fizzy, and they're going to build up to the Bob here, so, I mean, almost 5 ultimates on both sides.
Yeah, this next fight's going to have fireworks, but Ushi's Daycare most definitely have the stronger ultimates outside of that nano boost. If Skiller doesn't find value, then it could just be Ushi's Daycare taking their second.
We go Bob out from Fizzy to try and push Ushi's Daycare back into its credit. Robert, you're doing a fine job of that right there. Right now, as Bob jumps away, they're going to put the pressure back onto the cart with Vibing, trying to jump on somebody. I did not see who Vibing tried to go on in the backline there. I assume it's probably Emperor as the jump comes through from Palos on the duplicate, asleep, a shield bash as Odin pops the rally and gets nano boosted, and Palos loses the duplicate as Septune is able to take the headshot onto Emperor. So with Vibing on this cart, takes a headshot there from, I believe, Fizzy, but either drop off or health packs there. They're not going to be able to get the final blow there. I mean, right now, this is still anyone's fight as the Kitsune Rush comes out for the engagement from Ushi's daycare. Teddy is dead as Vibing throws out the pulse bomb to try and get the disrespectful stick there on to Emperor, but everybody is falling over on the side of Pumpkins right now.
Yeah, that they are. I mean, getting a little bit outcomped now, I think. I think the Queen is so good at, you know, repulsing, the dives of Skiller and Co. that they're really struggling to find openings, are Pumpkins, and these ultimates engage too, I think, a little bit haphazardly. So Ushi's daycare just more than happy to play the reactive side now, and it is working out for them. I say that as MC does go on the offensive, a lovely axe onto Teddy. Stagger kills. Pumpkin still can't fight, so its entire third point, Fletch. It could just be one battle, one engagement. It has to be a pulse stick from Emperor if Pumpkins want a chance, a foot back in the door here.
Couple of ultimates here as the first one is going to be Bob. The engagement from Skiller is going to be all right. They're just going to use the shout to disengage here for Ushi's daycare. Now, without Bob on the field, they feel they can get aggressive, and you see Emperor right there still trying to be a little gnat in the backline, and the knife is on to Odin, and there goes the brig. Bye-bye, cut in half by Emperor. Not by Emperor, but Emperor cuts the forces of Ushi's daycare in half. Pelos is able to take down Teddy, but I mean, what a pulse bomb from Emperor. They're not done. The rampage from Empty to try and keep this fight going. Skiller is still so low and so dead. They're able to get the follow-up on the rampage damage, and they don't care about the two-man pulse bomb from Emperor JC. Bye, Emperor.
I don't really know what to say here. If you kill both the backline with a single pulse bomb, you should win that fight. Not 9 times out of 10, literally every time, but right now, Pumpkin's decimating Ushi's daycare, and by that, yes, I do mean they're only winning 1 in 10 fights.
Here we go, sound barrier out from Maririx, and it's just too much health for the Pumpkins to cut through, and I mean, Palas gets 2 for a 1 there. I mean, the dominance that we saw in Nepal flipped 180 on its head as Ushi's daycare finished Blizzard World with 2.5 minutes?
Yep, 2 minutes 25 when the clock ends, and remember, we were talking beforehand how they hadn't dropped a map so far. Well, it looks damn close now. Pumpkins, I mean, trying to play this Ash Monkey comp into something that really just, it cannot get its fangs into, and they really are struggling. Might be a little bit easier for them swapping sides, but it's going to be a different matter entirely, and 7 final blows, leading the server is empty Overwatch. I'm not really surprised. Absolute scenes on the Junker Queen. That throwing arm is terrifying.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at is how well that they were able to keep Emperor in check. I mean, Emperor did so well on the Tracer in map number 1 that 2 and 6, it looks like a different player. I mean, everybody on the side of Ushi's daycare right now, you know, Moririx got caught out a little more than the rest of the team, the same amount of deaths as the rest of their team combined, but that's okay when you can get back fast, I guess.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that part of the problem with the Tracer that Pumpkins were running was that there wasn't enough pressure from the rest of the team. There's not enough distraction. And so anytime you try and face as a Tracer, you suddenly find 4 or 5 guns staring straight at you. Never what you want to see. You'd rather all those backs were turned like you are playing a Ramattra. And speaking of, they've made the adaptation. Full swap over to the Ram comp. Sojin as well for those sight lines. This is probably what we like to see a little bit more from the Pumpkins. We'll see if Ushi's daycare find the same thing.
Ooh, almost a massive dynamite from Vibing, but not quite able to get it with the shield in their face. Palas under some pressure by Emperor, still trying to find that pick there that the Tracer is so well known for. And Fizzy, on a cheeky angle, can barely see the head of Vibing, but can't quite hit the shot there as the go button is hit for Pumpkins. They throw out the Ravenous Vortex, and I mean, it'll be a trade here. The hit scan DPS go down for both sides. They jump on Fizzy in the backline, and the roles are reversed here as Vibing goes over to the Tracer here. I mean, they're going to get a tick for Pumpkins, but Ushi's daycare are not going to let this go without an actual fight occurring. Emperor, once again, I mean, pressured out by Palas, forced to use the recall, trying to put the pressure in the backs, but not able to do just anything right now. Palas, 96% to a duplicate. They need to get going. They have the dupe. They have 2 tanks. for Ushi's Daycare. They should be able to get this done. But I mean, Senpai Odin throwing out the Coalescence to get this healing, to get this damage. The duplicate fades away for Palos, as does the health pool for Empty. Palos and Viping though, they come back in. Moririx throws it down, the sound barrier, and they keep the fight alive at 95%.
I am absolutely gobsmacked that Ushi's Daycare were able to get a hold there. I mean, the Coalescence came through. I thought it was all over, but the crying. But support's coming back and charging some lightning fast also as well. Able to get to re-engage. That is absolutely crazy stupid from them. But Senpai Odin, unfortunately, had his Coalescence going to waste. It's Moririx and Septune who find all the value in the world. Ushi's Daycare back in control, but Pumpkins have 2 ticks.
Palos already 70% back to duplicate, by the way. I mean, these ultimates coming up for Ushi's Daycare are going to be strong as Emperor's in the backline, but Fizzy able to get the... I mean, they kill Empty, but the Pulse Bomb from Vibing gets the trade. It's 2 for 2 here. Palos trying to burn down Odin and does just that, and at 98%, they get the Toucher, the duplicate out from Palos once again. The Annihilation comes out, but Palos can get one of their own here, potentially. The Rampage comes through, and it hits Skiller, and Skiller cannot get away. Vibing burns down the Ramatra, and it's a 2 versus 2 all-out war for this point here. A minute left on the clock. Empty finally burned down by Odin, but the return of the forces here, they're just trying to milk every second that they can from this fight. I mean, it looks like it's going to go over here to the Pumpkins, but I mean, what a war!
I mean, yeah, but that battle took so damn long. All time off the time bank, so only 3 minutes to make it through second. That 2-minute 25 time bank that Ushi's Daycare have in, you know, the wings waiting for them, that is going to be maybe out of the reach of the Pumpkins unless this second point goes through lightning fast. And considering how we just saw first go, that might not be the case. Of course, they don't have that space. Ushi's Daycare, plenty of work to do to take it away before they can even contest for the objective. But as a whole, the first point, getting the time down to a minute before the flip comes through, fully a successful. And again, Coalescence online for Pumpkins. This has been the highest win, fight win condition conversion for a while. But Fizzy M getting diffed in the sky, not the way you want to start this thing out.
Vibing throws out Pulse Bomb, not going to find a target this time. There's going to be no Echo on the field. But if Odin is dead, that's a significant portion of the healing gone for Pumpkins. Pulse Bomb is out from Emperor, finds the stick, and Septune goes down, but this fight is already over.
It is. That went down so quickly. There's a bit of an advantage that the Kiriko goes down. Maybe they can't hold it as aggressively as they'd want. You see no one really overstepping from the side of Ushi's Daycare. But with that swift step and maybe a Lucio Taxi too, Septune will be back in the fight in no time at all. So Pumpkins don't really have a window to try and punish here.
Ririx, the only one with an ultimate on the side of Ushi's Daycare. Palos building up to another duplicate. Can they find something with it here? 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates, almost 4 for Pumpkins as we get into this next fight. A minute and a half on the clock. Vibing takes a lot of damage, has to use the recall early. The duplicate onto the Lucio is going to be interesting here. If they can build up to this sound barrier, which they're doing so rapidly. 98%, here it goes. Now the aggression with the sound barrier for Fizzy. They respond with Moririx's sound barrier. The Pumpkins have another, by the way. The Coalescence comes out, as does the Annihilation from Skiller, and Palos is able to find the pick, or is able to get picked by Skiller with the Annihilation. The Annihilation fades away, and with a minute on the clock, it's just the late touches for Ushi's Daycare.
Yeah, great discipline from Teddy holding on to the sound barrier there. I would have been tempted to invest it. Just keep chaining up the overhealth, but holds it for the Rampage of Empty that they know is coming. They've been punished for this mistake before, and so yeah, learning from it, exactly what you love to see from Pumpkins. Already time bank is low, but they can still finish with time. Remember, if they finish with no time on the clock at all, then it's going to be at best a tie. They could, well, not win their first map yet, but this engagement on the high ground is everything.
Okay, Palos is able to burn down Fizzy and Odin! Now they're just doing their due diligence, trying to push this team back, but this fight's already over.
There was a universe where you could have sound barriered that and had a shot, but Pumpkins decided to put all their eggs into this, sub 2-minute basket. Finishing with time going to be even trickier here, so I'm not sure I'm in love with the decision overall. Vibing might struggle to find a pick here, but if a pulse from connects, that could spell curtains for the Pumpkins.
I feel like it would have to be on to Fizzy here. If it's on to anybody, you see down there, PNP, the Tracer duel is happening on this Mega Vibing, deciding that it's not going to be in their best interest. But I mean, with Fizzy already dead, the aggression is here. The fight is over.
Yeah, age of these fights lightning fast. At least 4 Pumpkins, you can take many of them, so they do have at least one more before, timer hits 0, but it is now an impossibility for them to finish with time. They are going to be tying the perfect record of the Pumpkins may yet be marred here on Blizzard World. Have one more shot to make that not so, to make it a tie, to preserve it at least in name. Also, it's coming online for the aggressors. Ushi's Daycare don't have all that much to respond with.
Well, Rerik's so low, already pummeled down, and Vibing is in the back line. It's just got to be a safe touch here. Vibing's got to stay alive.
They stack 3 in the payload. It could well get in before there's really a chance for a recontest. They're going to be fighting off staggers, trickling in. Only can anyone even get on the objective? No! They get the time bank extension!
Vibing a little too timid there, I would say. I feel like if Vibing even touches for a split second, somebody from Ushi's Daycare gets the touch. I mean, but at the end of the day,
yeah,
they have a win con here for Pumpkins now. They don't have to worry about, not being able to win anymore.
I mean, fantastic from Pumpkins, realizing that stacking 3 on the payload would get it in, in time. So a lot of teams there would have pushed up into the spawn, tried to take those positions to win out a fight, and just left maybe 1 on the payload to keep pushing. But Pumpkins are not just any team. They recognize exactly what they need to do and act accordingly. So because of that, 3 minutes to 1, but they can keep fighting here on Blizzard World. Remember, it took them 3 minutes on their own to capture first, just a single one for their opponents of Ushi's Daycare. So they're by no means out of the wood yet, but they've bought themselves a fighting chance here, Fletch. And as we head into the Pumpkins' second consecutive attack, we'll see exactly what they can get done here.
They're going to not change anything up. They're happy with how they finished out that map. And, I'm not mad about it at all. I like how they looked in the latter half of the push there. What's got me concerned is how bad they looked at the beginning. They don't have the same amount of time that they had the first time.
It's going to be tricky. They don't really have the same ability to charge into ults or to win it out in these slow trickling fights. Senpai Odin maybe can get a coalescence in time. Other than that, it's just going to be dry. And so far, it has been Ushi's Daycare who've been doing the better of these, mechanical engagements. Already, Palas Vibing, trying to set up deep angles. Clearing them out is going to be the job of the Emperor.
Here we go. Emperor from the high ground clears out. The Tracer clears out the Echo. They're able to make sure that they're not behind us right now. 30 seconds now on the clock. This first engagement has been so slow, but I mean, Fizzy goes down early, and there's just nothing that Pumpkins can do.
You need to sprint for the hills. Teddy dying is probably worst case scenario here. Your Lucio could maybe have gotten a touch. Right now, I'm not sure if there's anyone close enough, and this much still could get staggered. This engagement in this side room is so awkward. 5 seconds. There is no Emperor JC. Yeah, there's nobody who can touch the objective, surely.
They can't do
Sprinting
it.
desperately, but it won't happen. So that means that at best case, a tie. We mentioned it before. Pumpkins, they squandered their ticket. They squandered their chance. Ushi's Daycare, 3 minutes, only a single tick necessary. This could be it, Fletch.
They were just so slow. They didn't have the time to do all that. They just weren't decisive, and Ushi's Daycare was. And now, like I said earlier, right? This game has flipped on its head from what we saw in Nepal. It's Ushi's Daycare that are taking the initiative. They're controlling the tempo of the game, and Pumpkins are the ones that can't respond.
Yeah, just a couple mistakes when it came to scaling there, I think a little bit. Some positional issues from Pumpkins really stopping them in that final point, and I think it kind of does make sense to go slow as long as you don't die. That's the only thing that really matters here. As long as you're slow, as long as you play your macro correctly, then you can really stop your opponents from doing, much of anything, really. just wait till you find an opportunity and capitalize. You know, as long as there's somebody on the objective and Skiller on the Ramatra could just hold block. You've got Senpai Odin there to pump heals into him. There's a real shot for it, but not to be. Unfortunately, stepping a little bit too far out of line was Fizzy M on the Echo just to get beaten in the 1v1 by Palas. And from there, that was the first domino to fall. The rest of them did in tune as well. And I have to say, I think it has been the DPS that have been the big difference makers here. Vibing and Palas have been running rings around their counterparts on Pumpkins, and now they're going to have one more shot to do that if they want to draw blood.
Here we go. To decide this map, 3 minutes is the time bank for Ushi's Daycare. So much time, such a deep time bank. They got another shot here. Let's go, Palas. Just throwing out those shurikens, trying to poke a little bit, get a little information, see where they're at. And Emperor's behind them. Once again, trying to be annoying. But we saw that they were able to punish that Tracer so well the first time around. So you got to be careful if you are Emperor. Up onto this high ground, they rotate.
Going for this rotation is a lot easier for Pumpkins to deal with. Now they have this Lucio backline. With the Anna Brig, you have basically no countermeasures, but here there's a fighting chance.
Skiller is able to take down Vibing, and just like that, I mean, booped off the map, the rest of them follow.
Yeah, no, that is picture perfect there from Pumpkins. You have, obviously, the boop from Is Teddy, but you can also rotate using that Lucio speed. Pumpkins, a really great adaptation here. The Anna Brig was not paying off. It's not meta anymore. Pumpkins feel the burn, and yeah, making adaptations, they have a real chance here. Still quiet from Emperor JC, who still hasn't really figured out how to get this Tracer going. I think into this split comp that Ushi's Daycare wants to run with the Queen, but still plenty of time left to go. Halfway through the time bank, Ushi's Daycare again re-engaging.
And Pumpkins, they're so much closer to these ultimates than Ushi's Daycare are right now. Septune the closest on Ushi's Daycare. So Skiller rotates back over to this high ground to try and deal with this Junker Queen. I mean, there's just not much that they can do. The pressure on the point is coming through from Vibing as the accretion comes out, hits the ground for Skiller. The shield, this barrier back up, trying to keep them in check as Bob hits the backline like a truck, and 3-4 Fizzy. Yeah, that's quick.
Oh, yeah, no, this is clean from Pumpkins. I think they have finally hit their stride here, and a minute left to go. Ushi's Daycare probably have about one fight left, because they do have Kitsune Rush. That is, by one means, they're saving grace, and it is a particularly strong ultimate, but they're going into both the Flux and the Window. That's two ultimates that combined could well spell the end of Ushi's Daycare here on Blizzard. They could render this whole map naught. 40 seconds left to go. We'll have to wait and see how the Pumpkins decide to invest it. An early pick means they don't even have to.
Here we go. I mean, what a good disengage because the fight's already over. You can't engage here.
No, absolutely not. It's almost over, actually. It's a little bit rough for Pumpkins. They're playing so passive, they can't force any of them back in the 5-on-4. So re-engage here. Flux pops early.
It's going to be up to Septune to cancel that out. They pick up Moririx, who bros out Sound Barrier, and they cut down Emperor. Dragonblade is out. They cut through the Immortality Field, and Senpai Odin is in 2 pieces, and Ushi's Daycare, ice in their veins. They don't let it go.
I mean, there's nothing to call that but a catastrophic slip-up from Pumpkins there. I mean, they had every tool in their arsenal to be able to get the flip there. They had every tool to get that final fight, but fluxing at 16 seconds for no reason at all, only getting the Lucio, not even getting the kill, that's catastrophic. That is absolute worst case scenario where you can just, wait for everyone to reach the point, Flux on the point, you have hit scan sight and silence, so you can have people actually focusing up on your Gravitic Flux, you're able to pop the window at a reasonable timeline, and you'll be able to, at least draw the map. Now, as it stands, Ushi's Daycare, they do what we thought was impossible. They take the first blood against the Pumpkins. They show that they are not immutable. And though there is yet Icor spilt, then they are looking for more 1-1 here in our EU Masters Finals.
Spec, who's we? Who's we? I don't know. I
don't
know about you. I said that they would get a map.
We'll see how the rest of the series goes in, Fletch.
I mean, wow. What a map by Ushi's Daycare, man. Like, they flipped the script on its head, right? We talked about it so much in that they played with the aggression that Pumpkins played with on Nepal, and I just don't think that Pumpkins were ready for it. And then we see in this second attack, they had 3 minutes on the clock. They knew they had time to build up these ultimates, and They didn't have to use one before a minute on the clock. And when they came into this last engagement, they had 3-4 ultimates in the bank. They just said, it's not like we're going to be able to carry these into map number 3. Let's use them all and win the map here.
I honestly thought they had it heading into that final fight. I was so convinced, and we see the stats now on board. I mean, yeah, firstly, take a look at the DPS, because it's just a humongous difference between those two. But also, I mean, Empty on the Junker Queen, 16 final blows, 12,000 damage, 3,000 healing as well for giggles. There's fantastic value there. Fantastic value found. One of the driving forces that powered his team to its victory. And now, getting on to the latest stage of the tournament. I mean, we've never had to have this talk before, but how do Pump Kings handle losing?
It's really interesting, right? Because we're going, you see right here, we've got the stats between Fizzy and Palaz. I mean, a lot of damage coming out from Fizzy, but it's Palaz that found those final blows. And I mean, you see the final blows stat. I mean, 6 more than Fizzy. I think what is even more important than how many final blows Palaz got is how many first bloods Palaz got. I mean, constantly, fight after fight on the Echo, Palaz is able to find Fizzy. I mean, with one of your players down every fight, it's gonna be hard to win them.
It really is. It's so tricky at the end of the day. And I really like actually bringing the attention to first bloods, because I think that's something that's a little bit maybe under-focused on in Overwatch. At the end of the day, if you find that first pick, your fight conversion rate is going to be like 70%. You know, that's such a valuable elimination, so much more by orders of magnitude by any other kill you can find. And if you're opening up the fights that consistently, then yeah, your team is going to find success. Yeah, you are going to find fights, you're going to find wins, and evidently they found one here.
Yeah, so now we know the Pump Kings can bleed. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Ushi's daycare can finish the job. So stick around.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back, everybody. And Pumpkins, thus far through this season, have had no struggles. They've hit their very first roadblock here in map number 2, losing Blizzard World in what was probably one of the most entertaining maps that I've watched in a very long time. But now moving into map number 3. It's going to be up to them to respond, something that they haven't really had to do thus far, and it's going to be Saravasa.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. I think I mentioned this a little bit before we went to break, but at the end of the day, we've never had to have the conversation before of, how do Pumpkins respond to a loss? How do they respond to a defeat? How do they adapt? Because they've never had to. Their first time here, they're going to be doing it on Saravasa, and to their credit, this map is a lot more similar to Nepal, so it might be more of a repeat of that first map, but equally, momentum is a real thing in Overwatch. It is huge on these players' mentals, and having it swept out from under them, having your whole world almost upended like it can be when you're this dominant and you do end up losing, could absolutely blow the minds of the Pumpkins.
Yeah, I that was a perfect response from Ushi's Daycare, right? They saw that they were the slower team on Nepal, and they took it upon themselves to be the aggressors. So moving into Saravasa, I really do expect them to do the same, but this time going back to the Junker Queen, right? I think they're still going to be on the Junker Queen. I think it's a beautiful map for Junker Queen. A lot of tight quarters, a lot of flat spaces where Rampage can be good, and the shout so strong. I mean, going into Saravasa, I expect Ushi's Daycare to try and keep up the aggression that we saw on Blizzard World.
Yeah, I would very much assume that too. I think we're going to be back over to the same comps you saw in Nepal. I think that you can also very much play a Ramatra on this map, and I think you can very much play a Queen, as you mentioned as well, on this map. I think it does comes down more to personal preference than anything else. We'll see if Skiller is feeling a little bit adventurous, because normally I think Queen is a little bit more preferred here. It all just depends on exactly what these two teams want to end up playing. However, no more high grounds to abuse, no more passive, aggressive sides like we saw previously. I want to say it favors Pumpkins still a little bit, so I might have already got my pred wrong. That means that Ushi's Daycat have boomed my preds both times I've predded against them. But Pumpkins still have a chance to get the win. They still have a chance to get the 3-1.
Hey, Skiller, get off Roadhog, please. Thanks. Ushi's Daycare, though, they are going to play the Junker Queen, it appears, as Pumpkins switch last second to the Ramatra.
Yeah, exactly what we'd expect to see. Remember, Senpai Odin can charge that ultimate faster. That's what Pumpkins are looking for here, other than wall isolations onto Empty.
All right, here we go. Market knifed in is Skiller, but I mean, with Septune already dead, this is just going to be a hard disengage for Ushi's Daycare.
Yeah, right back to winning ways for the Pumpkins. They come back onto a comp on a map they're comfortable on, and yeah, they just smack the daylights out the Daycare. First point here, Market going to be capped first by the Pumpkins, and with how fast that Flashpoint takes up, then it's maybe 2 attempts for the Daycare to try and flip it back. They have no tools, nothing to speak of, but a little bit of time, so we'll see exactly how they try and stick their foot in this door.
Yeah, they're playing from that left side, but now rotating over to main. A knife from Empty? Where's Empty at? to hit that knife there, and it's, ooh, Palos, you can't deflect an Ice Beam, bud. Teddy gets the cleanup kill there onto Palos, and, you know, they will take down Emperor, but this fight, it's just already over.
Yeah, I think that the Sorhos the May is a great adaptation from Fizzy. I think he was really kind of struggling to find value on the other DPS picks we were seeing, especially the hit scan, but now he's on that May. Not only do your mechanics matter a little bit less, you find your value, you know, hitting the wall, getting the cleaves with the primary fire, but you're also a lot harder to pick off with that ice block. So a fantastic adaptation. We'll see what Ushi's Daycare want to do about it, but they've decided no more Genji for Palos. Back over to the Echo. This is where Palos makes his bread and butter. This is where he finds the most success. We'll see exactly what he's able to do here if they attempt to touch here on Market.
Vibing will get the touch, instantly recalls out, so they don't have that tool anymore, as Senpai Odin throwing out the Coalescence, and the health pools from Ushi's Daycare. They're just gone so fast, and they take over for Pumpkins on Market.
Yeah, that they do. I mentioned it before, but right back to winning ways when they're on a comp they're comfortable on. It does seem like Pumpkins were really caught off by Blizzard World as a map choice. You know, they tried a couple things there, never really seemed comfortable there, but back here on pretty much even footing, no high grounds to worry about, no super long silence to deal with. When they can just run, take the close range brawl with Ushi's Daycare, they're winning out pretty much every time it comes through. And set up here first on Temple, this is exactly what they want heading into this next engagement.
Senpai Odin watching for these flanks, and they find out Palas, so the Echo has to fly away here. Now they're going to rotate around and hit them from behind. The Blizzard is out from Fizzy, but Septune, I think, got a great cleanse there. Empty is so low and off the map somehow, but it looks like Ushi's Daycare don't care.
Yeah, there's no universe where Skiller can kill the 4 here, even if investing the ultimate. So yeah, good discipline to hold on to it. Sucks that Fizzy couldn't find the value with the Blizzard there. But Pumpkins on the re-engage still have plenty of tools. They can beat out the Rampage, and though the rebeat from Morix could be tricky, then they still have the Annihilation, they still have the Death Cross, and they have more than enough check marks to throw at this problem to get a quick flip here. So it is still on to Ushi's Daycare to force them to make a mistake. They haven't been fantastic at that when they are playing this particular matchup, but they've more than showed the capability to do that on Blizzard World, so it's about replicating that same success on the other map types.
It's a big Rampage hitting 5, and the sound barrier comes out late. Both sound barriers now invested by Moririx and Teddy. They get the flip for Pumpkins as the Annihilation fades away from Skiller. Palas throwing out their duplicate here, able to take down Palas with the Death Blossom is Emperor, and finally, I mean, this fight is over, and what is happening?
I mean, Teddy was the absolute hero of that fight, recognizing that you don't need to instantly use that sound barrier if no one's at threat of dying, so manages to use it on the same timing as Moririx. That means that there's no beat advantage for Ushi's Daycare, and the Rampage of Empty gets absolutely naught. So fantastic from Teddy. Had a bit of a quiet map last time, but back around here is absolutely strutting his stuff. The other ults, of course, fantastic. The Annihilation, Death Blossom all find their value. Only Coalescence here, but Senpai Odin has been more than good enough for them before.
There we go. They're just playing safe, trying to keep Skiller up as the knife hits Teddy in the side. Pulled in, the Coalescence pulled out, and Palas burned down, and that is going to put the dagger into Temple.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 here, and as long as this point doesn't flip the other way, it shouldn't do. Moririx going to be possibly the last of all. Vibing punctuates my sentence with that, but yeah, 2-0 here. 58% accrued. Ushi's Daycare really struggling here. I thought they would be able to, you know, snowball with some of their momentum from the previous map, but it just hasn't been so. It's just been Pumpkins winning out these fights again and again and again. You know, whether come rain or shine, by hook or by crook, then it feels like every single opportunity there is to capitalize, they will be there. And a Blizzard Online, once again, could spell the curtains of the daycare before they even get started.
A lot of the cooldown's already gone for Skiller. Still has the Nemesis form. Pop it now to get this engage going. Septune has to throw out the Kitsune rush, but I mean, the Blizzard is going to be good for a couple there. I mean, they take the initiative and they win the fight.
I genuinely don't think you could have constructed a better fight for Pumpkins in their plan if they tried. You only use one ultimate, as well as getting out one of the most important of Ushi's daycare. Septune now making the change over to the Moira for a little bit more survivability, a little bit more healing for Empty. I actually say, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think the Kiriko is maybe a little bit stronger here, but Ushi's daycare have elected for this swap and going high ground. They're going to force themselves down into some tight chokes where Pumpkins are looking to feast on them.
Here we go. They know where they're at, and Palos is already dead, and that's the go button. They're going to hit the Nemesis form. They may not even need these ultimates. The pummels are coming through. Moririx does end up finding Fizzy, but everybody is so low on the side of Ushi's daycare. Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, that pulse one didn't stick, but it gets the kill anyway. Annihilation pops. Clearly, Pumpkins think there's something in it. But as it stands, just burn some time off the bank. The re-engage is here. 3-on-2 on the objective. And Vibing going down does make this awkward. Senpai Odin, no sustain left. And yeah, this one should be all said and done, folks. Garden goes up to 99%, but in the end, Pumpkin's not able to hold on to the objective. Ushi's daycare, again, able to draw blood. But at what cost?
They've got 3 ultimates now. I mean...
Yeah, you're right, actually. I mean, you're pretty comfortable with that, all things considered. Pumpkin spent a little bit. The Annihilation, not what you need, but it's 3v3 when it comes to the ultimates that you can use to engage. And Pumpkins know that if they win this fight, they don't have to worry about a next one. So if they want, they could drop all of them in. Hell, if Fizzy charges up to that Blizzard, that too can be popped. So they have so many options here due to the Pumpkins. Ushi's daycare, without that Rampage, don't really have the onus to bring the fight to them. So they have to give the space up to the point.
Knife into Skiller, Coalescence out, Death Blossom out, everything thrown at this fight, and Empty is dead. Palos has the Annihilation as the Coalescence fades away for Odin. Septune does as well, and the life forces of Ushi's daycare are fading away too. They're going to take Sorabasa dominantly. There's going to be touches here, but I mean, as Skiller, what is it? Is that pizza? I mean, they're just trying to get this last kill onto Empty. It's going to be Pumpkins all day. Yeah, 3-0 on Sorabasa. A dominant map.
I mean, Pumpkins threw the kitchen sink at Ushi's daycare, and it looks like it gave them a bit of a concussion because they had no chance at all of responding to her. Just absolutely slapped out of Sorabasa. Momentum firmly back into the favor of the favorites. And then now, as we head and maybe start thinking about map 4, it tells a very different story to the one we were weaving just moments ago on Blizzard World. The first map loss of the tournament, it doesn't seem to affect the Pumpkins, the Kings in the slightest, because they come through swinging like Mike Tyson, man. I mean, 3 fights, I think, taken on the whole, just absolutely one-sided. Pumpkins played every ult rotation to perfection, every engagement planned out so well. I'm just so impressed by the 4 at which they came straight back into this series.
Yeah, that's how they respond, guys. And I think that, I mean, Ushi's daycare, once again, we said the Pumpkins looked like a different team on Blizzard World. Ushi's daycare looked like a different team on Sorabasa. They looked terrified. They were scared of Pumpkins. They took no initiative. And, I mean, you can see it in the stats here. Just like we could see on Blizzard World. They took no initiative. They played reflexively, whereas Pumpkins, they were the aggressors. I mean, there was just nothing that they can do as Pumpkins just kept coming. I mean, even when Ushi's daycare won these fights out, it was so close and it took a lot, where I think they only won 1 fight convincingly.
Yeah, they had a couple, but it just didn't matter in the end. I think, as well, like, again, from all the sides, It's not an individual performance at all. No one really, running the lobby. Yeah, we're seeing some good stat lines here from the DPS, from the skiller as well, but it's just a consistency. No one's dying out of turn. Everyone's finding the elements that they need. And even in the Lucio matchup, pay attention to the deaths, because 2 against 6. Morix was having a rough time of things here. It's Teddy the same could not have been said.
I was just getting stuck on their healing stats. 2 and 3K respectively. that was that kind of.
It's almost 4K. It's Teddy has almost twice the healing of Morix.
Yeah. I mean, they were just outclassed in every aspect on Saravasa. And, we saw why they want to come here. I think the Junker Queen, as a rule, is generally better on Saravasa just because of how the map is set up. It's so tight and close quarters that, the speed that the Junker Queen provides, I feel like, is a lot of power in the hands of the Junker Queen player. But Pumpkins took that narrative and said, I don't want to play Junker Queen. We don't want to play a Junker Queen rush. We're going to play Ramattra, and we're going to pummel you. We are going to turn you into a grease stain on the pavement, and they did just that. I think they did maybe 2 things wrong, maybe throughout the entire map, and even those things, they were just mistakes that can be ironed out pretty easily, and they just came back and swung again. If they go down, they don't stay down.
I think a couple times they over-altered, a couple of individual overextensions, I think, but really nothing that you're going to lose any sleep over if you are Pumpkins. That's why they are up 2-1. That's why they are on the precipice of being the mid-season champions. 1 more map left to go before we find out if we need to go to 5. New Queen Street is where we're going next. And again, a curveball. This is going to mean that, again, these high grounds that we kind of saw in Blizzard World could come back into play. We remember how Blizzard World went. There's a chance here for Ushi's Daycare. They might have just got slapped out of Suravata, but they are still in with a fighting chance in this series, Fletch.
Yeah, New Queen Street is interesting. You can play a lot of stuff on it, especially the Junker Queen, once again, because of the same reason that, I think that you could run it on Saravasa, right? It's a lot of straight lines where you don't have to worry about the engagements, and the speed helps so much. I think that Pumpkins, the Ramattra, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the Ramattra, I think, because you can space out the Ramattra so much better on New Junk City, New Queen Street. They're all confusing to me, guys. Excuse me.
Oh, I get them confused as well. I can't really criticize. They're tricky.
Yeah, but I feel like
I always start trying to say New Junkertown as well.
Yeah, they started. The names are confusing sometimes, and I don't have all the lights on sometimes too. It's it happens, but yeah, I feel like Ushi's Daycare very well with this pick of New Queen Street could very well take us to a map number 5 here.
Oh, absolutely. Gonna have to be very curious actually seeing how these teams like to play it. I think is kind of where you can have your DPS leveraging the high grounds pretty aggressively a lot of the time. But equally, you can also just kind of dump your Ramattra or be it on the payload and just fight the entirety of the time from main. I kind of think Pumpkins will elect to go with the latter strategy, Ushi's Daycare. I think if they have any sense, should head towards the former. But I think only time will tell exactly how that ends up playing out. I think this is going to be the most toss-up map I think we've seen previously. Even based off of what we knew beforehand, or even with that hindsight, in fact. Because if we look back at it and we can say, well, they lost as well because of this or that. We bring those same concepts through here to NQS, and it's a different matter entirely. So the 10 players in the server, they have to be getting a little bit stressed here. Ushi's Daycare, I know they're fighting with their backs up against the wall, but Pumpkins still, they want to keep them to just a singular map loss. They want to stay and get this as clean as possible, and only time will tell if they're able to get that going.
All right, I'm going to ignore Pumpkins for the time being. Ushi's Daycare, they've made it very, very clear that they want to run the Junker Queen. Nothing new there. And yeah, Pumpkins, they're going to stick to what they are comfortable on. This Ramattra that they've looked so dominant on so far.
Absolutely. Again, Palos and Vibing going to have a much easier time to play around these high grounds as Tracer and Echo respectively. They basically never have to drop and still have full access to pretty much everything. Fizzy and Emperor will have an incredibly rough time clearing them out, so it's just going to be running straight at the front, and as indeed we see here.
Yeah, a good wall to force Empty back, and the aggression is so strong. They lose Septune early, pummeled down 2 for Skiller there. They're able to take down Fizzy, but I mean, the aggression, man.
It does not matter at all. I mean, fair enough. They recognize their win condition. Lightning fast do Pumpkins. They capitalize fantastically. Not giving Palos or Vibing a second to work. Giving them a second to cook. Just fully ignoring them as you all want to do. And we'll see if Uchi Zekai can adapt now. They're going to need to just speed away their queen whenever an engage like that happens. If they don't do that, we're just going to see repeat after repeat of that fight.
There we go. Empty in the gym up there in the window, but Pumpkins are behind them. And I mean, just like that, they lose the Tracer and they lose their tempo. They have to shout out, they have to speed out.
Yeah, that they do, but man, be able to push that deep as well is so impressive from Pumpkins. They're able to win all this space basically for free. Fizzy falling does make this a little bit awkward. They can still take the fight if they really want, but they won't have that same punching power.
There we go. Palos trying to find the focusing beam, but Empty is dead. Skiller throws out the Nemesis form, and they're able to take down Skiller, so Ushi's Daycare are going to be able to stabilize here.
Yeah, that they are. MC made it a little bit awkward, but Payload should go back into the middle. And I think something that Coach 9K has been very wanting recently has been, it's not the first fight that matters the most on push, it's the second one. And it does get a little bit awkward, but Ushi's Daycare able to get about the same amount of progress in, so I think Pumpkins will be able to stop the robot before we reach the same amount of distance. But it will get close. Pumpkins have to get a bit of a move on here.
Go, yeah, you can contest this bot here from the window, and I mean, a gorgeous wall, but an even better cleanse to keep Empty alive. The Coalescence comes out from Septination as Palos uses the duplicate, and I mean, not only does that Ramatra go away fast, Palos goes away even faster. It's 1 for 1.
Oh, nice stick, but it doesn't really do anything, unfortunately, at the end of the day. Your Lucio's going to get back before the rest of your team can. Ice had a lie! The full engagement of Daycare is here. Skiller's fallen. This is awkward.
Yeah, I mean, there's just contest here, and this fight's already over. I mean, Vibing brought that out single-handedly with the stick.
No, that's actually fantastic work. I mistimed it a little bit in my head, but Vibing clearly did not. A free kill onto its Teddy, and from there, you have no ability to disengage. Skiller's caught unawares, just focused down by the rest of Ushi's Daycare, and that is the lead garnered for the Daycare. Rampage online here once again. Its Teddy has to be perfect with the beats, and he has been before.
There we go. Shout is out. They can't get around. The body block is good there from Skiller. Moririx uses the sound barrier, but it hits one. Moririx. It hits Moririx.
Yeah, that is pretty much the worst case fight for Ushi's Daycare. Literally 4 Pumpkins at all, and you castle your beat, arguably your most important ultimate in this composition. This is absolutely disastrous for them. Pumpkins now have both DPS ults for which there is no countermeasures.
Fizzy knows that someone is behind, and you see Teddy up there trying to take advantage, and I mean, this will probably get cleansed. They keep Empty alive for the time being, but Empty goes down, and this bot is going for a walk, but it should hit butt scratch here pretty soon.
Yeah, very likely. It's so close between these two teams. Again, Pulse will tossed out, but I think you'll find too much. No, I misheard, sorry, but yeah, there's lead coming through here for Pumpkins. Pendulum swing back the other way for ultimates online and for the Brawl composition. Still got that beat for the Rampage of Empty. Everything looking up right now for Pumpkins.
Go butt scratch activated for Pumpkins. The Death Blossom, it happened for sure right there. Emperor did press the button to use his ultimate. The Rampage comes out, it hits 3 here, and they use the sound barrier late again. They know, like you said earlier, that they can use the sound barrier late to stay this fight and keep it going. The bot continues to push, and Empty is so low, pummeled down and finished off by Fizzy. Skiller, 25 HP, but puts the hands up and stays alive. Oh.
Yeah, that he does. The bot was stolen the entire time, so how much progress Pumpkins get here may yet be negligible. We'll see if Vibing's able to survive here, but maybe dying on the cart would have been a more judicious choice. If it gets staggered, it's worst case scenario, but able to live. Ooh, impressive actually. That Tracer can come right back to bite. Still a very strong lead here. About 30 meters for the Pumpkins. They're not too stressed, even after the bot steal.
Go Vibing with this pulse bomb ready to go. It's Teddy. Probably does not want to get caught out again like they did the last time, and the go button is hit. That will be Odin's coalescence, but Empty cuts down Teddy. It'll be a trade of Lucio's though, and you see Fizzy so low. It's still 2 for 2. Odin 1 HP in a dream, but the dream is dead. Vibing for a couple of picks there late in the fight, but it's a 3 versus 2 right now, and as Septune comes back, makes it a 4 versus 2, soon to be a 5. And I mean, this stall, they've got a hard lead. They're just killing time.
And they're dying off the cart as well. That means that the payload can be pushed while they are in the respawn timer. If you die on the cart, at least it's stopped while you're being taken down, but if not, it's pretty much worst case scenario. So yeah, they do have the lead, do Pumpkins, but they're going to be recontesting a lot later than they want to be. Their ults as well, pretty tragic. They only really have the Death Blossom to bring. Ushi's Daycare, both support ults, coming up to a Rampage and a Duplicate of all the tools they'll need, and I'm assuming they're just going to be looking to use the Coalescence.
Scary thing is that Teddy is only 70% to Sound Barrier, but they don't need it! Empty! You know, got the ultimate, but only after they died! They're able to take down the Junker Queen early, and there's just nothing that Ushi's Daycare can do.
I mean, Constellation Frag at least onto its Teddy, but it won't matter at all in the end. Killing the Junker Queen there, picture perfect. Beat from Morix, Cosmetic at best. Pumpkins win the fight with absolutely nothing, and that allows them to swing the momentum right back in their favor. Everything now going their way as long as Skiller can escape.
Skiller can't escape. I mean, the Pulse Bomb is there. It activates the DPS passive. It gets all that damage. They finish it off. Palos for 2. They might get butt.
I haven't the foggiest how that happened, but as it stands, the wall is going to continue moving forward. Spawns very likely to be unlocked here for Ushi's Daycare. This next fight is going to be cataclysmic. Fletch, 4 online for 5 ultimates almost online for Pumpkins. Ushi's Daycare still have 2, and 2 strong ones at that. So it might just be the kitchen sink thrown at both these two teams. We'll see which one's more adept at dodging it.
Rampage from Empty. It's Teddy. Less hesitation on the Sound Barrier there. You know, they're going to use it early. They're going to cancel out all of the damage, which is good. They use 2 ultimates. They still have 3 for the Pumpkins, but nobody is dead on either side here. They're going to get rid of the forward spawns for Ushi's Daycare for the time being. But, I mean, this fight is not over far from so. Teddy goes up there to try and keep Palos in check. Can they get rid of the Echo? They're going to be close to this checkpoint again. They're just contesting the point for Vibing. This was free.
It's very curious that Pumpkins are looking for a fight here to throw their ultimates in, because they know in a longer fight they're going to struggle.
Yeah.
It's Teddy falling makes this awkward. They can still maybe try and clutch it.
Death Blossom comes out. It's 2 for 2. Empty has to stay alive here in the face of Emperor. That is not going to be an easy task, but they can do it. Oh, the bleed, not enough.
No healers alive though. No one can really get any push going here for any of the Pumpkins. Indeed, even a Lucio here could get a spare stagger kill. It's all about those respawns here, Fletch, and right now it looks to be going in the favor of the Daycare.
Here we go. 50 seconds on the clock here. The cards stacked against Ushi's Daycare. Pulse Bomb is in the pocket of Vibing, but they're able to take down Odin. Moriric from this top area. They're going to drop the Blizzard and take down Empty, but the numbers are still so heavily in the favor of Ushi's. They take down Teddy and get the bot rolling.
Stolen. Yeah, the fight's still going, but it looks like it will go against the Pumpkins in the end. Skiller will be able to at least contest for it for a second, but for how long, only time will tell. But only time off the bank, though, exactly what you need to be doing here if you're Pumpkins. I mean, maybe 2 fights is what they have now to contest, and the stagger onto Skiller does hurt a little bit. 5 ults is what you're really scared about, though. Remember, you only need 1 stop if you're Pumpkins, but how do you get to that position? A different matter entirely. You're going to have to get rid of 2 of these ultimates for any check marks of your own to counterbalance them. It's going to have to be some picture-perfect team play from the Pumpkins if they want to take this mod map here.
30 meters to go, and the Ushi's Daycare, they have the resources to take this last fight. Coalescence out from both sides. Rampage out from empty. Sound barriers out from both sides. Annihilation out. Emperor is dead. Vibing finds the stick with the pulse bomb. Palos uses the duplicate on to the Reaper. Almost has Death Blossom. Now has Death Blossom, and it's Teddy is dead and buried. Death Blossom for a reason burns down. They only need 15 meters.
It's going to go so painfully slow for them right now. Overtime spawns, on the other hand, going to be looking like absolute trickles of water. It spots over to spawn heroes. Kiriko, Doomfist, a touch. Will it be possible?
Emperor solo had the Wraith to get the touch, but Emperor is dead. So much of the chunk damage gone. A big punch out from Skiller to push 3 back, but I mean, everything is in the corner of Ushi's Daycare right now. They get the pick onto Teddy, and despite the punches from Skiller coming out, they can't push everyone off the cart, and they're just falling like dominoes. We're going to a map number 5.
It just keeps on going. Ushi's Daycare from a massive disadvantage, 40 plus meters, able to roll the payload all the way back the other way. Takes them a damn long time to do it, but in the end, the 5 volts they had accrued did get them there, and that's going to make you really wish that you had that Death Blossom and that Blizzard that Pumpkin squandered in that second to last engagement in regular time. If you just had those, then you would have been able to put a stop to the sheer ult power. Maybe the stagger onto Skiller wouldn't have come through. Maybe it wouldn't have been so damn brutal. But what started out looking like Pumpkin's maps to take ends up going back the other way. So a second drop of Ichor hits the floor here. One more left to go. 2 Pumpkins take what many would consider their rightful place in the stars, in the Pantheon, and get their championship here. Or Ushi's Daycare able to steal it away at the last seconds.
The scary thing is, right, it's Pumpkin's map moving forward. We've seen already, they've had one chance to pick a map. They were scary on the map that they picked. Map number 5 is going to be a hybrid map, and you gotta think, it's gonna be like a King's Row, right? Where they can just play this Ramatra, run it down, run the Mei, run the Lucio, run the Moira. They don't care. They're gonna go to King's Row. We don't know that right now. We don't have confirmation.
Zero answer. There is.
We don't.
Yeah, we don't know that, but like I would put money on it being King's Row.
We don't know it, but we know it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, this is a European team that wants to play Ramatra. King's Row is just the option. Oh, we already went to Blizzard World, you stupid. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I'm dumb and not paying attention to anything. That changes everything.
What are your options then? I'm trying to think it through,
I've got the map pool here. I can pull it up. It's Dorado, Shambali, Rialto, Route 66. If they want to run the Ramatra, yeah, you go Shambali here.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
close,
that changes everything.
Dorado's an impossibility. Route 66 would be tricky at best. The other option was Rialto. Again, you kind of could play Rialto, but it would still be very tricky. You could just play Shambali. It's not easy as such, but it's going to be definitely the best place to play this Ramatra composition. Queen as well, not fantastic in any of these maps, but with a DPS we've been seeing, this Echo Tracer, you want to shut down those off angles, and the ones that may be the weakest kinda has to be Shambali.
Yeah, I can't help but agree. Right now, both of these teams sitting in their corners, bloody, battered, waiting for the bell for the last round to ring. So we're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, we will have the last man standing, so stick around.
Oh no, wait. Did Ramel just eat all of these missed stickies? You thought that the stickies missed Ellie, but no, they were simply a setup for our boy Ramel to dive on in and take the damage. Ah, that's the kind of thing that I've begun to expect from Ramel. This is one way to feed support ult charge. Get yourself a DPS who cares, like Ramel. I just realized that your name might actually be Micro Mel. I kind of assumed it was Mick Ramel, but it might be Micro Mel or Microm L. Actually, you know, I'm falling down, or my Cromwell. No, I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Focus up, like day. Where was that pulse bomb? Show me the location of the pulse bomb. Oh, is this just a limp throwing arm? Ah. Yeah, unfortunately backing off a little bit too far. Oh, that would have been a badass stick. Those stickies got some real value. Where's the bob gone? Wait, don't tell me the bob's in. The bob's in here with the mines. Come on, guy. The most zoned area you've ever seen. Mike is just going to be bodyguarded for a while from Bob.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
This is the kind of security you need as head of Blizzard Entertainment. What? I'm going to assume this was just a copy to survive kind of deal.
Adaptive circuit.
Is it though? Well, it certainly did allow a couple of seconds of survival. It may have made things substantially worse. What happened to this one? Well, there are so many tales of weird dynamites. Oh, okay, that's Amsu messing up theirs and hitting the door. It's a zoning dynamite. Wait, can this burn you? Yes. Just blow it up before you get there, man. Okay, the self-dynamite. There from Agapito. Aha, you ain't going out of this door, boys. This is a great minefield. Where do you go? You go into Careless. Does Careless know? Careless, I've set them up for you. Choco? Okay, Choco is aware. Oh. God, they always use the Bob Minefield Crunch, man. It is yet to work, though. This is the Bull Mafia special move. The mine's out, bring out Bob to whack someone. I guess goes in for a little bit of a peeky here. Yeah. Sees dazed. Boom. It's my time to shine. Unfortunately, goes mostly for shin shots rather than headshots. Which is a slight sadness. They just not realize. Ah, we're cooking a little bit of an ambush, are we? Tracer versus Tracer. This should be Peek's advantage to Ramel, but... Wow, Dazed is on it. Valorant player over here. And doesn't use the recall. Still doesn't use the recall. You did have it, right? Yep. you got to take your advantages where you have them, team. So many beautiful Moira skins, and yet you pick. You know,
Welcome back, everybody. I mean, what else can you say? Holy hell, right now both of these teams not wanting to give anything. I mean, Pumpkins, they hadn't dropped a map all season. They were coming in hard favorites. Nobody thought that we'd get this far. I see the look on your face. Pumpkins lose map number 4 on New Queen Street in overtime to Ushi's Daycare, so they get the map selection coming in to our tiebreaker map. It's Dorado.
I think that Dorado was categorically the worst choice out of all 4 options that they had available to them. I am frankly gobsmacked that we went here. think that this is possibly the hardest way that Pumpkins could set themselves up for victory, but if it's where they've decided to lay their beds, I mean, all we can do is hope they don't have to lie in it too. It's going to be an incredibly tricky uphill battle for them to unseat the DPS on the high ground. This Echo Tracer combo has been pounding into them game after game after game. That has been the story of the two maps that their opponents have won. The two maps that they've lost all along. So Dorado, I mean, it's going to be tricky. I'll put it that way. I'm going to be really curious seeing what they elect to play here, because Ramatras are darn sight harder. You don't really have the easy access to the high grounds. Your rotates are incredibly slow, predictable. So your opponents are going to have a really easy time trying to figure out exactly how to counterplay you. At least they're starting out on the defense, I believe, are the Pumpkins. So have a bit of an easier time contesting Cart, just playing those super long sight lines as defenders, not really having to go for anything proactive. Ushi's Daycare, though, they have to be licking their lips because they know that this could be where they find their victory.
I think it's worth noting, Pumpkins have played Winston already today. They didn't look good on it, per se, but they decided to come out on it. So maybe Blizzard World just was really their crux map, where they really just didn't know what to do, and they knew Blizzard World has... They got a little bit of high ground on Blizzard World's A and B. Maybe we can run Winston and be all right at it. That wasn't how that turned out. But going into Dorado...
If I were them at least, and I saw that Winston comp, I would be running away from it, is all I'm going to say.
I gotta think that they're bringing us to Dorado for a reason, right? Like, they've got to know the risks coming to Dorado, because this is for, an extra win going into the postseason, right? You want to be 9-0 going into the postseason. That would all but surely lock up the 1 seed for the postseason playoffs. Ushi's Daycare, they're so close to getting this, though, and they have to know the risks, right? They are running a risk by picking Dorado. And if it pays off, if it doesn't pay off, we're not sure yet. But I got to think that they've got something up their sleeve, right? It just seems insane that they would come here and put themselves at such a heavy handicap.
Only time will tell, but sometimes they might have a bit of a pocket strat, is all I can really think of. Because as you mentioned, yeah, it does kind of seem insane they're going here. Starting out on the attack, so apologies if anyone was misled earlier. From the defense, of course, we are seeing exactly the standard, exactly what we've seen before, and it has been working out for Ushi's Daycare. Now, I kind of argue more often than not. I think where it's been competitive, it has been close, but Ushi's Daycare are always able to squeak out the wins. When it isn't competitive, Pumpkins do feel like an unstoppable force. I mean, what they're seeing in Spawn now, this could be real, actually, but we haven't really seen it before. I don't want to get baited, so I'm going to, reserve judgment until we get down to 5-10 seconds, but Ushi's Daycare going to have a little bit of a hard time contesting payload. So if the Emperor JC decides to go Tracer and stay on the objective, then it could be a tricky Ushi's Daycare to try and contest. But it looks like this Doomfist is real, this Echo is real, this Dive is real. They're looking to contest for the high grounds. The comp we have not yet seen. We'll see if Pumpkins have anything in them.
Winston is the pick here into the Junker Queen for Pumpkins. Right now, it's Emperor just, kind of pushing the cart. They know somebody's up on that high ground and that it's probably vibing up there. Able to blink away from the Winston, and they get this push up to the first choke point here on Dorado. The Winston jumps up to the high ground. Is in a little bit of a precarious position in the face of the Junker Queen here, and gets the cleanse from Teddy. Can they finish off this Winston? The DPS passive doing so much to deny the healing, but they can't get in there and finish the job. Fizzy, pay attention to that ult charge. Already 95% to duplicate here for the Pumpkins, and it doesn't even matter as Palos burns down Skiller. Fizzy taken down by Vibing. This fight is over.
And that situation was so good for the Pumpkins. They take away pretty much every angle of the Daycare, but all they need to do then is not overstep. Unfortunately, Skiller just goes a foot out of line, and because of that, of the Daycare over to the Diva now. I mean, it makes some sense. Wants a little bit more survivability, a little bit less punching power. We'll see if Skiller can make this new hero sing third tank, I believe, that he's piloted all series long.
Here we go. I mean, a big difference right now for me is this Mercy, the pocket onto Fizzy and Palos. I've seen a lot of differences between pocketed versus non-pocketed Ashe, and it's Teddy under so much pressure, but Empty is able to cut down Fizzy already. Now Vibing has to use the recall, but I mean, the fight's already over. 2 people are dead for Pumpkins.
Yeah, it's looking really rough for them right now. Halfway in, and we haven't really seen an elimination yet from the Pumpkins. Just can't really find a particular key to open this lock right now. They get up to 5 ultimates. Pumpkins, the same as almost the case, but without that sound barrier, this Rampage is going to be absolutely free to whatever it wishes. And Empty has been so damn strong all series, and you have to be terrified about that if you are the Pumpkins. I mean, you kind of need a perfect dive from Emperor, or maybe damage resistant stickies, at the very least from Fizzy M. So far, we just haven't been seeing it. They're so scared of these pressure. It's damage.
Engage for this fight is going to be the Kitsune rushes from both sides, and they're able to find more Re-Rigs out first. Duplicate out from Fizzy, cuts down Septune, gets the Rampage off. Skiller finds Empty with the self-destruct, and the Pumpkins begin to roll 3 minutes in.
I mean, they do chuck 3 ultimates at the problem, though, so it was by no means cheap. Ushi's Daycare did trade in a couple of their own, but they're going to be more or less comfortable with that hold. To 3 minutes off the time bank, and a pretty decent ult trade too. Pumpkin's going to struggle to get back into this next fight with just a Pulsum and a Valkyrie. Valkyrie may be the stronger of the 2 ults, but can do absolutely nothing into what Ushi's Daycare have prepped. JC kind of has to get a pulse stick early, and so far just on the payload, way too far to get anything going.
You see Vibing jump down there to try and put some pressure on the back line, and the pressure is there in spades. Both supports dead for Pumpkins, and Ushi's Daycare established themselves.
Yeah, most dominantly too. And getting the payload stuck in this archer is going to make it incredibly hard for Pumpkins to walk. Ushi's Daycare don't have those really long range hit scans like a Cassidy or a Sojourn to make this especially painful, but they can still more than leverage this choke. So it's going to have to be a Herculean undertaking to try and crack this point open.
Ghost Shout is out from Empty, but with Palos going down to the dive, they're going to throw out the Rampage, and it's going to actually be all right. You can't heal Fizzy. Can they get rid of the Echoes? They can't. More Re-Rigs burned down by Fizzy. Fizzy for 2.
Fizzy. I mean, that's fantastic value from the Echo. Finally, we're seeing why the Mercy Pocket's invested in some. Yeah, eventually goes down, but there's a res there pretty summarily. And has now been able to charge into the duplicate. The nuke is now online as well. It's Teddy, just a quick second away from charging into that Kitsune rush as well. There's been a stabilization for Pumpkins off the back of Fizzy, who has been quiet up until now, but putting his name in the feed in a huge way. Ushi's Daycare now the ones who have to struggle to re-engage.
Pretty close in the ultimate economy right now for both of these teams, as Vibing is trying to find some damage up on this high ground, trying to get that DPS passive rolling a little bit as Fizzy throws out the duplicate on it to Junker Queen. Carnage going to whiff a little bit as the self-destruct comes out from Skiller. Emperor is able to take down Vibing in the backline in the Tracer duel, and even though the sound barrier out from more Re-Rigs, I mean, right now Pumpkins are well in control.
That they most definitely are. More Ricks falling, not the way you want to start these fight off, but this battle now begins anew.
Yeah, the Kitsune rushes out as Empty returns to the fight. Septune goes down, and I mean, they're going to dive and try to jump on top of Vibing.
Yeah, no heals. Lucius back.
They've got the duplicate out from Palos, so now they have some sort of support, and Empty is able to cut down Odin, and Palos loses the duplicate there from the... But, I mean, the trades keep coming through. Emperor finds 2. Palos is still in the backline, and it's a 2 versus 2. Skiller, so low, does not have a self-destruct if they lose the mech, and they do. Palos and Vibing keep this fight going, and it's now a Tracer duel. Vibing has to use the recall, and as Lucio returns, Emperor escapes.
Closer spawns there was the difference between life and death for Ushi's Daycare. 20 seconds now, and that same could be said about the Pumpkins, but in reverse. They do have some ults online. Nuke almost there. Valkyrie basically is. But against this Rampage, it has been a little bit quieter here on Dorado, but it could still yet spell the end of the Pumpkins. 10 seconds left to go. Overtime.
Rampage in the bank, but it's going to be rough. to hit a good one here. It's going to only hit Fizzy, which is fine because they don't have a cleanse. And Palos finds the follow-up perfectly. Skiller for 2! Skiller for 2, the remech and the bomb find 1, and it's a 2 versus 3 right now. Can they find Palos? They can't get it done. Palos so low but stays alive. The cleanse is picture perfect. They have the duplicate. They've got the Diva. The HP no longer a problem. And Emperor so close to the pulse bomb, not going to get it done. Ushi's Daycare hold on B.
We will not see the 3rd point of Dorado here. But will this also be where the journey stops for the Pumpkins? Buck obviously stops here for the attack of the Daycare. But will they be able to reach it? Only time will tell. Really stalled out by those closer spawns. They're not able to take a clean fight while the Pumpkins, so instead Daycare was able to consistently get back to the objective when it was truly necessary. And it was such a great attempt at a clutch for Emperor JC, but unfortunately his team just not there, just not living long enough to supplant their opponents. So yeah, right outside of second point, just 1.5 meters away from finishing it, but just not enough in the end. Final round now of the EU, or EMEA, sorry, Masters tier tournament. Mid-tier, or mid-season one, got there in the end. But it's been so damn intense so far. It's been so close between these two teams in a game that I thought would go 3-0, as well as more than a couple off the desk. I mean, has gone the full Monty. Every map possible played, and a lot of distance in all of them as well. I mean, Palos especially, 3 deaths on the Echo, that is incredibly tricky to bring. Definitely for me, the standout player on Daycare. On the other side of things, I mean, it has to be Emperor JC, right? Who has been the one who's been putting the frags in the feed, who's been making it competitive when it looks so one-sided for the Daycare. Attacking again with his Junker Queen, Pumpkin starting on the Winston to try and stop them.
Here we go. The final round begins. We will crown a champion in just a few minutes. Empty is in this fight convincingly right now. Has to escape for the time being to go back and help in the face of Skiller and the Winston. You see over there, Palos trying to jump on. I couldn't quite see who was on that high ground, but Fizzy, under so much pressure, gets the cleanse, so the DPS passive is not that big of an issue, but with more Rerix dead, the go button is hit for Pumpkins. They put the fight away.
That they do. That's first fight through. That's 45 seconds. That got more than a little bit scary for the Pumpkins, more than a couple times. They're going to have to continue this balancing act, never falling off the tightrope, else this first point could go past pretty quickly. This Winston's so vulnerable to the Queen, they had to be expecting it.
One more time, Fizzy trying to put these tri-shots to use. Finding a little bit of damage there as the sticky grenades go a little bit short, but they're able to take down more Rerix again. Fizzy trying to burn down the Curie. They can't do it, and they take down Skiller. Fizzy, 96% to the duplicate, but they can't get it off. They're just falling over here. They're so close, they're so low, but they stay alive, and they keep fighting.
Septune went down to about 30 HP there, but a timely teleport was able to keep him in the fight, keep him topped up. And because of that, Ushi's Daycare able to take the first point. There should be enough time to recontest for the Pumpkins as long as Skiller doesn't go down early here.
Duplicate onto the Winston. Fizzy opting for the Lucio. We've seen that once before. Close to the sound barrier here. It could be 2 of them for the Pumpkins here in the face of the Kitsune Rush. As Septune falls, so does the rest of the team. 2 sound barriers is just too much for Ushi's Daycare to take care of.
Yeah, coming back with the ultimates online, and yeah, Pumpkin's able to get a stabilization. And I know I spent a lot of this cast talking about this matchup, but I'll say it again. No beat for the Rampage that's coming online. So, ult advantage here most definitely for the Daycare. Pumpkins are going to have to out-sustain it using just this Primal Rage. Not even a Pulse Bomb to bring to bear otherwise. I mean, all the pressure's onto Skiller. If he doesn't have a generational performance, you know, making even Fearless back in the day, then we are not going to see Pumpkins winning out this fight. It has to be Skiller.
Here we go, Skiller engaging onto the backline. A headshot there from Septune as the sound barrier comes out from more Rerix, already torn through by the Pumpkins. The Rampage is out. They don't have a cleanse. It hits Teddy, and Teddy is all alone on a mini health pack, and buried by Vibing. The follow-up is picture perfect from Vibing, and now they hit the aggression for Ushi's Daycare. Fizzy falls, and the dominoes collapse 1 by 1.
Oh, very similar to what we saw out of Ushi's Daycare, and to be honest, I thought this at some points came closer. Just some still here to be cleaned up, and I'm not sure I'm a massive fan of this if I am the Pumpkins. Yeah, it's much more valuable in my opinion to burn some time bank here. I'd rather get the refight as quickly as possible, but Emperor JC sacrifices his body to the time bank. Ushi's Daycare get the first point unlocked, and it's going to be in the next 3 minutes that we have our new mid-season CGL champion, folks. It could go either way. This is a tight game. The duplicate for Paolo is likely going to be the engaged for the Daycare.
Vibing, stalking, building up to this pulse bomb. Palos has already built up to their duplicate and throws it on to the Winston. Already gone though, so no Primal Rage there for the Echo. And Palos! Once again, the first bloods from Palos come through! Vibing on this high ground is able to get away from Fizzy. They take down Teddy!
Yeah, this is a catastrophic mistake from the Pumpkins. Because they didn't have full 5 there, then they weren't able to get a proper hold on that high ground. Remember, Emperor JC contesting the first cap there. Huge mistake from them. We'll see if they're able to stabilize it, because it has to be 2 minutes now of perfect Overwatch. They are not allowed a single slip up, else Ushi's Daycare will steal the finals away.
He comes away from Septune, throws out the Kitsune Rush. Fizzy is on a Junker Queen right now. The sound barrier keeps this Junker Queen duplicate rolling. Not going to be able to quite get the Rampage though, so Fizzy's duplicate fades away, but they take down the Septune. It's a trade, and Vibing is pushing the cart. This is just free cart pushes Palos.
Yeah,
2 more kills.
He's getting the objective.
They keep the point rolling. They're all so low. They have to throw out the Primal Rage. They have to keep investing, else they fall over. The Primal Rage fades away. Palos, half HP, able to not get away from Fizzy, and that was so much given up.
They spent pretty much everything though, and right now Ushi's Daycare have 3 ultimates they have to bring to bear.
Ooh.
I don't know how you're expected to get this fight, and a trade is probably advantageous for Pumpkins. Teddy is going to be respawned a hell of a lot faster than Vibing. That's pretty much the only thing looking up right now for them.
There's 2 ultimates ready to go on the side of Ushi's Daycare. Rampage is out. It's Colossal. JC does not have a recall, and Odin does not have life. Killer falls, and the Ushi's Daycare are going to do what everybody thought that they could not do. There's going to be a touch from Teddy, but 1 minute to go, and Ushi's Daycare knock out the favorites. They are your CGL EU Masters mid-season champions.
Pumpkins coming into this game having not lost a map, and they leave it as second place, runners up just enough, because Ushi's Daycare, they brought the heat. First matchup, I believe, between these 2 teams, and it is an absolute upset for the ages. Palos, I mean, has to be the MVP. I got to get that out here early. Was fantastic on the Echo every time going on the hero. So many early picks. Died early, basically never. Every duplicate it felt like was judicious. And it was, I think, the DPS that were the real difference makers here. Vibing as well. Was able to run rings around the Pumpkins. I mean, not always finding all the eliminations, but the off-angle pressure was crazy. Skilled sent by Odin just weren't able to do enough there. Pumpkins had to spend so many ults all the way towards the end of that Dorado, and in the end, it was just the ult pressure of Ushi's Daycare that was able to get the victory. But man, that came so a game we were treated to a absolute banquet for the eyes, Fletch. And I, for one, am so glad that we were invited to feast.
Yeah, man. That pulse bomb, it didn't even stick. I mean, that pulse bomb is what locked up the game there. It locked up that fight. And, you know, Vibing did go down, right? But the side of Ushi's Daycare was just, they were just ready. They were just ready to follow up. I'm speechless at how well that Ushi's Daycare played with their backs against the wall. I mean, nobody thought that they could get this done. As we see here, Vibing versus Emperor JC, and I mean, it's so close. Vibing died more, had a little more damage, a couple more elims, but I mean, the Tracer duel was definitely, I think, the closest. What's up?
Yeah, I think between these two, I would just take Emperor JC just because of the deaths, but I think that's maybe not entirely representative of the series. I think that Emperor JC also had a very strong series overall, but I mean, there was plenty of other players in the server. Palos, just fantastic.
Yeah, I think Palos is my standout. And, you know, we're going to cut to the desk here in just a little bit, and they're going to crown an MVP, I believe. I would be hard-pressed to think that it's not Palos. I mean, obviously, First Blood, it's not a stat that we have in Overwatch that we can go look at because the fights happen so consecutively. But you got to be hard-pressed to think that Palos didn't get the First Blood in like 40% of the fights. Maybe even more. I mean, the consistency which Palos found those sticky grenades and then the focusing beam, it's insane. Nobody should be able to get away with that much when the team that you're playing against has such pedigree as the Pumpkins has had throughout this season so far. So for Palos to take advantage of the talent that, for Ushi's Daycare to take advantage of the talent that the Pumpkins have, I mean, you just gotta tip my hat. I don't have a hat, but if I had a hat, I'd tip it.
Yeah, that's all we can really say about that, I think. And again, I don't want to, extend a fig leaf to Pumpkins, who did also play a fantastic series. When it came to playing the matchup that they were favored on, playing that Ramatra, then it looked like they were world beaters. They looked genuinely that they could have been the tier up. But as it stands, these more vertical compositions, the more, wide open maps were their kryptonite, and they were rightly punished for this. Ushi's Daycare, the perfect team to exploit that weaknesses with DPS like Palos, and as well like Vibing, who were able to exploit that. But as it stands, 3-2 to Ushi's Daycare. Who could have expected this?
Yeah, ice in the veins for Ushi's Daycare, but you know who does not have any ice? All 5 of us. We all picked wrong. We're going to cut to our desk here, and we're going to talk about this series and how we were all dead wrong.
Oh boy. Well, that was certainly the hyper banger of a day. Yeah, we are all airballs here. Holy cow. I mean, nobody saw this coming.
Yeah.
Nobody saw this coming. The stunned silence of the desk as that last fight went down. I mean, we were screaming, and then it just happened. Welcome back, nerds. We are back on the desk here. Chef Billy to Try Hard Raid, and so have Denim. Yeah. I
got Specitron's hat eat for him because I know he doesn't have one ready, so I'll start eating the hat. You keep going, Billy. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead and eat the hat. Ray is no longer showing his face as he is in shame right now. I am here because, I mean, what great Overwatch just went down. I mean, against all odds. The Ushi's Daycare just absolutely smacked the snot out of the Pumpkins there on Dorado. Honestly, they should have won it on point A. If they would have invested one more ultimate in that first fight, they should have won it on point A. But as it stands, they got it to right outside the refinery there and gets it done. But man, I mean, what a journey to get here. Sam, I'm going to start with you being the EU specialist here. What is your major takeaway here from this Ushi's Daycare team? What do you think changed in their minds? What do you think worked so well for them that they take the grand final?
I think there's 2 things that I've taken away from this, and we were kind of discussing it off screen there. Number 1, Ushi's Daycare absolutely leveled up. Taking the reverse sweep from plates who they lost to previously, and now stealing not just the maps, but the full game from Pumpkins tells me that they are putting in the work ethic going into this first half. That's the first thing I've learned, with the second thing being, look, we may not know the full meta right now, but clearly the meta for at least EU is play what you know and what you are good at. Because I had a lot of reservations watching them lock in Junker Queen the entire game, but map after map, Ushi's Daycare just proved to me that, look, this is what we're good at. We're just going to make these pieces work because we're good at them, and they showed it. They showed that that's what wins you games.
Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely, Ray. I mean, I know that you were just as stunned as I am. We questioned the Genji. We questioned the usage of the Genji, and when they swapped to Genji, but, I mean, it all ended up working out. I want your final thoughts here on what we just saw there from Ushi's Daycare, because when they were bad, they got absolutely decimated, but when they were on, it was magic.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It was a tale of so many different maps. Like Saravasa, it's like, what was that? Like Ushi's just got absolutely rolled on that map, but then you come back and they just go have that crazy comeback on New Queen Street, and then it just felt like, as we're watching Dorado unfold, it never felt like the map was ever out of their control. They always felt it was firmly in their place. It was ridiculous, and I got to give huge shout outs to Palas, especially because, like I said, we questioned the Genji, but when they were on the Echo, hoo-wee, that was something.
I mean, and Fizzy was actually beating Palos to the duplicate time and time again, but it was the better execution of those duplicates that I think really turns some of those fights, especially here on New Queen Street when we saw the duplicate Death Blossom that completely broke the Camel's back. I mean, went in and just absolutely won the fight. I mean, look at this. They were 94 meters with 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Then everything seemed to change.
I think you nailed most of it to me, Billy, is the choices that were made, right? These kind of micro decisions, because there were those moments of like, who are we duplicating? Who are we focusing out here that really caused the Pumpkins a lot of the stress that Ushi's Daycare was able to capitalize on. The calling from target selection for Pumpkins just kind of looked like they were a little bit all over the place, but Ushi's Daycare knew exactly who they wanted to focus out, and everybody hit their shots for that target. They did not move on until they knew that target was confirmed.
There was so much going on. I had a hilarious moment here where we saw Skiller throw out this right here. The blink into the Reback death for vibing was one of the funniest deaths of the day. But in the end, I think that decision making here from Ushi's Daycare and being decisive with their ultimates is what wins them the series. In the end, the Rampages were absolutely gank Guardshuin all day long.
Agreed.
And you know what, folks? It takes us now to who we think the best player was of the grand finals. We're going to take it from the winning team, and it was pretty unanimous. We heard from Spectrian. I'm going to just tell you who it is. It's Palos, but we all have different reasons why. I'm going to start with you, Ray. Why do you think Palos is our MVP here?
For me, we have the ability to, look at these stats as we're going and being able to just watch the match unfold. And it was just ridiculous. The amount of, duels he would win on the Echo. Also being able, like you mentioned, the more decisive when it came to the duplicates. And then even if we go back even further to Blizzard World, when they went for their second push and things were looking rough, Sava's just like, I don't know if I agree with this, but they're playing for the blade. And when it came out, it came through.
Sam, I want to get your thoughts as we're taking a look here at Vibing versus Emperor JC. I know we're talking of Palos, but I mean, they're on the last map. It was literally two kills and like a couple thousand damage difference. But I mean, look at Palos here on Dorado. This is insane. 11 final blows on 29 eliminations. Almost 14k damage, and that's only on 2 points for attack and defense.
Yeah, much like Ray, I also have eyes, and while I wasn't necessarily using them for stats, it was hard to not look at that kill feed and just see how impactful Palos was when anytime he was involved. I mean, that was arguably the main reason where Pumpkins found their success, is they would shut down Palos, they would deny the Genji, and they would force them to do something else. Thankfully, Palos eventually did get warmed up onto the Echo and found just a myriad of success, but it was very clear that all that shot calling and all that teamwork came down to Palos just making sure they completed those kills and getting those final blows.
I think that's something that we were also noticing is that there wasn't a Lucio for the Pumpkins there.
Yeah.
On Dorado. So I mean, there was the ability to disengage from some of those fights. And I think that's why they survived. They had the extra survivability with the sound barrier, with the amp speed to get out of those fights. So, man, I mean, it's an upset to say the least. It was fantastic. Giving you an update on the Flexodiacs and the iPlay match. It is 63-63 on the second submap. They're on Lijiang, and Flexodiacs took the first submap. So
actually,
that was a couple minutes ago. Yeah.
To give another update, it is currently 1-1. They're on the third submap, and it is 99 to 58% and climbing right now.
All right. So that is over on CGL 2. If you have a minute to kind of spare, go over and watch that on there. We will be back in about half an hour, gentlemen, before our next matchup.
Approximately.
It's going to be the NA Grand or the NA Masters division. It's going to be Galactica versus YE Inera, and that'll be from 6 p.m. EST. So let's see, it'll be 4 hours ahead in Europe. So 10 o'clock BST. It'll be 5 o'clock Eastern here. So we'll be back in about half an hour to set up the second match. But don't go away. We'll be back with more of Championship Sunday when we come back.
Good morning, noon, night, or evening. It's CGL Lowlights, episode 2. Today we're going to be covering... Oh, it's Team 1 and Team 2 on the overlay this time. Today we're going to be covering Team Hex versus Ball Mafia, but it doesn't look like we've put their names into the overlay, so we're just Team 1 and Team 2, which is not helpful. Ball Mafia starting off in red. Antarctic Peninsula is a bit of a rare pick for a team that wants to play Wrecking Ball. You know, I could have possibly figured out without going through the team rosters that maybe the team that's playing Wrecking Ball could have been assumed to be Ball Mafia. I am, however, not an intelligent man. Oh my goodness, look at this. What a beautiful pass here on Mick Rommel. Grab him in with the knife. Bam, second from Agapito. You're coming over here, baby. It does cause the dynamite to miss, unfortunately. Is this gonna be a coach gun kill? Ah, this is the I can't be bothered to aim at this particular kill. That is essentially the coach gun kill. Wow. Mick takes so many boops here. I just want to watch him get absolutely blasted around. The Overwatch 1 tank experience. Now for Sojourns. No, please don't let Mick... Oh, no. Almost allowed to burn to death and having to use the recall. Guys, come on. My comms, my awareness. Wait, what even hits you here? You get hit by something else. Are you... Oh, I see. You're in LOS of the Ash as well. That's so sad. Anime fight. Oh no. One shotgun to end them all. Oh yeah. This seems to be a poorly considered fight. Wait for 1v3 on the point while all of this is happening. Me when I wonder where the entire team has gone. Over here, of course. Ellie's just respawned. That Bob would be waiting around the other side. Wait, does Bob give the healing trauma debuff because he's a DPS? Oh, he might do. Not that it's relevant as there's no healers around, but science demands to know. Speculative Bob demands a speculative pulse bomb. Oh, no. Okay, look at that. Look at the maneuver from Aero. But one good movement tech deserves another. It's time to fill up the Mercy's vision with Moira. Wait, can you body block the flight here? Well, you body blocked enough. That's quite cruel, actually. You have to just go to Rommel. You don't want to go to Rommel. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're too far away. We were uncoordinated in our push.
Protecting.
Oh. I mean, you really wanted to go to the enemy trace. Oh, they're so far away. Damn. Wait, Agapito's a bit of a warrior. Oh, never mind. Warrior down. Oh. You've made a bunch of fucky wuckies here. To begin with, there's been nothing to force out their Suzu. And also, there's no real reason for you to fight in this Kitsune Rush. And yet here we are, attempting to fight in the Kitsune Rush. Unless somehow Balbox manages to miss the Suzu again. Which... surely they won't. The preemptive Suzu does mean the Aero gets hit. It's only 48% though, not the end of the world here for Ball Mafia. Mafia. You can tell that I'm British. In the Mafia? No, we're the Mafia. Oh, Henry, fetch me my pocketbook. I need to go and make a deal with the Mafia. Oh, they want Aero so bad. Wait, I did not know you could stand on top of this thing. The stealth is so oh, okay. Things have gone severely wrong. This is a wild place for a Junker Queen to be. And a wild reason to be there, honestly. Oh no, there's no safety. There are enemies on all fronts. Oh no, wait. Did Rommel just eat all of these missed stickies? You thought that the stickies missed Ellie, but no, they were simply a setup for our boy Rommel to dive on in and take the damage. That's the kind of thing that I've begun to expect from Rommel. This is one way to feed support ult charge. Get yourself a DPS who cares, like Rommel. I just realized that your name might actually be Micro Mel. I kind of assumed it was Mick Rommel, but it might be Micro Mel or Mick Rom-L. Actually, you know, I'm falling down. Or my Crommel. No, I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Focus up, like day. Where was that pulse bomb? Show me the location of the pulse bomb. Oh, is this just a limp throwing arm? Ah. Yeah, unfortunately backing off a little bit too far. Oh, that would have been a badass stick. Those stickies got some real value. Where's the bob gone? Wait, don't tell me the bob's in. The bob's in here with the mines. Come on, guy. The most zoned area you've ever seen. Mike is just going to be bodyguarded for a while from Bob.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
It's the kind of security you need as head of Blizzard Entertainment.
Mercy.
What? I'm going to assume this was just a copy to survive kind of deal.
Adaptive circuit.
Is it though? Well, it certainly did allow a couple of seconds of survival. It may have made things substantially worse. What happened to this one? Well, there are so many tales of weird dynamites. Oh, okay, that's Amsu messing up theirs and hitting the door. It's a zoning dynamite. Wait, can this burn you? Yes. Just blow it up before you get there, man. Okay, the self-dynamite. There from Agapito. Aha, you ain't going out of this door, boys. This is a great minefield. Where do you go? You go into Careless. Does Careless know? Careless, I've set them up for you. Choco? Okay, Choco is aware. Oh, God, they always use the Bob Minefield Crunch, man. It is yet to work, though. This is the Bull Mafia special move. The mine's out, bring out Bob to whack someone. I guess goes in for a little bit of a peeky here. Yeah. Sees dazed. Boom. It's my time to shine. Unfortunately, goes mostly for shin shots rather than headshots. Which is a slight sadness. They just not realize. Ah, we're cooking a little bit of an ambush, are we? Tracer versus Tracer. This should be Peek's advantage to Ramel, but... Wow, Dazed is on it. Valorant player over here. And doesn't use the recall. Still doesn't use the recall. You did have it, right? Yep. You got to take your advantages where you have them, team. So many beautiful Moira skins, and yet you decide to use this one. Still no fade, 0 HP. You're donezo, mate. Right? Yeah. However, Dazed still dies. My beautiful entry. What happened to it? Let me lock in on the Lucio. Okay. Was Ellie also just filling a head full of lead? Those nanoparticles, they do hurt, don't they? Oh, wait, no. I don't know what killed this Dazed. They do just get random 2-tapped by some Cheerios. This is a very risky beat, admittedly. Oh, yeah, I don't think that Ellie would be able to get that punch off if not for the... if not for the Doomfist assist. Oh, that's quite upsetting, actually. Yeah, come with Cheerios. Oh, no. Wait, revenge? Vengeance arc? Wait. Haven't you lose the pulse bomb as well? Damn, okay. This poison dart frog is fueled by vengeance. Out in the wilds, this poison dart frog has recently seen its mate be attacked and killed by a British predator. And now, it engages in the dance of vengeance, hoping to secure the kill. Humiliation is given over, and so our story continues. Alright, easy touch here. Oh, a tracer duel. Oh, they appear to be walking by each other. Okay, easy peasy. Huh? Guys? Are you... Oh, I guess you go to touch and then Ellie just body blocks? They can't make it... Oh, no. What a beautiful body block from Ellie. Well, now we got to go over to the point. Oh, they want Battle Box. They want Battle Box real bad. Wait, the fucking orb. Dude. Oh, it's such a cruel ability, man. It feels like Satan just has a little sniff of your taint and decides that's enough. I finally got into cover, hiding from a solar wall, but no. The orb says that it's time to die. Oh, it's so sad. Does Daze just drop out of the high ground? Too scared of Ramel. I don't know if they're aware what's going on back here. Oh my god, yeah, dropping out of the high ground might not have been ideal. Oh no. Oh no. Yes! One for the soldier players. A rocket to the ankles. It's what they deserve. Oh no. What a rough time. Just the Moira healing the Sojourn through all of this is so sad. Oh, average tank experience. Ramel is about to get themselves another pulse on. Oh no, not the tiny room, guys. This is about to be a kitchen nightmare. Oh, they've used Wraith as well. It's a kitchen nightmare. Unless you stick this corner here, which surely you will not do. Well, that'll do. At least he's getting out of the way this time. The 2v1 should not be... Oh, please don't get a kill in the 2v1. Guys, just leave them. Just leave them. There's a Mega in there. No! No, Agapito, it's a bait. It's a bait. My young, stupid frog. Below ground Cole is having a bit of a suffer right now. Oh no, and while the Cole is fading over to try and do better here, the Reaper dies. Boo. No. Oh, we're... It's like, I'm coming. I'm coming, team. Not anymore, you ain't. Oh no. Wait, the cover behind the rail? It's all good? It's all good? Choco thinking as thin as they can? Wait, how do they escape this? Do you just fade and you, like, go behind? Oh, my goodness. Stealth 100? And they can't... The Cole can't get them. The Cole can't get them through the side. My 100% stealth Moira. You've taken them to the shops, mate. You've taken them to the shops. Oh, the fade in as well. Ramel takes this 200% of the time. After a fade in and the missed orb, my goodness, you are donezo, mate. Oh, where's that orb going, bruv? Where is that orb going? Homie didn't cook shit. Legendary in spirit. Okay, big volley here. Oh, fully eaten. Oh my. This is a big commit. Should be a kill there. Wait, the hoodwink? The hoodwink? Oh, never mind. One of my favorite things about watching Wrecking Ball is that the Wrecking Ball ragdoll is always very funny. Especially with the sunglasses. He just flops over. Oh no. Where is Hobie going? Hobie's going to space. Oh. Is this what you wanted? God, he's still going. Bro's flying. He's having a great time. You're about to have a significantly worse time. Goodbye. Ramel recalls back into their secret spot. Ah, directly into the defense matrix. Unforge. My defense. My defense. No. Ah, they get distracted. Everyone else is too busy out here doing miscellaneous shit. Okay. Oh, and Ellie still gets the... Okay, question is, how many mines do you think you've cleared, Amsu? Let's find out. Oh, are you sending the Bob to clear the mines? It puts him on high ground. Oh, it's a masterpiece. An absolute masterclass of tactical. He's going to take out the... My mine clearing Bob. Unbelievable value. And then Lace is going to push him over to the side. Okay. That's a dub. That's wild. I feel like, what do we do about this slowly inching forward Bob? Third point it is. Let's go next. Wait, what happens here? You just go too far out the door. Sometimes you just strafe in a straight line. Target acquired, baby. Oh, do we blink into the boop? Do they blink into the active boop hitbox and die? Let me slow this one down. How low are you? Oh, 19 HP. Yeah, the boop does 20 damage. So I'm pretty sure we see like a boop come out from Lazy. They just blink into it. Oh. Has Ellie been having some trouble grabbing this Mega? No, there it is. What? But why? I demand an answer why. Oh. Nice tech, little value. It's always the Cheerios, man. It's always the Cheerios. Do not peek Velucio. Velucio will destroy you. My goodness. I guess that was like a dink and possibly a headshot coming through from Careless as well. I don't think you can win this on the Kitsune Rush. Okay, this is a very silly thing to do. In what is going to be a 2 versus 4 hopping in and giving the Kitsune Rush. I think they just do it for second ATP as well. Like, surely you can see that... Oh, this is 2 versus 5. Oh, the TP with the Suzu as well. Going into the Kitsune Rush. The Kitsune Rush is not even going down the road. The Kitsune Rush is going to go up this path. Yeah, this is Dunzo, boys. And that is map 5. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you so much to our editor, Intel. And thank you so much to C
Memories. Memories.
Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. Feel my heart, it's beat tight. Oh, my body's breathing, it's just you and me. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's free fall. I'm so caught in this, we're so lost deep in it, can't stop. I'm forever the one you call. Let's
welcome back. It's a brand new season of CGL.
This is just an absolute treat. These players are so damn good.
The talent on these teams is undeniable. Everybody on every team right now is making plays.
It's going to be an exciting start to the season, and it'll just get better from here on out.
We're about to step to a whole new era of Overwatch esports. So much exciting action is happening here on CGL that you do not want to miss.
Look who's starting it all off. It's Raven. No one necessarily figure out what is the right way to go just yet.
What a nice roll through. It's just gonna solidify everything within those.
Does come back, and Arsario gets the mech, but I don't need a mech. I'll kill 4 anyway.
This is just a highlight reel for Arsario right now.
They're making a statement in the EU Masters here.
This patch is still incredibly fresh. There's so much to learn, so much to change about the way we play the game.
NKC, but the shatter is colossal.
Let's get it going.
Trades keep coming through. Lores, you're going to be able to find these shots true.
Idu on the overclock with 2.
Here comes the Nanoblade immediately comes back to find skills, slicing and dicing their way through 2-3. So back and forth.
All right, welcome back, my goobers. We are now here on to the third game of the game. Give you guys a quick update. iPlay has taken Suravasa over on CGL2 in the NA Open PC. They were down 2-0 to Flexodiacs, and now they have taken Suravasa. The Flashpoint has gone their way. They won it 3-1. So that game is definitely going for maybe a reverse sweep incoming. Back with a new face here, welcoming Dex onto the desk with us. Dex, how you doing, my friend?
Man, I am doing good. Really excited for the rest of the night here, and we have a great game to start here.
We do. I mean, this is going to be Galactica versus Anenra. I can finally say it the right way. Anenra, Megalast, and Shadowfaker are going to be on the call. And we will see what goes down with that. It's still another story of an underdog upstart trying to take down an undefeated, including maps, team in Galactica. And Ray, we all got debated by Ushi's daycare. Tell me what your thoughts on this one are, my friend.
So during our little break in between these matches, me and Sam over here, Sav, we're looking over, like, okay, let's do a little research in this game. We're looking. We're like, uh-oh. This feels very similar to the last game that we all just got wrong. And we're like, even Dex comes in, he's like, y'all are just scarred, man. Like, yeah, we are, okay? We are scarred.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to look at, history repeats. We all know that. But it's really hard not to look at possibly history repeating again when you look at a lot of the other conditions that got set up for this.
All right, well, Dex, now that you're here, you're into the realm. We might be a little bit weary, might be a little bit gun shy here, but I mean, taking a look at the two teams, I mean, one team is clearly favored of the other. We're now in the North America though, so give me your thoughts. What do you think the keys to win for both of these teams are going to be going into this grand final?
I mean, the keys for me, I mean, we used to focus a lot on the tank, and you still do, but again, it's starting to become more and more the DPS now need to start to carry a little bit more in that mid-fight to late-fight thing rather than the tank just kind of picking up and carrying it all the way through here. And I was able to go back and just watch snippets of Galactic's semifinal game here, and their DPS line looked very, very affordable here. They had I forget the name of the player, but they just played Echo basically the entire series and found so much value on it there that I feel like that's kind of what we're going to be looking at here in this one here. Just the DPS, are they going to be able to stay hot? And if they aren't, I mean, who's going to have to pick up the slack there? Yeah, it's going to have to be the tank, but will the supports also have to get in will the supports also have to start picking up that slack, throwing themselves in that kill feed as well?
Sure, and we just saw what happens when a really good person that understands how to play Echo's kit, Palos, just completely turned the game around with that hero. But we're going to see how we got to this road. here in the NA Masters region. This is how we ended up being here. Mythos Hydra getting 3-0'd by Enenra. Galactica, once again, not losing a singular map all throughout their road to the grand finals here. They have also not lost one in the regular season. So, I mean, on paper, basically what we had last time except for the reverse sweep. That's the only difference between our previous grand final and this one, is that Enenra, they're coming in on a wave of momentum going up against this Galactica team. We'll see it goes down. So let's talk about it. Let's take a look at said rosters here. As soon as Hippie can get that up for us, we will take a look at that. And I mean, here's the Galactica lineup: Redemption, Gyro Dog, or Euro Dog. I'm not sure if they say it the right way or not. Revenge, Kenku, and Verbo are your Galactica lineup. And Ray, what sticks out here for you?
I think it's going to be the support line, Kenku and Verbo. Extremely talented. I mean, we saw how important it was in that previous series to be able to not only pump out the heals, but sometimes confirm kills. So I think they're going to be the big ones to look at coming into this series. And they have that reputation to back up. They are undefeated, haven't dropped a map, and maybe they were watching that last game. They don't want that to happen to them.
No, they do not. I mean, we've got our predictions in there, but we'll see how this goes down as we go ahead and take a look at the Enenra lineup. We'll see who they've got coming out here. Expective Zeus. I've been watching way too much LCK. Zeus, Expective, Krusty, CTW, and Easton. And I heard Easton's name a lot yesterday during the semifinal. Sam, give me your thoughts.
I mean, Easton is one of those players, if you've been around CGL for a while, you know them. They are a support player that you've seen time and time again. And realistically, for this lineup, I mean, these players have been around. It's hard not to look at them and just kind of think, they've played, they've spent their time here in CGL. And, kind of echoing back to the bracket a little bit, this team wasn't necessarily even 3-4. So the fact that they're in the finals for the mid season here at arguably 5th or 6th, 4th, 5th, 6th seed is kind of damn impressive in itself.
Maybe it's when it comes down to steel sharpening steel, and when your ass is on the line. Maybe they're just big game players. Who knows? It does happen, especially here at the CGL. I've seen it time and time again. All my years casting here. You've always got one or two teams that just show up when it counts the most. And, both these teams are playing for either a match win or 3 game points to be added to their record here after the end of the grand finals. So, Dex, looking at you, I mean, we've got a team that's, sub 500 going up against an undefeated team. We've already talked about the keys to what you think should happen. Who do you think we're going to see as far as personnel on the battlefield?
Well, just one quick fix there. Yera is actually 3-1. They are the 3 seed coming in here. Originally, they were the 3 seed. Okay. It was the number 2 seed of Simp Nation that decided to sit out this tournament, and the number 4 seed of Sapphire that also decided to sit out this tournament. That allowed Mythos, Hydra, and Alternate Inferno to take those 2 spots here. So this is actually the 1 and the 3 seeds in the standings at the moment here, but both these teams necessarily in a good spot. I mean, this is a bigger game, in my opinion, for Inyera, just because they have that 1 loss. If they get this win here, it puts them at 4-1, and you could start to say, hey, they've beaten this Galactica team that has just been rolling through this NA Masters tier right now without really looking back. I mean, yeah, the 3 map wins here, if you do lose, are still very helpful, but if you get this win here, you could, move ahead of Simp Nation and move ahead of Galactica, even with that 1 loss.
Yep, and I mean, on map differential too, depends on how it goes down. I mean, if you get 3-0'd here as the losing team, basically that's negated in the final wash. So we'll see how it goes down. We've got some casters that are going to be bringing us the action tonight. It's going to be Megalass and Shadowfang, a junior pair here in the CGL, kind of been working their ways up here. Wanted to give a shout out to them on the hard work they've been doing for us this season. But let's talk about predictions. Let's talk about what we think these 2 teams are going to do on the field of battle. And there it is. We've got a dissenter among us. Sam.
Hello, it's me. Hi, I am the hi. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You're not gonna fool me twice, Billy. I've seen this. History repeats. And
listen,
no, look,
I'm just
look,
surely this doesn't happen again. Surely this doesn't happen again.
I don't know, Ray. Like look, we were talking about this. We're so torn up because this happened once before, but like, I mean, come on, everything kind of aligned for these guys, right? Like, you kind of got yourself a little bit of a better seeding. Your number 2 seed kind of just opted to not give you that and give you the better position. Like, if there's anybody that's a protagonist right now, it has to be an era.
Okay, Ray, explain yourself. You think it's going to go the distance?
I do. I think this is gonna be similar to the last game, Giga Banger. Both teams are fueled and ready to go, but I think this time the desk is saved and Galactica pulls it out for us in the end.
Yexy Boo.
Yeah,
Yexy
no,
Boo.
I was
Looking
gonna
at
say,
you.
Soav can just say no matter what that they're fine with this pick because either they're gonna be right and laugh at all of us, or say that they saved the desk by picking Inyera here.
Oh, come on, man, come on.
But I mean, here's the thing. I really do think it's going to be Galactica coming out on top here. I think that one map loss will just be probably that third map of Flashpoint. I think they'll start to get probably a little bit cocky, start to feel themselves a little bit, and that will just allow this Inyera team to come in, take a map off them, and then you'll see Galactica come right back and shut that all down.
Are you saying that we might be seeing a repeat of Dinks and some stylish moonwalking?
Potentially, but I don't think we'll see that type of eagerness or cockiness.
Okay. Let's take a look and see what the casters have predicted as far as this, and well, they agree with the rest of the desks. So, Sam, you are the only dissenter here.
Hey, he's the savior of us all. If
that's
it
fine.
happens.
Yep. Look, actually, Megalast is going with Ray.
Yeah.
And the color caster is being smart and going with me. So I mean,
it's really like in the end, I know you guys probably are right. Like, it's not often that these kinds of things happen, but I mean, it literally just happened. We just had a 5-map banger. Are you going to tell me that energy doesn't carry over to the next game?
You're
like,
so scarred.
are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me that that's not going to carry over, that you're not going to watch that and be like, oh, no, the underdog just won, we can do it too? You want to talk about like a Remember the Titans moment? This absolutely feels like that.
Listen, we have seen Overwatch League. There is only one London Spitfire, and that was the daycare. That was them. There is not another one going to happen. They will not be able to just play one comp and force their will on a series.
Wait. What did you just say? Because that's exactly what Ushi's daycare just did.
Yeah,
they pushed
just
the
did
Joker
that.
Queen the entire series.
There's
and
only
they
one
made
team in a league who can do that. Only one.
Yeah, but now we're in a different bracket. There's one team per bracket, right? That means there's still a chance for them to come into this.
Fight
per league.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Look,
I left my popcorn over there. I literally have a bag of popcorn.
it's fine. Check in with us at the end when Ray's standing victorious over my body. It's fine.
The airball award will be on you.
I love it. Okay, so I mean, now we've talked about Preds. We talked about how we've gotten here. All that's left is the crying for one of these teams. But I want to talk about hero specific. What do we think these teams are going to run out here? Because we haven't seen the NA today. We've seen some surprises come out from some of these EU teams. We also see a little bit of funniness going over on CGL 2. There's a little bit of chicanery going on over there. Do we think that we're going to run either the Junker Queen or the Ramatra Rush? Or are we going to go more brawly? Ray, I'll take your take first.
I mean, to me, NA can be such a mixed bag. Like, EU, I don't know how to explain it. It's like NA, it's like they tried to do what we've seen in Korea, but they can never do it as good. So sometimes they find their own niche and try and find their own way. But I think what one kind of like, for example, dive right now in Korea. Winston's kind of not really it right now. The dive tank we've seen of choice is either you play Diva or you play Doomfist. And we've seen NA really adapt to that. We've seen a lot of Doomfist. Same in Korea. We've seen a good amount of Zarya over there. I saw Luminosity yesterday. They're playing a bunch of Zarya. So NA likes to look over to Korea because they realize those are the poster boys. Those are the good players at this game, and try and be like, look, we're gonna have to go against them eventually. So we got to get good at these comps. And so I think we might expect to see more of the meta.
You heard it here, folks. Raise an NA doubter.
Right, I hear a Korea stand here, almost like our good friend Ocean.
For real.
Sam. I mean, remember, NA came up with goats, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
NA came up with goats.
Yeah. NA console. NA console at that.
I just want to throw that out there for you. No, just there. I mean, Sam, what do you think we're going to see?
Look, it's really hard to tell because as I'll give Ray credit for that because NA does make some wacky decisions, but I will say that there's one thing that particularly stood out to me is that both of these teams lined up exactly their favorite heroes in quotation marks with all these meme characters. So whatever they've got cooking behind the scenes, they number one don't want us to know, but number two, they know exactly, they're probably playing similar things. So I think whatever they decide that they're going to play, it's been long in the pot and waiting to erupt. I think we don't necessarily know too much. I think we're still going to see probably like the Lucio Tracer. I still stand by that. But I do think that outside of those two, only these two teams really know what's coming.
Dex, I'm going to come to you last now before we throw it over to our casters. You casted one hell of a grand final last night to get this weekend set it off. Talk to me about your experience from that, and how do you think this will play into the Masters grand final?
I mean, you could always look up at the higher tiers of what happened last night here and try to take stuff away from that and implement it into your own thing here. But these two teams, I mean, they're comfortable with whatever it is that they're really comfortable with. And yeah, that's a weird thing to say right there. But I mean, I was able to go back and kind of watch what Galactica did in that semifinals game. And they're running a lot of ball, a lot of diva. Yeah, I talked about the Echo already, but that was Mint, who was not part of that starting lineup there. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that works out for them. But that support line you talked about a lot, they mostly ran that Kiri Lucio here. So it's going to be, we kind of already know what to expect from them. I don't know what to expect from this Inyara team just yet. I would expect something similar, but like you guys said, that Junker Queen, that Ramatra is still really in a good spot right now. And I would not be surprised to see a team just kind of default back to that if something's not working.
So, Dex, real quick, you mentioned, you can always look to these higher levels of play and look to, look at these compositions stuff. Are you telling me Reinhardt?
No.
That was a thing
night.
that happened. That was a thing that happened last night.
No.
That was a thing. If one of these
along with
teams
those C9s?
I am scarred by that, okay? But
no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Here's the thing. Reinhardt, even when that was going on, I thought that, okay, that team had to be feeling themselves so much, but they made it work, which was the weirdest thing. And that, I think, like we were talking about, like, this shouldn't work, but they're making it work. And the moment it failed, they had already gone up to overtime, and they immediately swapped off it because they knew, hey, the other team had swapped to shut down the Rhine. They came back in with a Doomfist and immediately won the next fight and ended it all there. I mean, if you're going to bring out a pick like that, it has to be in that sort of situation, something that catches them by surprise. And the moment you lose on it, you switch off of it, because that's exactly what happened last night. And they still found a hell of a lot of success on it because the other team just didn't necessarily want to make those swaps to shut down the Reinhardt faster.
Hippie is having fun with you, Dex, to look at the lower third. I mean, he's going to technically be in the call with us, so there could be a caster curse coming from Dex. Just because he's going to be in the call watching with us on the clean feed. Quick update. Map 5 incoming for the EO Open PC. iPlay has tied it up 2-2. They are going to map 5 there. But that's going to do it for us here on the desk. We will be back after. Well, is it going to be a 3-0? Is it going to be a 3-1? Are we going to a third map 5? Megalast and Shadowfang, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Desk, for segueing us in perfectly to this amazing finals match we have here in the NA Masters Division. I am Megalaz, covering all your lovely play-by-play action, and I got Shadowfang next to me. Shadow, we're looking towards what should be an amazing series.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a super competitive series. Galactica, and then we got Enenra down there on the bottom as well. These two teams had mentioned that they consider each other as rivals and that they typically play each other very close when they scrim each other. So I have to imagine that we're going to see a really close match today.
Yeah, but, you know, obviously we want those close games, especially when you're in a grand final situation.
Yeah.
You know, obviously competing to try to get that extra win on the board, it's always going to be helpful, regardless of your standings. But, you know, Galactica, let's address the elephant in the room. This team hasn't dropped a map yet, Shadow.
Yeah, they've been pretty dominant. I casted them a little bit earlier this week, and they continued that streak of dominance in their 3-0 victory. In particular, their tank player Redemption seems to be incredibly flexible, can play pretty much really any tank that you want, and is really, really strong on all of them as well.
Yeah, and to have a powerful player like that in the lineup is always super, super crucial. If we want to look ahead towards our first map here, which is, I believe, going to be Nepal, since this is technically a round 2, it is kind of pre-selected. And Nepal, you know, as you were saying, Shadow, versatility might be the name of the game, because Nepal, it truly does kind of offer you to play a few different compositions on this map to high varieties of success.
Yeah, you could play pretty much anything you want to on any of the maps of Nepal. Obviously, like back in the day, people would do the sim TP strats on Village. You could do that. You could still do that technically if you wanted to. It just isn't quite as strong as it used to be. You can do, I've seen Wrecking Ball comps work really well on this map too, because you can kind of surround points very effectively on this map. Your dive comps with Winston or Diva work really well. I mean, you can do pretty much anything on all the maps on this Nepal.
Yeah, versatility is the name of the game, and, you know, getting to talk to some of the teams earlier, you know, while they both seem to have valued versatility, something else that they told us, despite not telling us necessarily heroes or compositions that we should be expecting, both of them somehow unanimously seem to agree that we would be seeing a mirror match throughout most of the series here. And I think that just displays the level of confidence both of these teams have, you know, being willing to take the mirror against, you know, an opponent of the other team's caliber on both sides. It just kind of shows that they're not only confident, but that they know exactly how the fundamentals work across a wide variety of compositions. And having that confidence, you know, it could be the key to success here today.
Yeah, I think a mirror matchup it's always fun to analyze the micro in a mirror matchup, because it's so much more apparent where a mistake is made in a mirror matchup, because you're like, oh, okay, that person just died first. What caused them to die right there? And it's like, oh, that person just barely stepped out of line, and it's like the margin for error is a lot slimmer, I feel like, when you're in a mirror matchup, which makes it more fun to watch.
Yes, indeed. As we are getting into the map here, it seems like Shrine is going to be where we decide to start out with on Nepal here. Always a fun little map, you know. Nepal, like, it's not necessarily anybody's favorite map, but it is always just kind of a casual map to have in the back pocket. You know, nobody sees Nepal and is like, oh gosh, I don't want to play this right now. You know, all of the maps are super effective, super warming to the touch, and, you know, obviously we're still in the spawn rooms, but so, I mean, these compositions these teams are showing so far are interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I like the Enenra composition here. I've been seeing this a lot. I don't think that sim's not going to stay. I think their Zeus is going to go back to the Tracer. But I have seen this a lot with the Queen, Tracer Echo. Tracer Echo are both very, very strong right now. And then it looks like Galactica is going to opt for a Rush composition. Interesting, the Sim May with a Ramatra. Okay, well, it's Sojourn May, you know, close enough.
Yes, indeed. Those sim TPs always be getting people out of spawn to get to the point extremely fast here. But as we're ready to start breaking down this action, we are seeing, you know, this Junker Queen versus Ramatra, some sustain versus some fast-paced comps, and you're seeing the engage already come through. That boop having to come through to make sure that you weren't able to collapse onto their backline. Super, super nice. Now with the Suzu being used from CTW, it is going to force the hand of the rest of Galactica to be able to move forward, find some advantage, and that's going to be the first one. Ravage taking the Echo out of the skies. Somehow, though, Enenra gets the first cap despite being shorthanded here. So now with 4 players left to their name, they are just going to slowly back out, not having that Echo in play, and give up the cap to Galactica.
Yeah, honestly, a big-time shot there from Ravage. Getting that pick, almost gets another one there on Easton with that railgun. That railgun efficiency is going to be key if you're wanting to run this Sojourn over running like a Tracer or an Echo in this situation. And don't look now, but Kenku is about to have this Coalescence ready for this fight.
Yes, indeed, but Krusty already found the first pick. It's going to be the Axe Swing taking Gyro Dog out of the fight. Now without that Mei, you lose a lot of your sustained potential, and it's just going to be disastrous. But actually, Galactica says that they don't even care, and they're going to be able to follow up to an overextended Krusty in CTW. So now that Coalescence being expended just as a secure from Kenku here, taking everybody else out of the fight. The Lucio falls, followed up by the Echo, and in a surprising manner, Galactica hold that one despite losing someone early.
That was a great job by the 3-man squad of Redemption, Kenku, and Verbo to just kind of bum rush the rest of Enenra when Enenra go and dive for Galactica's DPS players. So you kind of sacrifice your DPS players to just win the fight outright. Very smart play from Galactica.
Absolutely, but heading on to this next one, Enenra has 5 ultimates to work with. They can really just dump whatever they need. The shout forward is going to get super, super aggressive, especially with the sound barrier provided. Means that Gyro Dog cannot live through what's being thrown, and while Redemption now is using this Annihilation to try to regain some space, regain some damage onto the teams, having an Echo in your face is not going to make that job any easier. Your health is not unlimited when you're in this Ramatra form. The Duplicate is going to get the online here, taking Redemption out with their own ultimate here. Now Verbo dropping incredibly low, living for the time being, having to negate that sound barrier, but it seems like it was all for naught. Even with an interesting little pick coming through onto CTW, again, that Kiriko cannot manage to stay alive, but Enenra will finally get this point cap going in their favor.
Honestly, that's probably a worthwhile trade for Verbo sound barrier. You get probably an extra, what, like 20% off of that? And the only thing you really have to be concerned about if you're the side of Galactica here is this Rampage. If you can outlast this Rampage, I think Galactica is going to be able to take this next fight.
Absolutely, especially with this Carnage coming forward here, the Rampage, I should say. It's just going to be massive amounts of damage here, and it's being followed up on by the Echo and the Tracer alike. The Lucio speeding everybody in. We'll just meet Enenra take another clean fight here.
Yeah, and I mean, great job by Galactica not expending any of your ultimates. So if you're Galactica, you're going to have Coalescence, you're going to have both your DPS ults as well. If you can get one solid wall off onto somebody after Suzu gets used by Enenra, you're going to have a free Blizzard, and that'll definitely secure a kill.
Absolutely, and it's just going to be about this rotation coming in here. Giving up point control is Enenra, and it's going to be Ravage with this overclock, being able to find Easton out first here. This could be final fight territory, and they're already short-handed. Enenra needs to find a way back into this fight if they want to stand any chance. Meanwhile, the rest of Galactica can sort of slowly push forward. They have the ultimate to secure this if they need. Sure, they lose Verbo in the process, but Krusty being gone is massive. Now the Blizzard being a zoning tool more than anything, combining it with the Coalescence from Kenku will mean that effect is going to be gone. It is now just this Kiriko and this Tracer trying to do something, and they can't do it. The ball's going to try to roll the point, but unfortunately that grapple only goes so far, and round 1 heads in Galactica's favor.
Yeah, and that really could have gone either way. Just the ults went to the side of Galactica there at the end. Like I said, you're running in with both DPS ultimates as well as that Coalescence. You're going to have a pretty easy time securing that final fight to win it for your team. That's really just what it came down to, and Enenra just didn't have the ults to keep up with Galactica there.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, when the ult cycling just kind of doesn't go your favor, it spells disaster, right? Galactica, they were able to build up so much point percentage that they really could come in with all those ultimates at once, as you were highlighting. So now that we're heading onto the Sanctum, we're seeing an approach I've seen teams take before with this Orisa pick.
Yeah, I don't particularly like the Orisa, but that might just be my bias of not liking playing the hero. I'm sure it seems like it'd be a pretty solid pick into the Ramatra, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, it's normally done to counter Junker Queen variants more often than not, but certainly can have its uses against the Ramatra as well. A super sustainable and bulky tank for sure here, but as we're seeing that sort of fight for high ground, nobody really ready to go to point, but it is going to be Krusty taking out the Sojourn first here, and there will be another pick coming through, this time Zeus finding their mark and taking that head off a Gyro Dog, and even though Verbo gets the boot onto effective, I don't think it's going to be enough to stop Enenra from winning this first fight and taking the point.
Yeah, and so basically what just happened there is Krusty the Orisa just kind of existed really, really hard in front of their team, which allowed Zeus to just sit there and take shots at Galactica until they hit one and killed somebody. That's pretty much what happened there.
Yeah, Orisa really does kind of just, make space creating that much easier just because of how great the hero is. Now with an Amplification Matrix out from CTW, it is just going to be more space created here. It will also be a go button. You're seeing Easton engage, push the rest of the team forward. Verbo somehow falling to potentially a pit or something, but it doesn't really matter. Krusty just deciding to get their hands dirty in the mix, taking out Redemption, showing who truly can be the powerful tank here. And that's a third one for the Orisa player. I know you don't like the hero, but Shadow, you got to admit it's doing work.
Yeah, it's doing a great job. Like I said, Orisa can just do a really good job of just kind of existing really, really hard and walking forward, just due to all of that sustain, all of that damage that can be done. And then don't look now, but you got a Terra Surge here, and not really much that can be done about it, quite honestly.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You can never really do anything about the Terror Surge besides run away from it. So now you're seeing this meeting on the point. Galactica tried to do a quick little rotation, but it is going to be them bursting out of this mini room now with the Annihilation. But everybody pulled back in place with that Terror Surge. It will be Kenku taken down. Everybody held in place means that Redemption could get no value from that Annihilation. And Zeus lighting up the kill feed with this overclock. Absolutely massive plays. And Nenra coming back swinging.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great combination right there. You say, okay, I'm going to pull all of these people with the Terra Surge, and then you get an overclock shot onto people that cannot move, or at least can't move as fast as normal.
And now they're pushed forward here. The Zarya switch might be too late as that Blizzard was absolutely massive. Everybody is being sent packing to the spawn room for the side of Galactica here. Just as Zarya left in play, but it doesn't matter because the point is so far away. And Enenra says, okay, you want to play the game, let's play it. Taking the second round 100-0.
Yeah, honestly, great play. Once Enenra had control over that high ground that kind of surveys point, the Galactica just could not retake control over that spot, and it just resulted in Zeus getting a lot of really nice shots off with those overclocks.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The Orisa just creates so much space for you that your DPS are allowed to do that. Zeus was hitting phenomenal rails, phenomenal overclocks throughout the entirety of the series, and it just, it showed perfectly there. So now heading into the next round, I mean, I'm not surprised to see both these teams sort of rocking out the way that they are. Krusty sticking with the Orisa. Meanwhile, Galactica starting out on a traditional Orisa counter, being the Zarya, and, we were promised a mirror. The only thing we're mirroring right now is the DPS, but the Maze are, of course, going to be crucial here on Village.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Redemption to get in with this May just being up all the time. Those walls are going to be crazy.
Speaking of walls, they managed to cast the Zarya out, and she's going to be just riding on the head of Krusty, trying to find some salvation, and there will be none of it. With Redemption taking out a star player already lost, it's going to mean that Enenra should be able to get another first point pick here, but they're just going to look for even more kill after kill coming their way. Kenku taken down. Ooh, incredibly close. Ravage, but manages to get out with what seems to be about 7 HP.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like I was saying, as the Zarya, it's going to be really hard to not get caught out by these Maya walls. It just is. You're not Orisa. You can't just press L1 and then you don't die.
Yes, indeed. And with a spear to the face, Redemption again, going from star player to just nothing right now. It's absolutely crazy how much Krusty has been able to do on this hero. So now charging forward with the Terror Surge in hand, it is going to be committed, and there's just no safety anywhere from this horse. The Battle Cattle proving her dominance, and Nenra takes another fight and builds closer to that map win.
Yep, and like I said, Krusty is doing a lot of damage here on this Orisa, but I cannot stress hard enough, the Mei walls from Effective are what are allowing Krusty to just kind of walk forward, kind of, just kind of shooting at the enemy team constantly because you're just getting Redemption walled off constantly.
Yes, indeed. So now it's going to be Galactica trying to get back into this one, having to push through the Immortality field as well as that Blizzard, but Gyrodog actually manages to come away with one there, and so now with a little bit of back and forth, the number advantage is finally in Galactica's favor here, despite some heavy efforts coming out from Zeus. I do not think the Sojourn can carry it this hard, and yeah, that will be Galactica finally getting the point in their favor, and they didn't have to expend a whole heck of a lot to do it.
Yeah, and with Galactica having control of this point now, you like having the sound barrier up because you're going to be running into the Blizzard and Overclock from the side of Anenra. So it's going to be a lot to try and deal with here. But since Anenra has to engage now, the Mei walls are going to be a lot harder for Effective to hit.
Yes, indeed. Now that Blizzard being committed, it means the Suzu has to come out from Kenku to try to keep everybody up, but unfortunately it won't be there for Ravage to clean that freeze, and that freeze will run deep here. So now already working short-handed, you're going to find Galactica trying to find a way back into this one. Graviton actually didn't seem to find anything there, didn't even realize it was used, and while Anenra does cap the point, it is going to be Krusty who's the next to fall, so we're in a 4v4 situation with this Sojourn rapidly returning here. It's going to quickly go back in Galactica's favor more and more, and while trades are going back and forth, unless Anenra can come up with a little bit more like the Zeus is now, it is this back and forth. Ravage is having to commit the overclock just to make sure that this goes in their favor, but they're not able to find the Mei's head. Finally, trapped between her wall and nowhere else, and Easton, poor lad, just came in and caught a rail to the face, but Anenra gets up to 96%.
Yeah, if you're the side of Anenra, you're really happy to get that overclock out of Ravage because that's really all Galactica had up at the time. Anenra is going to manage to get to this Amplification Matrix and Terra Surge most likely in this fight. If you're Redemption, you got to build up this Gravitron.
Yes, indeed, but you can't build it up if you're dead! The Amplification Matrix means that the damage coming through takes Redemption out. Now, again, working short-handed, Krusty will be able to find Gyrodog. Ravage managed to take out CTW. That's a large source of healing gone for Anenra here, but somebody's going to have to get into the point to touch their wall down! They can't get in! And Anenra just takes the first map off of a cheeky little wall. Holy smoly.
That's what I kept bringing it up this whole time. Don't forget Effective's walls. The Mei does not make the, huge, flashy plays, but the Mei wall really causes, in particular, tank players to not be able to play the game the way that they want to. And when you do that, it's just going to be a tough time overall for a player like Redemption to play the game if they can never do what they want to do.
Yeah, and, we talked about it a little bit heading in. Redemption was, this star player that this team chose to highlight, somebody who's flexible across a multitude of different tanks, but I wouldn't even say that it was necessarily some misplays coming out from Redemption. It was just a matter of Anenra really kind of had their foot on the gas and they didn't let up, which is, it's exactly how you have to play Orisa, right? You can't give the other team time to counter you, otherwise they will, pretty much every single time. There's a reason this hero is not considered the best right now, but I mean, Krusty is really making it look like a meta pick with just how aggressive the rest of Anenra is playing around it. Something that's being an unsung hero with all of this is Easton speeding this horse around to wherever it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime a Lucio is just consistently speeding you around as a tank player, or as any player really, I just highlight the tank piece of it, it's incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable. I can't think of a bad sound barrier that happened either. Both teams were playing really excellent there, in my opinion. Yeah,
really good teams, and everybody thought Galactica, they were going to come through and potentially keep rolling, but something we should also acknowledge, this is their first map they've dropped all season up to this point. These teams called each other rivals, and I think that was for a reason. There's clearly a respect between these players in what they can do, and it really is helping us build towards a great series. Looking at these scoreboards as well, though, I mean, Redemption tried your best, but let's really look and focus down on this Sojourn 1v1 that we have here, the stats shadow. I mean, you can tell it sort of went one way in a few different metrics.
So yeah, what I would think here, if I was looking at this, it feels like Ravenge probably was just shooting the Orisa a lot, but not being able to secure the kill on the Orisa, hence Ravenge having so much more damage than Zeus, even though Zeus was on the winning side for that map.
Yeah, I mean, something else to point out there is, Zeus was 24-2, and obviously,
Absolutely.
not every elimination is, fully your credit, but if we're going off of that logic, that's a 12.0 KD compared to 9 deaths coming out from Ravage, so there is going to have to be, potentially a tune-up coming through on that Sojourn duel if it is to continue, but, there are other hitscan DPS that can kind of filter through the meta, especially considering where we're going next, Shadow.
Yeah, absolutely. We could end up seeing, like I said, a Tracer Echo. I've seen a Tracer Echo in a lot of the matches that I've casted up to this point, so I would not be surprised to see that happen either, especially with our next map.
Yes, indeed, and it just so happens that the pick comes through for Blizzard World. Not a map I've seen actually all too much. I've seen with this lovely map pool we have here for midseason, we've got we've had some kind of picks going all around, but Blizzard World, it opts us into a lot of a different style of play. This generally, if you're looking towards first point and even for most of second, Sigma Poke has always kind of been the name of the game here. It allows you to, rotate around the point as you need to, being able to poke people out, potentially bringing some snipers into the mix if you have that sort of prowess. But it is just super interesting here, and it seems like both teams are making some substitutions as well, Shadow.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Maze coming in for the side of Galactica. So, a different DPS player. This could potentially be for that Tracer Echo that I was mentioning. So, maybe there's something along those lines happening here.
Absolutely. And of course, on the other side of it, Anenra is actually having a sub of their own and bringing in Okame on the DPS role, which, I mean, do what you want, but I don't think that was necessarily a swap that needed to happen, at least after that first map. And I love how both these teams have chosen that their favorite heroes for support are Alari Lifeweaver. That's just a fun fact I want to point out, because I don't think we're seeing either of those heroes anytime today.
Yeah, probably not. I expect to see a lot of Kiriko Lucio or Moira Lucio. I don't think there's going to be much outside of that, really.
Yeah, believe it or not, when Lucio has a boop that he does right now where you can actually truly carve people out from their team and solo them, as well as, just a speed engage tool. Believe it or not, it makes the hero really good and a lot of fun to be able to pick with a variety of different comps. So, like you said, it just kind of depends on what pairs with that Lucio. We've seen the Kiri, we've seen the Moira, old school ideology, you would think towards the Baptiste and things of that nature. But yeah, it's just going to be super, super interesting to see. Potentially both teams might even opt out of a Lucio if they truly do go with this poke comp. I'm going to say this now, Anenra is an attacker spawn. That composition's not real. Don't think about it.
Yeah, I do find the Ana pick curious here from the side of Galactica, but I imagine that's just potentially to get anti-nades off. Like that would be my guess here, as well as Zen. Yeah, this is exactly what I expected. Actually, the Ana is the only thing I was a little surprised by, but yeah, it makes sense. You can pocket your Diva, potentially nano boost your Echo. You can nano boost your Tracer if you're feeling really spicy.
Yeah,
and for the side,
interesting little nano targets.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but this attacker spawn, it seems like I may have jumped over you when I was saying it, but this Lifeweaver is just going to be getting Okame a nice little shot on the Widowmaker here. And that's just going to be the end of it. And now they switch over to the real comp.
So that's interesting. We're seeing a Kiriko Lucio from the side of Anenra as opposed to an Ana Zen from the side of Galactica. A super offensive versus a super defensive support line, I would say.
Yes, indeed. So let's hope that Kenku can find value on this Ana and, potentially lead to some more poke damage wherever it needs to be. But there's just going to be a little bit of posturing back and forth before teams really decide. But it's actually going to be the go button already from Krusty. And that execute is there. Taking both of the supports out is effective on this Echo. Make it 3 for the Echo in this fight. Jeez, the Louise is absolutely lighting it up. It is such a fast pace here. Sure, Krusty's dropping incredibly low, but it seems like that's going to be a super fast point A take for Enenra.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good dive, honestly. And I'm not surprised at all to see the Kiriko Lucio swap. You had an incredibly diveable backline, and Effective just continuing this great play just on a flashier hero this time, as opposed to the Mei on last map. And you can just see that they have a very good understanding of how to play this hero.
Yes, indeed. Now that we've opted into the mirror, both these teams are going to be looking for that advantage. Of course, you're going to have Okami pushing the cart right now, but it's actually going to be the go button on the other side now. Galactica walking forward, trying to find the back line here, but the thing they find first is actually going to be Krusty's mech, and now it'll be Maze's turn to try to figure out how to decimate the entire team. Sure, you've already taken down the Diva, and that's a massive piece that's going to call for disengage for the rest of Enenra, but getting any extras like that one onto CTW is going to be perfect here. The Lucio solo in spawn trying to hide, and it's actually effective. Manages to take Maze out. This could be an opportunity for Enenra to come forward here just a little bit more aggressive, and it's actually just forcing Galactica to play in a super defensive fashion here. We're now taking the fight back to the high ground, and it's just going to be this back and forth poke once again. Somebody trying to find the value here, lacking echoes, and you're seeing Ravage look for some value here on this Tracer, trying to be a little bit of a lurking gremlin, has to find that staircase to get to the high ground to help the rest of the team, but it might be too late as this cart is just moving forward and forward. Easton manages to draw that sound barrier, and it means that CTW can take out Ravage. That Tracer gets nothing. 8, just unfortunate, not in the cards. Now that Diva Bomb being committed for redemption to get back in the mech, and it will be Okami taken out on the other side of things here. Now with a duplicate Tracer, this is the only Tracer in the game right now. Everybody else in the spawn rooms, and it is Maze trying to find more and more value, taking Krusty out of mech and then killing Krusty outright. Sticking like Kiriko, no Suzu, no cleanse, means that after a back and forth little stagger, Galactica manages to win that defensive fight.
Yeah, I mean, great recovery there from Galactica. You do manage to get the sound barrier out of Enenra, which I think is going to be really important because you as Galactica still have your sound barrier to try and counter this potential Kitsune Rush and Echo Copy.
Yes, indeed, and that's obviously going to be super important heading forward here because, you know, we've seen how powerful these duplicates can be. These Echoes really are the stars of their teams right now, and it is just going to be a bit of a low ground war here. The Kitsune Rush invested first from CDW, but Kenku answers back on the other side, and Kenku drops incredibly low, has to TP out, but it will be Verbo. Actually, the first one found, followed up with Kenku, means that the support line for Galactica has been found out by that Tracer, by that Diva. The poke damage is there, and so now the duplicate from Effective is just sort of the cherry on top of this take here, as this cart will get moving towards the end of point B.
Oh, great fight win from Enenra. Can we get a CGL certified Ajax right there? I think that just happened. I could be mistaken, but it looked like it did.
I mean, it is possible. Check the tapes on that one, but with this cart moving ever closer, it means that somebody from Galactica has to get there to stall it out, and it will be the Diva committing first. Krusty now going to throw in the self-destruct just to create space, and it's 3! Nobody able to stop the Diva Bomb, able to hide from it in time. Oh my goodness gracious. A remech bomb turns into 3 kills.
Is this Overwatch 1? I don't think I've seen a triple kill bomb since Overwatch 1.
Absolutely
there it is.
Ludicrous.
Oh. There it is. There's the graphic.
The certified Ajaxington has occurred. We did confirm it behind this with that little replay there, and now you're seeing redemption on over to the Zarya now, and it is just going to be Enenra taking a bit of a backseat, willing to recuperate on this one.
Yeah, they're probably just going to wait for Easton to build up this sound barrier, potentially. Oh, we're seeing a Junker Queen swap.
Ooh. Both these teams now starting to pick around each other, sort of force the swaps, and the shout is going to mean that Krusty wants to go fast here. They know they have the sound barrier for safety and nothing to worry about on the other side. You're just seeing this just a bit more of a poke. The Junker Queen did manage to disengage, but Redemption's beam is long enough now with that high charge to get Effective out of the fight here. CTW dropped incredibly low, and Okami actually will be able to find one on the Maze with the Pulse Bomb here, and manages to just fall at the hands of Ravage there. The Tracer Duel not going their way. Sound barrier being invested by Easton, and with a stick, it's actually going to be walked directly into Easton. A sound barrier ultimately for naught here, and it seems as though Redemption's even going to get to keep their high charge Zarya, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just great plays all around by the side of Galactica. You can see this little reset happening right here, and we got dueling Kitsune Rushes on the board as well as copies, so there's going to be a lot of ults going off right here.
Absolutely, and that's always going to be fun when everything's thrown in at once. It will be the Kitsune Rush from CTW first. It's going to be mirrored immediately on the other side by Kenku. Now with a duplicate, you have 2 Tracers in play for Anenra, and it is just not going to matter, though. The Graviton was there. The follow-up was there with Maze finding 3 with the value from it, and it will be effective, ultimately being taken out of the duplicate before being taken out of this world, and Anenra sent packing back to the spawn.
And I mean, all you can say right there is Galactica had one more Q than Anenra did. So there you go. The Gravitron Surge coming out from Redemption being the difference maker there, I would like to say.
Yes, indeed. And now with a Reinhardt in play for Krusty, combining it with this May and Baptiste, we're looking to play this game a little bit differently. And you're catching the Zarya out with the wall exactly like you did on map 1. You see them surge forward, but it seems like for now, Redemption is able to get back, secure a little bit of life, but Maze can't. The rail from Okame manages to find the value there. So now you're having to worry about this Tracer potentially in your backline, but this cart moving ever forward to that box of victory at the end of the map here. Shorthanded is Galactica. They're trying to wait to make sure their team can get back, and the sound barrier is going to allow them to do just that. They're surging forward, trying to collapse onto this Reinhardt. An easier task than you would ever think, but no, the peel is there. The support is coming through onto the Rhine, and it was so low, so unfortunate. The Baptiste was zoned out. There's no healing coming through onto that one, and Maze now finds the second one onto effective here, taking the May out of the fight, not even needing the pulse bomb, but dedicating it anyways. Ravage with an air ball. I don't know if that was the play.
It's possible that Ravage is going to swap off of this Tracer. That could be happening here, but, you know, sometimes you just start feeling yourself, and you're like, let me see if I can stick this.
Speaking of feeling yourself, Redemption manages to take out Okame, and now they have the Graviton Surge to back it up. It seems like it's just a Zarya there, so the Immortality Field will be able to keep everybody nice and alive for now, but the TP in, combining it with Kenku's Kitsune Rush, means that there's the rest of the team trying to be here to help. Krusty charges to the cart, knowing somebody has to be there, but it seems like the defensive hold after a very interesting first 2 points is going to go in the favor of Galactica, and there is a stop to this map.
Let me tell you, that was certainly an interesting series of events that was happening on that third point. I did not expect to see a Ryan comp today, I will say. I'm never mad at it, but I definitely did not expect a Ryan comp, and it was just, man, just really, really good recovery from Galactica, because they were kind of getting pushed really, really fast up until third.
Yeah, you know, in this Diva mirror, they ultimately didn't come out the better in a lot of regards, but I mean, a 3K bomb like that could also be to blame. A little one-off event you can't think about too much, but being able to bounce back like that, you know, and you get such a good defensive hold there, it kind of shows the mental fortitude that Galactica has. You know, they're not shaken to their core. They're still willing to play this game because they know they have more to play and more to show.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, just really, really strong plays overall. The alt fires by Redemption were just fantastic on that Zarya, running in basically 1v5 there at the end with that grab, managing to live through it and secure the kills. Like, that's a crazy play.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's always fun when you get to see these other tanks. You know, obviously the meta doesn't really allow for it all too often, but once the counter picking comes out, you know, getting to see skilled Zaryas like that still in play warms my heart. Because, you know, who doesn't love a Zarya every now and then? But it seems as though neither of these teams are opting into the Zarya look here. Galactica going with a standard, you know, composition here, just the Moira instead of the Kiriko for Kenku. And Nenra is going to be on the defense here with this Junker Queen comp. So it will be all about these engaged tools trying to head forward. And there's actually a little bit of a rotation happening here. Galactica heading into the back line, trying to find something, but there's just nobody. Now we've just sort of flipped positions on the map, but it means that Galactica will start building towards this point percentage and heading out forward here. It is going to mean the shout coming out from Krusty will be the first tool used. Nobody really gaining any value or gaining anything from it. The CTW dropping incredibly low on this Kiriko, and now the Echo not realizing the Diva was behind them, having to sort of get out of harm's way very quickly here, but it will be Okame actually manages to find the first pick on the Maze here. Down with that Tracer out of the fight, you're lacking a lot of damage, and, you know, not even gaining a pick. Okame getting another one here onto Ravage, but it seems as though Nenra, after a long little contest, gets a defensive fight win.
Yeah, and with the side of Galactica, with this particular composition you're playing, you kind of have to have quick fights, quick decisive fights. The longer a fight goes on, the more Inenra's comp is just going to outlive you, because the Jungle Queen is just so survivable.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. You have to be able to worry about that. Now switching off of the Diva over onto the Zarya, it means that you're going to go forward here. And you have Kenku's Coalescence. Potentially could be a massive engage tool for you here if you find somebody that you want to try to focus down. They're wrapping around point now, using that Coalescence exactly as planned, just to try to create some space, see if there's a target they can focus. Ultimately, just going to be poke across the point, but it does manage to force out the sound barrier from Easton, and that means that you're seeing Inenra walk forward, trying to gain value, and it will be Akame getting the pick once again onto the opposite Sojourn here, and it will just be more and more of Inenra with this aggressive nature that they've been displaying, taking out Galactica, and they're just doing it with style right now with how fast they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. These Lucio speeds, the sound barrier, the overhealth to just kind of blitz Galactica has been really, really useful on these sound barriers.
And it's going to be something that you have to look for more and more, especially as Verbo builds towards their own to potentially use it to propel Galactica towards a solid team fight win here. But now it's going to be, they didn't realize everybody was behind. The Kitsune rush means that there's just this absolute rush forward here. Back and forth are going to be the picks in the kill feed, but it seems as though we're at least neutral right now. 3 versus 3. They're going to try to focus down this Echo, and they managed to do it. Effective take it out here means that there's finally advantage in Galactica's favor. They want this one so badly. They need to win off this fight, but it is going to be Krusty dedicating that rampage just forward, and it's going to now mean that there's more and more value. And now, even with an overclock dedicated to Akame, it's not going to be enough. You know, they're just throwing ults into nothing at this point because Galactica just has numbers advantage, and they've had numbers advantage this whole time. At least you forced out the Graviton from them, but you're getting this point progress ticking. And after a sloppy fight, a sloppy back and forth, it seems like Galactica finally gets this point unlocked.
And yeah, I mean, if you're Redemption, you're a little bit upset that you have to use that grab there, but you need to secure the kill onto that Lucio, so that is a definitely worth solo grab. 100%.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, taking the Lucio out of the fight and guaranteeing you unlock point A, I mean, that's always going to be worth it. And now Inenra, they're going to be switching on over to this Ramatra composition. It's going to be this poke back and forth on the high ground here. And you're seeing Redemption still try to hold aggressively here, but having to just get energy and back out every single time. Meanwhile, you're seeing Maze being the one to push payload before the entirety of Galactica decides to wrap around to it. Before deciding to trudge up these staircases, they decide that they want to take the fight to Inenra here. So the question is, when this fight is met in this hallway, what's going to break down? You're seeing the duplicate onto the Moira here, means that there's just going to be a ton of healing. Of course, Kenku on the other side. Ooh, the drop down. I don't think that was intended from effective. And unfortunately, that unintentional drop means that there's no damage when you weren't in Echo, and there's no healing because you weren't on the high ground as the Moira. So Galactica, they get a good fight win, and that might even be a point B cap for them.
Yeah, really, really strong play from Galactica right there. The combination of the Coalescence and the overclock when the rest of the enemy team is just kind of right in front of you is incredibly smart. Incredibly smart combination. You just catch everybody out right there.
Yes, indeed. They're just shooting unnecessarily into CTW while that immortality field is active. And, you know, all of a sudden, Galactica in a phenomenal position to take this map. They don't even have to full cap it, right? They just got to get to that golden box of victory you see Krusty currently positioned on. So that is going to be the name of the game here, as both these teams are ready to surge forward. Once again, it's going to be about this speed, this tempo. Who wants to exhibit it first? It might even be Easton with the sound barrier, unless it's Hell. But no, they choose to use it. They choose to go forward. Ramatra using these hands, trying to throw them. But unfortunately, it seems like Verbo's going to be the only thing to fall. I take it back. Redemption. That energy being reset 99 to grab is something you never want.
Yeah, you do hate to see that, but in the same breath, Galactica is going to have a lot of ultimates online here. You need, if you're Galactica, you kind of want this to be a dry fight for your side, I imagine, unless you see some ults get wasted from Inenra.
Yes, indeed, but there's not going to be an ult wasted as it is the Graviton Surge, and Verbo manages to find CTW, and obviously Okame is going to use that overclock to take Verbo out, but right now the picks are still going back and forth. It is Okame who even manages to send Ravage to their death, potentially via the Void, before Redemption finally takes them down, but it looks like when all is said and all is done, Anenra invested every ultimate, but they held on.
And yeah, I mean, you know what? You'll take that trade if you're the side of Galactica because you managed to hold on to both of your support ults and an overclock for this upcoming fight. This is going to be the important one here because we're going to be near final fight territory once this fight gets done with.
Yes, indeed. So Galactica obviously want to win it. They don't want to go down 0-2 in this series. And it will be the Coalescence Engage tool coming out from Kenku. Now with this High Noon being dropped into the backline, it won't matter. There's so much focus fire onto effective. Ravage is going to find more picks, taking out the enemy Sojourn, and Verbo getting all up in the kill feed with the Lucio here. Super, super interesting. Galactica now heading towards victory.
Yeah, all it cost you was your Coalescence. You're super happy about that because if you look at Anenra, they don't have any ults on the board. It's going to be up to Easton to try and build up this sound barrier.
Yes, indeed, but you can't do it when that sound barrier is already replicated on the other side. It means that Galactica can be this aggressive team, this aggressive force, and while the overclock didn't find the value, Okame will find the railgun on the other side of things, and Easton managed to build that sound barrier just in the nick of time, it seems, as now Galactica is the one who find themselves on the back foot. There goes Kenku. Redemption managed to take one down with them, but unfortunately they do go down. With so little time left on the clock, taking the Tracer out, there might not even be a touch. This might just be Anenra going up 2-0 in the series. It's going to just be, yeah, the Sojourn running away. There's nobody that can make it in time. That ball's going to roll as fast as it can, but Anenra, showing that Galactica can drop maps, puts them to match point.
I mean, what can you say? What can you say about Anenra other than the fact that they are just playing this incredibly well right now, as well as even with Galactica trying to make this comeback here? It really did look like Galactica was going to be able to take this, but there was just a couple of unfortunate ult exchanges that did not go Galactica's way.
No, it is not. I mean, it looked, it looked incredibly close, right? Especially considering how this map sort of started with them getting a little bit rolled over on those first 2 points by Anenra before they finally got their defense in order, right? But Galactica on their offense, they really seemed like they were piecing some stuff together. They were making it work, but unfortunately, they were just a few meters shy of what they needed. And so now, backs against the wall, potentially losing not just maps at this point, but losing their first series of the season and letting Anenra say that they're winning this rivalry early on. That's not something you ever want to do if you're Galactica. So hopefully they've got more gas in the tank, because I'd love to see them, step it up here and truly show us another level.
And it's not that far. They're not that far from each other, as they told us. Like, you can see moments where it looks like Galactica is going to take the map, and then they just barely don't. So it's not going to take much. Like right there, if Easton goes down before getting that sound barrier off, Galactica just wins that fight outright, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing the stats on your screen, and I mean, I think the clear thing, if you're just looking at stats, in a raw sense, Redemption, 18k damage. The next highest is Krusty on the other side at 13k. I mean, there's really not much more you could ask from your tank player. It's always unfortunate, when you can't win every single game, but geez Louise.
Yeah, and there you can see the comparison between Redemption and Krusty on Blizzard World. Both tanks being very, very strong. But, it just happened to go the way of Anenra yet again. And like I said, I think the only difference really there at the very, very end was that Easton sound barrier that literally completely secured the map for the side of Anenra.
Yeah, and that sound barrier is super, super crucial in securing the map, but I mean, those stats speak for themselves, right? Redemption really is trying to put on a clinic and try to drag this team over the finish line, but they're just not able to do it on these first two maps. And even though this is a finals, it is just here in our mid-season tournament, so it is just still first to 3. And Galactica, they don't want to get shut out. You at least want one map on the board to say that you had something. So I think that we're going to go ahead, give them a little bit of time with a little bit of a break here, but make sure you guys stick around for what is one of the best finals I've gotten to watch so far, just because of how close the teams are. But we will see you right on the other side of this.
Good morning, noon, night, or evening. It's CGL Lowlights, episode 2. Today we're going to be covering... Oh, it's Team 1 and Team 2 on the overlay this time. Today we're going to be covering Team Hex versus Ball Mafia, but it doesn't look like we've put their names into the overlay, so we're just Team 1 and Team 2, which is not helpful. Ball Mafia starting off in red. Antarctic Peninsula is a bit of a rare pick for a team that wants to play Wrecking Ball. You know, I could have possibly figured out without going through a team rosters that maybe the team that's playing Wrecking Ball could have been assumed to be Ball Mafia. I am, however, not an intelligent man. Oh my goodness, look at this. What a beautiful pass here on Mick Rommel. Grab him in with the knife. Bam, second from Agapito. You're coming over here, baby. It does cause the dynamite to miss, unfortunately. Is this gonna be a coach gun kill? Ah, this is the I can't be bothered to aim at this particular kill. That is essentially the coach gun kill. Wow. Mick takes so many boops here. I just want to watch him get absolutely blasted around. The Overwatch 1 tank experience. Now for Sojourns. No, please don't let Mick... Oh, no. Almost allowed to burn to death and having to use the recall. Guys, come on. My comms, my awareness. Wait, what even hits you here? You get hit by something else. Are you... Oh, I see. You're in LOS of the Ash as well. That's so sad. Anime fight. Oh, no. One shotgun to end them all. Oh, yeah. This seems to be a poorly considered fight. Wait for 1v3 on the point while all of this is happening. Me when I wonder where the entire team has gone. Over here, of course. Ellie's just respawned. The Bob would be waiting around the other side. Wait, does Bob give the healing trauma debuff because he's a DPS? Oh, he might do. Not that it's relevant as there's no healers around, but science demands to know. Speculative Bob demands a speculative pulse bomb. Oh, no. Okay, look at that. Look at the maneuver from Aero. But one good movement tech deserves another. It's time to fill up the Mercy's vision with Moira. Wait, can you body block the flight here? Well, you body blocked enough. That's quite cruel, actually. You have to just go to Rommel? You don't want to go to Rommel. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're too far away. We were uncoordinated in our push. Oh. I mean, you really wanted to go to the enemy trace. Oh, they're so far away. Damn.
Welcome on back. Thank you for sticking with us through that lovely, lovely break. And we are just here in our NA Masters final currently in a position I don't think anyone expected, with Enenra 2-0 up, sitting on match point to take away the entire finals here. I mean, Shadow, we definitely did expect Galactica to come out swinging.
And I mean, Galactica certainly is swinging, but it really does seem like, in particular, Effective is having such high value plays over and over again. First as the Mei on map 1, constantly walling off the Zarya of Redemption and getting really big blizzards. And then on map 2, every single duplicate was like a fantastic Tracer copy. Like, it's just kind of crazy plays all around from both sides. Both maps could have gone either way though, so don't let the 2-0 scoreline like confuse you or throw you off in any sort of way. It could easily be 2-0 Galactica or 1-1. Like, it could be any one of those things right now.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are playing each other incredibly close, and it means that, every little detail is going to matter, including, where we're going, as our next map choice is Flashpoint. It gives Galactica all the control in the world to pick between our two, and Servasa is where they ultimately decided to end up with. And, Servasa, it's such an interesting map in comparison to, New Junk City, just because I feel like New Junk City always leans itself to rush, but Servasa, you have an opportunity to play a lot of different stuff, and when you have a lot of different stuff, Shadow, you have some different rosters.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to see Galactica bringing Gyro Dog back in on this DPS. If I recall correctly, they were the Mei player on map 1. So are we seeing a potential like Ramatra Mei rush coming out from the side of Galactica? Could be something like that. We'll just have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yes, indeed. But of course, on the other side, Enenra has swaps of their own. Yoshi going to be coming in on the DPS line. And again, it's been these DPS that has been switching out, right? The tanks as well as the support line have stayed consistent for both these teams. And I feel like that is, a noticeable factor, right? In terms of a team structure for shot calling and things of that nature. Just having that consistency is always going to be super, super helpful, especially when you have players who are playing as well as, these players are right now. So wondering exactly how these new DPS additions will really affect the map and change what we're seeing going forward.
Yeah, I am a little curious myself. I imagine Enenra swapped in Yoshi to play Tracer because that is their favorite hero and their most played hero per the team sheet we were given. So Yoshi must just be their Tracer specialist. They come in just to play Tracer. That is it. They're not going to play any other hero. Now watch, I say all of these things that I just said, and they're going to pick like Reaper or something. I think it's just how it always goes.
I mean, yeah, and Tracer, it's one of those heroes that's really defining the meta right now. You can't really do too much in terms of a counter swap unless you want to make full-scale changes to your composition or just mirror it. And, that Tracer duel is always going to be an important factor with these matches. So, it will be interesting here. For the first point, at least, Enenra in spawn hovering the Sarissa once more, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I really like this comp. It's going to require Yoshi to really live off of health packs a lot, though. I feel like they're going to have to be really, really good at just not receiving that much healing, just due to the fact that it's a Bap Lucio.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always going to be a interesting thing. Prediction. Hey, listen, there's potential for 3 more maps. Let's calm down there. Backroom that doesn't make any predictions, but, we are going to be heading forward here. And already on point is Enenra. They've taken positioning on it for the moment. Galactica waiting for their moment to surge forward, potentially timing it with a shout or a knife land onto somebody, but instead it will be a spear from Krusty catching into the chest of that Junker Queen. And now Redemption's already taken out with a railgun to the head. Means that, once again here, Enenra finding themselves with a massive advantage. Redemption being focused down. It will just be another pick after another. Krusty really showing how powerful this Orisa can be with the space it's creating, and Okame not missing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of push in just because of how survivable the Orisa is. That's the difficulty that Galactica is running into right now. And you can see again, Redemption really favoring the Zarya a lot in this matchup. They're going to probably just try and burn down Krusty as fast as they can. And that's going to be a difficult ask.
Well, that's the thing, right? Focusing the Orisa is never going to be the main objective here. It's going to be getting to this support line. CTW has probably never felt safer in their life. So it is just going to be the bubbles being used to get everybody in here. Gyrodog trying to find somebody to start shooting at. Just couldn't find anybody for a while there. Blinks back to the team. But at least Galactica has made it onto point now. They have a little bit of space to work with. And they do force the Immortality Field out from CTW. Now with it being expended, is going to be a potential fight chance for them here. But the Orisa Fortify means that the healing's coming through. And now with that Pulse Bomb being stuck onto the Moira, it means that Krusty will just use that Terror Surge to secure some kills, secure some damage. And Anenra, you know, in a pretty convincing fashion, they take the first point.
Yeah, I mean, you just could never really dislodge this comp if you're the side of Galactica, and that's going to be the difficulty here. How do you dislodge this support line of Anenra when there's just an Orisa in the way?
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the question in terms of everything, right? So you have to be a little bit cautious here. Galactica, you know, they want to find some sort of purchase, and it might be up on this high ground where they can take positioning, but they have to actually find value with the space they have instead of just, you know, being there. Because I promise you, Anenra will just sit on point all day long if you allow them to. And now you're seeing more rotations come through. You sort of sat your Sojourn and your Tracer down up on the high ground and rotated everybody else around here. The Overclock combined with the Amplification Matrix means that it's going to force the sound barrier out on both sides. Verbo having to do keep everybody alive, and the trades come through. CTW and Kenu both taken out. Major sources of healing means that it is going to be a scrappy fight, but Gyrodog is more than happy to get scrappy with it, taking out Okame. And it seems like this DPS line, this Sojourn being left on the high ground, she was left alive and she'll take advantage of it. So despite getting a few percentage points on the board, it will be Galactica finally getting a point capped in their favor here.
Yeah, great fight win for Galactica, and you're still going to have your Gravitron Surge and basically your Railgun available. Overclock, there we go. Your Overclock available if you're the Sojourn, and look at Ravage just getting up here, getting these shots off. Oh, you'll love to see it if you're a Sojourn, just getting to sit up on the high ground, get those nice shots off like that. But don't look now, Krusty and Yoshi both have their ultimates. You could have a Terra Surge Pulse Bomb combo.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be something to terrifying to look out for here. You're seeing how aggressive the Zarya is playing Redemption, you know, being able to just even threaten the Graviton Surge, make sure everybody's aware of it and scared of it here. But it is going to be Ravage popping the Overclock, manages to take down Okame before being taken down by Yoshi, and Yoshi even dedicates the Post Bomb to it, but it was just dedicated onto a corpse here. So now 4v4 is going to mean that the Graviton Surge comes out. There's nobody able to stop it, and despite the Immortality Field being there, it wasn't enough to keep CTW and Easton alive through that. The Terror Surge being committed means that Krusty did it all for naught here, and it will be Galactica now surging back forward, taking a point of their own on this Flashpoint map.
Great recovery from the side of Galactica. Redemption held that grab just long enough to catch out both supports, and that's exactly what you have to do. This Orisa is too difficult to kill with those supports alive. As soon as the supports go down, you're able to take down Krusty. You're seeing Krusty, though, swap off of the Orisa and opt for the Ramatra here.
Yes, indeed. You know, finally bowing the knee, realizing Redemption can build momentum, but Okame will get momentum right there with a pick onto Kanu, taking another major source of healing out, and these Sojourns manage to do it consistently, back and forth now. These flex supports are going down, and it means that there's just this lack of healing. It's just a Lucio on both sides now, and Anenra has at least the control of the point here, and they're going to be able to walk forward. Finding that damage means that they take down Ravage, but Okame taking it on the other side. It's such a mirrored match. The sound barrier even being committed by Verbo now means Gyrodog's going to be able to walk forward, and it's just absolutely massive from Galactica to be able to surge back into this one off the back of just 3 players, and now they're getting more point percentage building towards the second one.
Oh, I absolutely love that sound barrier from Verbo. You need just that little bit of extra sustain. You managed to take down Easton before they build their sound barrier. Now if you're the side of Galactica, you kind of need to push into Anenra early to try and force that sound barrier out of Easton before they want to use it.
Yes, indeed, but it's actually being dedicated extremely early here as an engage tool. Now heading on into this next fight, Krusty is going to be able to punch forward, take out Kenu on that Moira, and without that source of healing, Redemption's already fallen, and I think this one, you know, Galactica's turned some crazy fights, but I don't think this is going to be one of them. With Gyrodog also falling, it's just going to leave, I believe, that should be all 5 members, actually, yeah. Nope,
yeah, I mean, I mean, you can't be too mad at that if you're the side of Galactica. You managed to build up your ultimates just a little bit more. But, yeah, you know, you're going to have 4 ults up for the side of Enenra. Galactica essentially is going to have 4 ults up themselves. This is going to be a very crazy fight right here. You just got to kind of hope nobody gets stuck by this pulse bomb.
Yes, indeed, and it's hard to do when a Coalescence is zoning everybody out as Kenku's is. So now with everybody dropping incredibly low, it is going to be the overclock found on the Verbo. Even through that healing from the Coalescence, it just was not enough. And now with that Lucio missing, it is going to be Galactica stumbling to find something. Sure, they get Okame, but it means that Gyrodog's going to have to pay for it with their life. And now with the Annihilation being dedicated, it means that Galactica has no chance to get back into this point. And then Nenra now moved to map point, series point here. They just need one more flashpoint under their belts.
Yeah, great ult usage from the side of Enenra. Again, that's been the story of the day so far. Every single map, I would say, Enenra has had just a slightly better ult usage overall, and it's managed to turn a lot of these fights for them. Because, look, if you're the side of Galactica, you have quite a few ults of your own you can use here. I honestly would like to see a Grav and a Pulse Bomb combo, but that's just me, you know, wishing for the old Overwatch 1 days where we ult comboed consistently.
Yes, indeed, but you're going to see at least that Pulse Bomb come out, and it's going to apply the damage to Redemption as well here. Means Enenra is going to win this fight convincingly off the back of just that one ultimate. Super massive from them considering their bank, and Enenra might be building towards their victory here and now.
Yeah, it's kind of looking that way so far, but Galactica does still have those same 3 ults on the board that we mentioned previously, but now, because you didn't get to use them last fight, Easton has a sound barrier this time to try and deny all your value from those ultimates, so we'll see. I think Easton's going to have another big sound barrier.
Yes, indeed, potentially the hero, depending on how long this goes, but they chuck the Graviton in onto the sound barrier. The Pulse Bomb manages to rip some of those shields off, but it will be Ravage as the first one taken down by Okame here. That overclock getting no value, and it means that Gyrodog now going to have to try to do an insane amount of work. Sure, they take out Okame, but without a Moira, again, that healing lacking. Gyrodog taken down. Now it's just going to be Redemption and this Lucio. Surely the Zarya can't do it all herself. She's going to try her best. Redemption is taken down by the fist of this Ramatra, and we're building towards, you know, potentially the end of the map here. There might not be time to get back.
Yeah, it's honestly looking that way. If Enenra, I think Galactica is going to be able to touch. I think they're going to just barely be able to touch, but I don't think it's going to be a really good fight. Oh, we'll see. 97.
97, the Genji's going to be the one in, and the sound barrier committed into the amplification matrix because of this space being created. Now enforcing the immortality field means CTW's off the map, but Ravage falls with it. It is the back and forth here, but the Annihilation should be a massive secure kill as it takes down Verbo. Gyrodog missing. It is now just the Wrecking Ball rolling around the point, and it seems like this rivalry, it might be a bit one-sided, at least for the time being. Enenra really put their stamp on it, take the finals, and earn that victory in a 3-0 fashion.
Absolutely. And Nenra, as I kept saying, they just seem to have the better ult usage, and they kind of, it seemed like they kind of played to focus down Redemption a lot of the time. Like, that seemed to be their big play all match.
I mean, yeah, and you know, when going into this series, we knew Redemption was going to be a key factor, and I guess, you know, hey, if you know there's a star player, you put the focus on them, you put the pressure on them, and it will just cause the rest of the team to crumple. You know, surely, you know, Galactica, they had a few good fights, they had a few good opportunities, but Enenra really just played at such a crazy tempo that, you know, couldn't be matched. Even if you were playing the same comps, even if you were playing counter comps properly like you wanted to.
Yep.
It's absolutely insane just what Enenra was able to do, you know, with this series. You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Just strong plays overall from both teams. Galactica just came up a little bit short today. It doesn't look like it for the scorecard being 3-0, but it was very close throughout. One fight here, one fight there, one play here even. Could have been the difference in a lot of these maps.
Yeah, and you're seeing the scoreboard there. We do have a head-to-head of our tracers, both of them being subbed in for this map, and very similar damage numbers, but clearly Yoshi just managed to get the better with a lot of those eliminations, as well as 12 final blows to 7. It really shows the impact a tracer player can have.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We saw Yoshi quite a few times just on these weird, I call them tracer flanks, because you're just like way off in the cut. But because you have those blinks and can get around so fast, you're able to get back in the fight very, very quickly. And Yoshi was just doing a great job of doing that throughout this map. Just catching people when they were already getting hit by the Ramatra of Krusty, resulting in them being just super, super low and easy kills.
Yeah, and it's absolutely ludicrous, how they were able to flex between multiple tanks like that, like they said, super, super calmly, super, super effectively. But yeah, what a beautiful way to end the Masters tier here in Nenra, getting that dub, that championship under their belt. It's always a phenomenal position to be in, and Galactica, at least you got second, and if this truly is a rivalry like both of these teams said, then hopefully we'll see this more and more in the future. But I think that is enough for me and Shadow here. As long as they are ready, we're going to toss it back to our desk where I can imagine there's going to be one insufferable person about how right they were.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Well, it is the day of the underdog. Welcome back to the desk here after our third championship of the day. Mr. Insufferable sitting in slot number 3. I mean, I did not have this on my scorecard. This is just an insane day right now. All the lower seeded teams have come through in spades. We've had a reverse sweep. Now we've had a 3-0 dumpstering of the top seed. And Sam, I mean, I think you picked it just to pick it and be contrary, but you come out looking like a genius.
Whoa.
Please do tell us how you came to this decision.
Whoa, okay. Look, I said it in... Sorry, and about that phone call. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just getting the correct answers for the future. But, like, look. I said it. They're the protagonist. They obviously had a lot of factors go their way. And when you look at the number 1 team coming into this, yeah, they're feeling some sort of way. They're undefeated. We've seen these Goliaths come in cocky and come up against a team that they're going, oh, we should just win this. No problem. And that's what happens. You underrate. And that's not to say they did, but clearly one team did their homework, and that was Enenra. They obviously looked ahead to see who was still yet to play and who had to do that. Like, it just felt like there was on a different level of preparation for this match. And, it was a little bit of a gamble, but sometimes, when the day goes absolutely AWOL like this, you have to gamble on that.
Well, Dex, I mean, you've changed outfits here. What's going on there, buddy? What's going on?
Yep, he did. Truly embodying the air ball that he created.
Wow. Ray, how are you feeling right now, bud?
Listen, sometimes you don't get all the preds right. You just don't, and that's okay. But most importantly, I won the battle for Soav's soul over here, because I said coming into this, do you mean I'm going to see some Reinhardt? And we did on Blizzard World, baby.
I still can't believe that. I still don't believe we got the Reinhardt.
I don't believe it either, but it happened. It did, in fact, happen. So, I mean, you know what? Congratulations. Honestly, I mean, Enenra really showing up big. I think that a big reason why they win is, both Shadowfang and Megalast kind of touched upon it. They did not allow Redemption to turn the game completely in their favor through the tank roll. They took care of the thin end of the wedge. And then went for the rest of the team. So normally you'll see teams work from like back to front. This time, you know what? They just said, we're just going to take the head of the Hydra off and we'll chop the rest of you down. So, Ray, I mean, now in retrospect, looking at what we saw just happen, what do you think that moving forward Galactica needs to do to kind of reclaim themselves as the top dog here in this division?
To me, it felt like a lot of the times the DPS and the tank not that the DPS can't go off and do their own thing sometimes, especially if you're a tracer, but in key moments, it felt like everyone was too separated, too much doing their own thing. And to me, they were also very bad about always looking behind them. Like, I felt like every time someone on the side of Enenra was getting behind them and getting like a pulse bomb or coming around with an overclock, like, you always got to be checking your whereabouts and making sure you're playing together as a team.
Dex, same question to you. I mean, Redemption obviously is a superstar in the tank role, but where do you think the most work needs to come from this Galactic team?
I mean, I kind of talked about it before this entire series started. I felt like the DPS line here for both sides was going to be very important here tonight or in this series. And I mean, there was a huge difference there. Yeah, we were even talking about it during that entire series. That Redemption was trying their hardest to keep this team in it here. That Zarya play from them was incredible, but the DPS line there for Galactica definitely need to step it up just a little bit. Yeah, they were able to find a couple fights here and there that they were the stars of the show, but it wasn't consistent enough for them necessarily to win a map here. Yeah, I mean, the maps were close. Map 1 went to all 3 points. Blizzard World, I mean, went almost the entire distance both ways, but it was always just that DPS line there for Enenra that was able just to help them out so much and shut everything down that Galactica wanted to do.
All right, now, Sam, over to you. What do you think that Enenra can do to kind of solidify themselves as a genuine front runner now that they've taken down Galactica, now that they've gotten that extra match win? What do you think they can do, to kind of solidify themselves there?
I think the next step for them is to solidify the roster a little bit more. We did see kind of, as Dex alluded to, the DPS, kind of a revolving door of DPS, and every single player we saw kind of had their own unique play style, their unique moments to it. But I think when you look to the future, you almost need to lock down exactly who is going to be starting, who is going to be getting those times. Because yeah, it's nice to have flexible tracers who have different lines of play and different areas they find the most success in. Yeah, it's great to have multiple mid-range hit scans, but at some point, the team cohesion that can get taken advantage of by other teams really needs to be there. So I think this is a great start because we saw a lot of that team cohesion there. I think I just want to see it come into a core 5 now that really kind of brings this whole package together.
I could not agree more with you. I think that having that set 5 is very important. It just builds the right synergy, and you always know, even if you're having a bad day, that's when you can bring somebody in off the bench. But I mean, they were kind of having their way with Galactica. I don't understand why they had the substitutions that they did. But as it stands, 3-0 is your victory there. And well, I tell you what, the second half of the season here in the NA Masters tier is going to be very interesting to follow, seeing who's going to come out on top at the end of the day. Yes, Ray.
I just can't wait to see their rematch against Sip Nation whenever that happens, because that's their only blemish on the season so far. And Sip Nation literally said, we can't play this week, so they just forfeited their spot in this tournament to another team. So Sip Nation is still waiting for them as the big dogs in this division.
All right. Well, you know what? We got more to come tonight. We're going to have coming up in about an hour. We'll be back in about an hour here. It's going to be the NAGM tier. It's going to be the University of Toronto Overwatch team, their Academy Blues, going up against Mythros Gaming. It's going to be Time to Light and Twin Salty bringing you the action. Don't go away. We're going to throw some ads up there. We're going to throw some content up there. We'll take a little bit of a break, but we'll be back around 10 after 8 o'clock on the East Coast to bring you the desk. For that, we'll see you in about 60 minutes.
You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar,
Whoa. Okay, someone did not expect to be caught out this badly. What happened here, Adam? What's wrong? You just take a little peeky too far? Oh, yeah, Invictus clocked you. Yeah, the Avengers have a raid, and you ain't living this one. Yeah, just 2 shots from a bat, 1 headshot. Honestly, just good luck on here from Robbie. Oh, J-Wiz went so low. Wait, J-Wiz, gotta get out. No, never mind. J-Wiz is unaware, unfortunately. It's difficult to identify. I could see how you may have stayed in this one. It's just it's an awareness issue. Small awareness issue. Phantom has lost a little bit of health over the course. Bro got absolutely massacred. Just managing to bisect Smolvin. Oh no. Adam died. Where did Adam die? What happened? What happened, Adam? Ah, hello. I see a distant silhouette. Oh no, don't tell me they're Invicta again. Oh, they're coming for the pickup. You try to intercept the pickup. Oh no. Adam, the stick? Oh. Wait, do you just eat shit on the Lucia projectiles? No, the Cheerios were too strong. Oh my goodness, the Lucia projectiles do so much damage with the new hitboxes, don't they? Hard engage. This should get maybe 3. Yeah, I imagine this gets 3. A slight assist here coming through from Crimson to make sure that the bat can't be hit by the rampage. Not ideal, I'm gonna say. Remember, kids, when you're trying to set up the... I mean, is this just supposed to be a backboard for Leaky? Is it gonna slide off? In the back, Adam has been taken out. Both the DPS fall at once, which is not ideal. What happens to you, Adam? Do you just find someone with a fully charged rail and eat shit? Yes. The answer is yes. Oh, the boop. How far does it go? Oh, you lucky bugger. You lucky bugger. A Doomfist is such fertile ground for lowlights. That's like a squirrel finding enough nuts to see him through the winter when I see a Doomfist roll out the streets. Invicta gets taken down. How does Invicta die? Does Invicta get hit by this punch too? I don't know why my voice is getting progressively higher, but here we are. Just an unlucky. Oh no, not the Cheerios. Not the random Cheerios. Gets weakened by the random Cheerios. I'm in the rail as well. You can see from the sad camera angle panning upwards that regret fills the veins of Phantom. That's okay, we can do this. Right, okay, I want the Sojourn. Once again, I feel that Phantom has been cheated by this hitbox. What happens to Crimson? Take me to the Adam cam. Oh. Okay, Crimson just goes into to snack on a nutritious, balanced breakfast of bullets and fists. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. Oh. I see what's happening here. Bad luck. Wait, do you go for a punch on him afterwards? Oh, that's not a high IQ maneuver. You were so desperate. You were so desperate for the environmental kill that the person you environmentally killed was yourself. The sad stare downwards. Oh no. Watching Robbie die, do you think Adam just gave up? It's like, well, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Oh, you reckon we were typing a flame? Something tells me that this is not going to be a successful defense. Oh, oh, Robbie, let's talk about this. Now, of all the things that you could face in terms of danger, there are 2 major dangers, and they both lie in this direction. One of them is a meteor strike, and the other is a dragon blade. And you're sliding towards both of them. Well, the good news is you don't have to worry about the Dragon Blade. This gets quite a bit of feeling, but admittedly, that might be troublesome later on. Ooh. Where's Invictus, Suzu? Can Leaky block it? No! Leaky, you ran it into DBRX. Oh. Remember, guys, when you're stuck, do try and stay still. Definitely feels like there needs to be a touch more subtlety on the approach. At least let the ball exit. This is a live feed of England trying to score a penalty against the nation of Paraguay. Simply impossible.
This ends.
Okay. CFE for... Well, at least you tried. What's going on back here? Alright, nice angle of approach here from Crimson. In comes the... Please don't tell me the fox is going to go down the hole. I feel like you're about to put this fox down the hole. I've got a real bad feeling you're about to put this fox down the hole. Fox? Fox? Work with us here, Fox. Work with us. Make it over. Oh... Well, guys, if you want the second half of a Kitsune Rush, you can find it in our Patreon, which is down here. Oh my... Guys, don't kill J-Wiz with a reflect. No! Guys, we killed J-Wiz with a reflect. Something makes me feel that Genji does not have access to this projectile, so I knew who it was. Whee! Oh, don't you look cozy? Me in my 10 square feet New York apartment, looking out the window and longing for a better life. You do match the roses, though. Okay, value out of a full HP Meteor Strike, I suppose. Those sneaky little mines when they roll a nat 20 on stealth. Oh, he was so focused on the kill. What? Oh. Goes for the goes to the wall climb. Oh no, he goes to wall climb. He gets messed up by being knocked back by the mine, and I think it caused him to fall into the other one. Oh. Tracer with a punch. Where was she? Oh. What? Oh. Oh, I think Phantom was trying to counter-punch Leaky, and the Tracer just gets in the way? Yeah. Beautiful. And she just goes freaking flying. Absolutely launched. Whee! Alright, time to test. What will a Doomfist do? Let's check that HP. 72. What will he do? That's what the Doomfists do, baby. Every single time. My god, that Kudai just going straight through the head. Okay. Oh, very nice matching Kitsunes here. Oh, you can see the meat in the middle. La la la. Yin and yang. I can't wait to have an antagonistic relationship with the editor. I'm going to say stuff like cut that and they leave it in. That's the kind of work ethic that I'm really looking forward to embracing in this project. You force me to listen to your bullshit like day, I will make sure that the entire world has to hear it. I will not suffer this alone. God, J-Wiz is already taking a huge amount of damage. I mean, I wouldn't have gone up to challenge that at low HP. And not only that, I wouldn't have shot the deflect either, but hey, who am I to tell you what to do? It's a free country. Oh, new turret spot as well. Oh, the Cheeto of time. Show me. How did this happen? Do they just blink in? They come from spawn? Where was my tracer? Oh, no, they're coming in from the back. I see. Blinks through into safety. Alleged safety. Then goes back in and I guess just eats shit. Yes. Yes, they do. Wow, what a shot. I'm looking forward to another big blade here from D's. Oh, has locked onto it. Oh, I love the turret here. This is a great turret. Okay, that's what we call a bit of a feed. Admittedly, you have created this grotesque chunk of flesh out of Crimson and DPRX, which is going to go to the low ground. But you did die for it, so you are Dr. Frankenstein right now. You've paid the price for your experiments against man. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, nice. Oh, never mind. I thought they knew. I could not have been more wrong. Oh, wait. Did they get booped? They get booped by DB. Okay, this is what... Vasily has returned. DB gets a boop on Adam midway through the channel of the Blizzard, so they don't get it where they want. I guess they wanted it on like close to Invicta. And they get booped here, so it just hits the cart instead. It just gets stuck in the wheel. Oh. Wow, DB, what a hero. What a hero. Then just swaps over to speed and gets TF out of there.
It's go time.
Here we go. Right. Overclock. Oh, this is a very aggressive angle. Some would say remarkably silly. Why have you done this, Robbie? Oh, that's a nice time, mate. Oh. Any 4 a.m.ers? Where is this guy going? I mean, I guess you were just trying to get Bob out before you die. But unfortunately, bro is going to eat shit right now. 300 damage per May headshot. This is what some of us would call a risk. So, place your bets. Are we going in the drink? No, we got a bit too scared. And you know what? We didn't kill ourselves, but we didn't hit anyone either. So it's a net neutral.
Time for the reckoning.
Well, everything could go right again with some double damage rails. That's what we call problem solving right there. Just add more damage to it. D's just hopping right out of there might not be the ideal. Okay, Robbie. Oh, no. That's... sadness. Becomes the saddest little corpse. Good morning, noon, night, or evening. It's CGL Lowlights, episode 2. Today we're going to be covering... Oh, it's Team 1 and Team 2 on the overlay this time. Today we're going to be covering Team Hex versus Ball Mafia, but it doesn't look like we've put their names into the overlay, so we're just Team 1 and Team 2, which is not helpful. Ball Mafia starting off in red. Antarctic Peninsula is a bit of a rare pick for a team that wants to play Wrecking Ball. You know, I could have possibly figured out without going through the team rosters that maybe the team that's playing Wrecking Ball could have been assumed to be Ball Mafia. I am, however, not an intelligent man. Oh my goodness, look at this. What a beautiful pass here on Mick Rommel. Grab him in with the knife. Bam, second from Agapito. You're coming over here, baby. It does cause the dynamite to miss, unfortunately. Is this gonna be a coach gun kill? This is the I can't be bothered to aim at this particular kill. That is essentially the coach gun kill. Wow. Mick takes so many boops here. I just want to watch him get absolutely blasted around. The Overwatch 1 tank experience. Now for Sojourns. No, please don't let Mick... Oh, no. Almost allowed to burn to death and having to use the recall. Guys, come on. My comms, my awareness. Wait, what even hits you here? You get hit by something else. Are you... Oh, I see. You're in LOS of the Ash as well. That's so sad. Anime fight. Oh no. One shotgun to end them all. Oh yeah. This seems to be a poorly considered fight. Wait for 1v3 on the point while all of this is happening. Me when I wonder where the entire team has gone. Over here, of course. Ellie's just respawned. That Bob would be waiting around the other side. Wait, does Bob give the healing trauma debuff because he's a DPS? Oh, he might do. Not that it's relevant as there's no healers around, but Ah, speculative Bob demands a speculative pulse bomb. Oh, no. Okay, look at that. Look at the maneuver from Aero. But one good movement tech deserves another. It's time to fill up the Mercy's vision with Moira. Wait, can you body block the flight here? Well, you body blocked enough. That's quite cruel, actually. You have to just go to Ramel. You don't want to go to Ramel. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're too far away. We were uncoordinated in our push. Oh. I mean, you really wanted to go to the enemy trace. Oh, they're so far away. Damn. Wait, Agapito's a bit of a warrior. Oh, never mind. Warrior down. Oh. You've made a bunch of fucky wuckies here. To begin with, there's been nothing to force out their Suzu. And also, there's no real reason for you to fight in this Kitsune Rush. And yet here we are, attempting to fight in the Kitsune Rush. Unless somehow Balbox manages to miss the Suzu again. Which, surely they won't. Ah, the preemptive Suzu does mean the Aero gets hit. It's only 48% though, not the end of the world here for Bull Mafia. Mafia. You can tell that I'm British. In the Mafia? No, we're the Mafia. Oh, Henry, fetch me my pocketbook. I need to go and make a deal with the Mafia. Oh, they want Aero so bad. Wait, I did not know you could stand on top of this thing. The stealth is so oh, okay. Things have gone severely wrong. This is a wild place for a Junker Queen to be. And a wild reason to be there, honestly. Oh no, there's no safety. There are enemies on all fronts. Oh no, wait. Did Ramel just eat all of these missed stickies? You thought that the stickies missed Ellie, but no, they were simply a setup for our boy Ramel to dive on in and take the damage. Ah, that's the kind of thing that I've begun to expect from Ramel. This is one way to feed support ult charge. Get yourself a DPS who cares, like Ramel. I just realized that your name might actually be Micro Mel. I kind of assumed it was Mick Ramel, but it might be Micro Mel or Microm L. Actually, you know, I'm falling down. Or my Cromwell. No, I'm falling down a rabbit hole. Focus up, like day. Where was that pulse bomb? Show me the location of the pulse bomb. Oh, is this just a limp throwing arm? Ah. Yeah, unfortunately backing off a little bit too far. Oh, that would have been a badass stick. Those stickies got some real value. Where's the Bob gone? Wait, don't tell me the Bob's in. The Bob's in here with the mines. Come on, guy. The most zoned area you've ever seen. Mike is just going to be bodyguarded for a while from Bob.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
It's the kind of security you need as head of Blizzard Entertainment.
Mercy.
What? I'm going to assume this was just a copy to survive kind of deal.
Adaptive circuit.
Is it though? Well, it certainly did allow a couple of seconds of survival. It may have made things substantially worse. What happened to this one? Well, there are so many tales of weird dynamites. Oh, okay, that's Amsu messing up theirs and hitting the door. It's a zoning dynamite. Wait, can this burn you? Yes. Just blow it up before you get there, man. Okay, the self-dynamite. There from Agapito. Aha, you ain't going out of this door, boys. This is a great minefield. Where do you go? You go into Careless. Does Careless know? Careless, I've set them up for you. Choco? Okay, Choco is aware. Oh. God, they always use the Bob Minefield Crunch, man. It is yet to work, though. This is the Bull Mafia special move. The mine's out, bring out Bob to whack someone. I guess goes in for a little bit of a peeky here. Yeah. Sees dazed. Boom. It's my time to shine. Unfortunately, goes mostly for shin shots rather than headshots, which is a slight sadness. They just not realize. Ah, we're cooking a little bit of an ambush, are we? Tracer versus Tracer. There should be Pika's advantage to Ramel, but... Wow, Dazed is on it. Valorant player over here. And doesn't use the recall. Still doesn't use the recall. You did have it, right? Yep. You got to take your advantages where you have them, team. So many beautiful Moira skins, and yet you decide to use this one. Still no fade, 0 HP. You're donezo, mate. Right? Yeah. However, Dazed still dies. My beautiful entry. What happened to it? Let me lock in on the Lucio. Okay. Was Ellie also just filling a head full of lead? Those nanoparticles, they do hurt, don't they? Oh, wait, no. I don't know what killed that's Dazed. They do just get random 2-tapped by some Cheerios. This is a very risky beat, admittedly. Oh, yeah, I don't think that Ellie would be able to get that punch off if not for the... if not for the Doomfist assist. Oh, that's quite upsetting, actually. Yeah, come with Cheerios. Oh, no. Wait, revenge? Vengeance arc? Wait. Haven't you lose the pulse bomb as well? Damn, okay. This poison dart frog is fueled by vengeance. Out in the wilds, this poison dart frog has recently seen its mate be attacked and killed by a British predator. And now, it engages in the dance of vengeance, hoping to secure the kill. Humiliation is given over, and so our story continues. Alright, easy touch here. Oh, a Tracer duel. Oh, they appear to be walking by each other. Okay, easy peasy. Huh? Guys? Are you... Oh, I guess you go to touch and then Ellie just body blocks? They can't make it... Oh, no. What a beautiful body block from Ellie. Well, now we got to go over to the point. Oh, they want Battle Box. They want Battle Box real bad. Wait, the fucking orb. Dude. Oh, it's such a cruel ability, man. It feels like Satan just has a little sniff of your taint and decides that's enough. I finally got into cover, hiding from the solar wall, but no. The orb says that it's time to die. Oh, it's so sad. Does Daze just drop out of the high ground? Too scared of Ramel. I don't know if they're aware what's going on back here. Oh my god, yeah, dropping out of the high ground might not have been ideal. Oh no. Oh no. Yes! One for the soldier players. A rocket to the ankles. It's what they deserve. Oh no. What a rough time. Just the Moira healing the Sojourn through all of this is so sad. Oh, average tank experience. Ramel is about to get themselves another pulse on. Oh no, not the tiny room, guys. This is about to be a kitchen nightmare. Oh, they've used Wraith as well. It's a kitchen nightmare. Unless you stick this corner here, which surely you will not do. Well, that'll do. At least he's getting out of the way this time. The 2v1 should not be... Oh, please don't get a kill in the 2v1. Guys, just leave them. Just leave them. There's a Mega in there. No! No, Agapito, it's a bait. It's a bait. My young, stupid frog. Below ground Cole is having a bit of a suffer right now. Oh no, and while the Cole is fading over to try and do better here, the Reaper dies. Boo. No. Oh, it was like, I'm coming. I'm coming, team. Not anymore, you ain't. Oh no. Wait, the cover behind the rail? It's all good? It's all good? Choco thinking as thin as they can? Wait, how do they escape this? Do you just fade and you, like, go behind? Oh my goodness. Stealth 100? And they can't, the Cole can't get them. The Cole can't get them through the side. My 100% stealth Moira. You've taken them to the shops, mate. You've taken them to the shops. Oh, the fade in as well. Ramel takes this 200% of the time. After a fade in and the missed orb, my goodness, you are donezo, mate. Oh, where's that orb going, bruv? Where is that orb going? Homie didn't cook shit. Legendary in spirit. Okay. Big volley here. Oh, fully eaten. Oh my. This is a big commit. Should be a kill there. Wait, the hoodwink? The hoodwink? Oh, never mind. One of my favorite things about watching Wrecking Ball is that the Wrecking Ball ragdoll is always very funny. Especially with the sunglasses. He just flops over. Oh no. Where is Homie going? Homie's going to space. Oh. Is this what you wanted? God, he's still going. Bro's flying. He's having a great time. You're about to have a significantly worse time. Goodbye. Ramel recalls back into their secret spot. Ah, directly into the defense matrix. Unforge. My defense. My defense. No. Ah, they get distracted. Everyone else is too busy out here doing miscellaneous shit. Okay. Oh, and Ellie still gets to... Okay, question is, how many mines do you think you've cleared, Amsu? Let's find out. Oh, are you sending the Bob to clear the mines? It puts him on high ground. Oh, it's a masterpiece. An absolute masterclass of tactical. He's going to take out the... My mine clearing Bob. Unbelievable value. And then Lace is going to push him over to the side. Okay. That's a dub. That's wild. I feel like, what do we do about this slowly inching forward Bob? Third point it is. Let's go next. Wait, what happens here? You just go too far out the door. Sometimes you just strafe in a straight line. Target acquired, baby. Oh, do they blink into the boop? Do they blink into the active boop hitbox and die? Let me slow this one down. How low are you? Oh, 19 HP, yeah. The boop does 20 damage. So I'm pretty sure we see like a boop come out from Lazy. They just blink into it. Oh. Has Ellie been having some trouble grabbing this Mega? No, there it is. What? But why? I demand.
and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours.
Our inside here, you get an insight and you know something, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Got lots of love. Love. 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 Got lots of love. Love.
welcome back. It's a brand new season of CGL.
This is just an absolute treat. These players are so damn good.
The talent on these teams is undeniable. Everybody on every team right now is making plays.
It's going to be an exciting start to the season, and it'll just get better from here on out.
We're about to step to a whole new era of Overwatch esports. So much exciting action is happening here on CGL that you do not want to miss.
Look who's starting it all off. It's Raven. No one necessarily figure out what is the right way to go just yet.
What a nice roll through from Peyton. It's just going to solidify everything for Mythos.
Does come back, and Arsario gets the mech, but I don't need a mech. I'll kill 4 anyway.
This is just a highlight reel for Arsario right now.
They're making a statement in the EU Masters here.
This patch is still incredibly fresh. There's so much to learn, so much to change about the way we play the game.
NKT, but the shatter is colossal.
Let's get it going.
Trades keep coming through. Lores, you're going to be able to find these shots true.
Inu on the overclock with 2.
Here comes an Anvil and immediately goes back to fine skills, slicing and dicing their way through 2, 3, so back and forth.
All right, my beautiful goobers, welcome back. We have 2 more matches to go here on Championship Sunday. Chef Billy bringing back once again Dexatron, Soav, new to the desk, Joker's Ransom. How you doing, buddy?
I'm here. I'm ready to watch some more Overwatch.
Right. All right. I mean, this is what it's all about. It's all coming to a close here. It is the day of the underdog, gentlemen, and I want to get your thoughts of how we got here across all the divisions, because that is where we are looking at. It's like, oh my God, these teams, they're coming in and they're punching way above their weight class. Sam, I'm going to start with you actually right out the gate here. We see Mythos Chimera, we see Utah here at the academy. We know that their varsity team is making massive jumps in the collegiate scene right now. Actually got some votes to get into the Okra top 20. What do you see from this team that's so special right now?
I mean, I think the thing that I see from them in particular is much like previously our first seeds, the 4-0 no drop winless, which is really hard. It's a curse and a blessing here at this point. But I think the other part to that is I see a depth of roster. I see a team that has discipline. Look, as a college graduate also who didn't have discipline, most colleges teach you how to have discipline. So they want you to do your best, and they want you to feel like you're in a space where you can learn, grow, and try. And I think that does make a little bit of a difference here.
All right, Joker, you are the resident console guru. I'm going to throw you on the spot here. GM tier, Mythos Chimera. We know that Mythos is as good as an org here in the CGL. This is one of their highest rated teams. What are you expecting out of them today?
I mean, we saw from the hype video, lore, just popping off non-stop on that Ashe, which is so good. Widowmaker as well, Sojourn if you want to. And I also really like Water, who's making their debut back in CGL on the PC side of things. It was really good when we got to cast them in the week, our first week of Friday Night Overwatch as well. I think this team's really well built. It's only 5 or 6 people, so they have to play together. They have to know what they want to play, because there's no swapping things out like you have on the side of a team like Utah.
Right, Utah, very strong top to bottom university side. Dex. We're looking now at Mythos Chimera, the standard standby here in the CGL, going up against the upstarts, but in first place, Utah Academy. What do you want to see from Mythos to kind of, put that big BDE energy out there and start, going again with this underdog energy that we've been seeing all day long?
I mean, we kind of talked about before coming in here today. We all kind of feel like this Mythos Chimera team hinges on one person, and that would be Lore. Yeah, you heard Joker talk about Water. I really like Fungin as well on that support line here. But Lore, if they pop off, they can immediately take over this game to a point where this University of Toronto Academy Blues team has no chance necessarily staying in it here. And while you guys did talk about some depth with the University of Toronto Academy Blues here, they only played 6 players in their last in their semifinal game here, only really swapping up the DPS line here, and it seemed like they were able to find success no matter who necessarily was playing for them.
Well, let's see how we got to this grand finals, how our bracket set up. This has been a lot more fun than a lot of people's put out there. Workers Union was somebody during the Ghost tournament that I was really impressed with. I think we all were very impressed with them back then. But Showtime, kind of a shock to me that they go down 0-3 to Mythos. And I mean, I know that Laura had one hell of a match there, but still, 3-0. That's got to be a wave of momentum coming in here for Mythos Chimera. And I mean, they do. I mean, Utah did drop a game there in their semifinals. So that's how we got the road to where we are. And we're going to see now what we got going on. I mean, we're going to take a look at the lineups right now, and we'll see how this is going to go down. Utah Academy right here. These are your Blues. Again, Zeus, Kirsten, War Hater Sam. I love that. And then Spicy Toast, the lone American on this roster. And I'll tell you what, I have seen a lot out of Spicy Toast here. We are very familiar with their play. They've actually had some extra T3 experience going on as well. So, Joker, I know that you are a Mythos stan, so I'm going to put you on the spot here with Utah Academy. Who sticks out from this team for you?
So, we were talking about earlier on, Hater Sam on this Baptiste can really get things going, even from the support role, which is not as overtuned as it was in the previous seasons. And I mean, to still get good value with the Baptiste is huge, especially with the transition over to a Moira or a Kiriko backline with the Lucio. Still to get good value with the Baptiste is an incredible thing.
Sure.
I mean, Joker, but like, here's the thing: the player from UT who is like a flex player that prefers to play Moira is again, and they're picking up DPS here. I mean, like that. I think to me also says a little bit something about how committed they are to the Baptiste.
Yeah, that is an incredible thing as well. Hey, if it works out for him, I'm here for it. But again, we'll have to see how again can do on that DPS role when they're moving away from their comfort pick of Moira.
All right. Well, now let's take a look at the other side then. We've got Mythos Chimera ready to go. I mean, we know this team. We know this team inside and out. There will be no substitutions. There's a 5-man roster for this Mythos Chimera squad, at least listed so far. Lore is absolutely nasty. Water making the triumphant return. Yeah. Dex, I kind of want to put this out to you. Being here in the CGL, kind of getting used to how we do things around here. You talked about Funjin. We will go with that.
Yeah, I mean, Funjin and Rocket, they are just such a solid support line here. I had the privilege to cast them in their Friday Night Overwatch game all the way back in week 2. I believe I was with Joker for that one. And this, while Lore impressed, it was this support line that impressed me more here. I mean, they allowed so much to be done that their DPS could go off and do their own thing. They allowed them to be aggressive, knowing that those two supports right there are going to be able to get them out of a jam if they find themselves in one here. Yeah, Funjin is the person I talked about when we were, before we went into lineups here, but Rocket is just as good as well. And a lot of the time you'll see them on carry, on that Moira here. The BAP, I don't necessarily know if they'll play the BAP in this series, but it is definitely still there for them.
Anything, we saw that in the last series. Anything can come out here right now. We even saw a failed attempt at an on a Zen that got completely destroyed.
That was
especially if we start looking at diveable heroes, but we'll see now, what this team is going to be able to do. I've got a lot of faith in Mythos just because I know this org. Like, they're one of the orgs like that was around like when I was playing. So I don't tell you what, but you know what? It is what it is going to be. So, I mean, with about 4 minutes till go time, we got to talk about Preds. We got to talk about who we think is going to come out and why, on top and why. It is not unanimous here on the desk. It is not unanimous with the casters as well, I believe. Hey, Hippie, we can take a look at those predictions whenever you are ready to go with them. But I tell you what, there are some of us that are standing by our CGL orgs. There are some of us that are going with the upstarts, and I want to go to Dex here. Dex, 3-2. You think it's going all the way? I think it's going all the way. Give me your reasons.
We know how good of a team this Mythos Chimera team is. We know how good some of their players really are, but I got really impressed with this Utah Academy Blues team in that semifinal game there, that they just looked incredibly good. They looked incredibly well polished for a team here. And the most impressive thing was they know when to back out of fights. I believe there was a fight on Blizzard World where they had lost their tank who was playing Diva at the time just to remech. They jumped off the map. They backed out, allowed that attacking team to get 2 ticks, then came right back in, won that next fight, and never really let that other team get anything going there. It's a very, very smart team, and mechanically wise, they are just great.
All right. I mean, I know why Joker and I chose Mythos, because we do have the CGL connection going on with them. We believe in lore. We believe in water making the return. So, Av, you think it's going to be pretty one-sided. You do give up a map. But let's take a look at what Time to Light and Twin Salty have to think about what is going to go this way. And you know what? Time to Light thinks that Utah, the Canadian collegiate team, is going to take a 3-1 win. But our boy Twin Salty is going with the CGL standby. So, I mean, it is completely even. It is 3-3 as far as all predictions. Somebody's going to get it wrong. But you know what? It's enough with the talk about predictions, enough about what we think we're going to see, who we're going to see, what they're going to play. Let's let Time to Light and Twin Salty bring you the action here for the NA Grandmaster Tier Grand Finals. Dan and Jesse, take it away.
Thank you very much, Billy. You were talking about it. It's a very split desk. We are split as well, but I mean, he's taking it in favor of the CGL squad. I'm just taking it in favor of not him. That's where my prediction went. Okay. That's where I have to go. I'm Time to Light. That right there is Twin Salty. Dan and Jesse join alongside you for the entirety of this Grandmaster Grand Final. And Jesse, moving into this game, I gotta say it is about as even as things could be. I've not seen a desk/caster desk split this evenly since watching probably some NBA Finals 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's an extremely split talent group right now. Even, we were looking at this game last night. It's like, man, this could be an incredibly good game. And one thing from the other night that I'm just gonna bring back for old time's sake: never doubt Billy. I doubted him a few nights ago. Did not go well for me. So you know what, Billy? I got you this time. Mythos Chimera. I have a feeling they're gonna win this out in 3-2 fashion. I think it's just too good of a team right now. Even though, yes, Utah looked great during their semifinal, I do think there was a variation of, hey, they're going against a lot of Zarya. They may not even see the Zarya tonight. They're going to have to make even more changes.
If I took paper and pencil notes, I'd be like, always doubt Jesse with a giant
sign.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, all I'm saying is last time it was you wrong and Billy right.
That is true.
You being wrong. I'm mostly kidding. This is an ongoing joke of a feud. If you are not familiar with our, we'll say casting dynamic, but this is our game of the night. I'd have to say. A game of the day in its entirety. We've seen games. I don't think a single one has ended 3-0, as Billy mentioned. So we've seen.
I think
some
one did, but
nice
it was an underdog that won it. It's been underdog central today in finals. It's been ridiculous. Yeah. So I don't know. It depends. I don't even know if there is a clear favorite going into this one, in my opinion. I think, like the desk said, you have a good reason to say each of them could win this. Yep. I don't think it's a very clear, Utah was favored or Mythos is favored. I do think you can genuinely make an argument for both. Like Dexatron said, I think Utah was very polished. I'm just curious if the moment here, we'll get to them a little bit. Because a semi's a semi, right? It's a semifinal. This is a final of a mid-season tournament. There's a lot more stress involved. That is my big thing with this Academy roster. Can they deal with the pressure?
Well, we've taken a look at the teams, we've taken a look at their rosters, we've even taken a look at what he and I, alongside the desk, think about the game. Let's see where our first game will be taking place. You can take a look over at our map pool for this 1-3 series. The maps are map type restricted, but they are not map themselves restricted. It is loser's pick, as is stock standard in the CGL. Nepal will open things up with Hybrid, Escort, Push, and finally Flashpoint should it be required to close out this series. And I love Nepal. Honestly, apart from maybe Li Zhang, is probably my favorite. No, sorry. Apart from Ilios, just because of the boops, is probably my favorite control map. And I have to say, this is a very good litmus test to give us, we'll say, a decent showing as to what we may expect down the line.
And you can see a lot of versatility on this as well. Like, obviously, Village is going to be pretty hard to rush. You may even see some May comps that come out a little bit. But honestly, Sanctum and Shrine, you could run Poke, you could run Dive, you can run a little bit of everything on those. So I do think that'll be a great test as well of the versatility that each of these teams are wanting to show today, as well as what is their primary comp. What are they going to show out first? Like, hey, this is what we're most confident in, and I want to see the adaptations kind of fall in from there, because this is a meta. You can't stay stagnant with your comp. You have to make sure you're continuously adapting and making sure, like, hey, we are on the top foot, and to make sure that we are in the advantage.
So now, one note I want to bring up, and I've brought this up the last couple times that I've cast in the Overwatch scene, especially with you, as a matter of fact, is there is so much that's viable for a team that I feel like the more flexible the team, the more successful they'll be. We've seen teams make some adjustments to their tank line, more importantly. Some of the counter swaps have come through, but usually it's just the team with a better overall tank, whether it's individually on a single hero, somebody has a godlike Ramatra, good for you, or godlike across multiple heroes who are more flexible down the line. It completely changes the landscape of the game. That's what I'm really looking for, is the tank battle, especially to open up Nepal. We may see some swaps, we may see absolutely nothing of the sort. It's really still a game of who can presume what's going to happen better, especially between you and I, and honestly everybody watching, because we don't know coming into this grand final. Naturally, their semifinals both went well. There's a reason they're in the grand finals, but I don't want to speculate too much on, oh yeah, this team's going to win because XYZ reason. We've seen some VODs on them. We've seen some better play style out of, in my opinion, Utah. But I mean, again, between the desk, it's a toss-up, so nobody really knows.
Yeah, we honestly, it's funny because that is just part of the fun of grand finals. Sometimes you don't know, right? Like you honestly don't. We saw from Utah in the semifinal, in the first round alone over on Busan, they ran Diva, Sigma, and Ram, completely different win conditions, and yet they were able to have decent success on all three compositions. So I think that is somewhere, especially going to Nepal, Utah may have a slight advantage, but also a disadvantage, because they've shown a lot of their hand during that series of a lot of the comps they like to run. Mythos maybe haven't shown as much of their hand and what they've been scrimming. So I think that's it's an asterisk by this, right? Like, it's not that much of an important factor, I think, going in. It's more how you start in the game, but it may just be this first fight or two. Like, it may just be that little bit of information that Mythos have extra going into Nepal.
So one note that I want to bring up into this is both teams have fairly star-studded rosters in terms of players we've seen before, and in terms of notable personalities, in my opinion. The other thing I want to bring up is how subs will play a factor. As of right now, we can see the lobby. You can't. That's intentional. Good job, our producer. In our lobby, there is one sub per team. Now, I believe it's for Mythos. There's like 9 rostered subs, or 9 rostered players. Is that right? No, it's Utah with 9 rostered
Utah
players.
Cat has, like 6 subs on their roster. I don't think we're going to see all of them, obviously, but that does, give an extra hand of leniency of what they want to run. But, the other side of that is like, hey, they may come in cold into the series, and it may take them a fight or two to get warm, and that is all it takes sometimes for a snowball to truly begin. So, again, I would love to see how this goes. And we're finally loading on in. Teams are going to be spawning in as we load into Nepal.
So, Nepal, point numero uno. I have to say that it is up to the Blues to start things off. One thing that I love that Dexatron brought up is their ability to understand when a fight is lost and when you can re-aggress in a different factor. We talked about this earlier, or specifically Dexatron talked about this earlier. You have the ability to get out, and if you can recontest, you are better off setting up a recontest earlier. That may be what we see from the Blues. I'm not going to take any one of these picks worth a grain of salt, because I see a Life Weaver, and that's enough for me to speculate. There's no way you're rolling out on this right off the bat. But if you do, more power to you.
I have a feeling Mythos is generally sticking with what they're running. Same thing with Utah. I don't know if the Weavers stay either, though. Especially right now, Ram with Moira is so good. It was underrated when the patch first came out, and now it has really come to the front and both teams spawning in, but it will be completely different DPS lines for the beginning of this game.
It's the opposing set of primary support heroes as well. You're seeing that Bat versus the Moira. You're talking about the Moira seeing a lot more play as of, I'm not even going to say recently, but as of more lately. Great Wall completely segregates Dizzy. They do have ability to completely block any damage. Thank God for the Nemesis form. But for the time being, they're basically forced away. Kirsten forced off. Great pseudo boop. Finds one. Warhater Sam gone as well. And that will have to be the disengage. And it's not going to be a successful re-engage thereafter.
No, it'll not. The boop is massive. And you said, you know, Ilios was your favorite because of the boops. But right here as well, a little bit of boop potential on that bridge. And it makes all the difference. Even though the wall from again at the beginning of the fight was big and made Dizzy play way more defensively, but the Blues not able to capitalize.
So into what seems to be a difficult position for Mythos. Yes, they have cap at the point, but they're not playing on and around the point, so they're not taking advantage of their position. And again, we see a boop. That one, Kirsten just forced off the map and body blocked more than they were booped. And Yu Tao completely dropped off. There's no way they can have a part in this fight, and they just don't.
Mythos are just going to love playing around this bridge. They've gotten 2 boops already. And this is, again, exactly what you want to see. Yep, bye-bye. As Kirsten going to have to come back into it. Only 45% to the Annihilation. Half of what Dizzy is at for Mythos.
It's really with Kirsten having difficulty staying alive in the earlier part of the fights. They've been the first death on 2 separate occasions, and now Water playing a ring around the Rosie with the main objective point. In goes basically everything. It's a press Q competition. Coalescence first to just initiate, but they do very little with it. As Utah wants to disengage as much as they can. They're fairly successful, but a return Annihilation here for Dizzy. How much can they do with it? Not much if you're frozen solid. Not a game of freeze tag you want to be playing, but Kirsten dies just the same. Very even, and now more than in favor of Mythos. They won't even give over control of the point. Spicy Toast, they were hunting for a boot. There's no way they're going to find it. 85% for Mythos.
Mythos, I don't know. Blues should be able to get a touch, but it won't be a quality touch. They have the blade to work with. Use the blizzard that got Dizzy. But there's the fact that Kirsten was not able to live, but a late Annihilation could bring this one in their favor.
The Dragon Blade for Zeus just to get onto the point. They ended up dashing, popping, and then dashing again off the back of their ultimate. They didn't do much with it. That was the main problem. They were forced into a lack of a decent touch. That's difficult to say. And now, Utah are going to take full advantage of Mythos just trying to play catch-up when they really didn't have to, forcing themselves out into the open and being caught out at seemingly every juncture. Great couple of body blocks off the map, and Utah will indeed cap.
And honestly, they didn't have to use a whole lot. They just used the blade, which, like you said, didn't really get a whole lot out of it, but at least helped them start that transition to flipping the point, and it keeps this game going. That's all they're really going to care about for now. Now they have the window to use very early. Mythos really don't have anything to work with. Blues got to play conservative.
Oh, and a great wall into the amplification matrix. You are not surviving through that one. Dizzy ends up falling. The only ultimate dedicated is the amplification matrix. You are more than happy with that if you're Utah.
Yeah, and honestly, you're getting close to Sound Barrier now. You still have Annihilation. This is the kind of fights you need to take. Mythos will start to get some ults for themselves, though. Water, watch for them maybe to stick a pulse on a Kirsten if they get a little too close with the Annihilation.
Yeah, but even then, Kirsten could pop out that Nemesis form, or even the Annihilation at that point, into what is basically a round-deciding fight for Mythos. If they get in well, they're in a great spot. But Dizzy out in the open, they're over-dedicated, and they barely have any help. There goes the Annihilation. Say goodbye to Funjin. You're probably saying adios to Dizzy as well. You're not living through that one. Your Moira is able to fade out, but it's not going to be consequential. There are a couple kills going back the other way. Hold the phone. It becomes a 2 versus 2. Stick goes through. Will it be lethal? No. Kirsten does indeed get the block off, but how long will they stay alive? The answer, not very. Cap will indeed go Mythos' way, but will there be a touch here in OT? That's the real question. Yes, again, with a dash from the Genji, but how much more do they find with it? Beat put through alongside the jump over cross. It doesn't seem like the OT wick will burn all that long though. And the Doomfist just to initiate a push. It even misses the punch. A good Blizzard, though, at least gives them a decent opportunity. They find a freeze. They may find Lurer, but they won't end up finding the kill, as they do indeed avoid the area of effect of that Blizzard. Overtime Wick will burn. Almost the longest first round I've had in a control point in a little while. And Mythos will go up 1-0.
I like to see the fight, though, from the Blues there. They were able to at least get it to 77%. And I have a little more faith in what they're doing. But this is the very beginning, just the boop off. And that set the tone for the entirety of this map. And yep, and there you go. Once again, Bungeon having the time of their life on Lucio so far. As the elimination difference right now, 72-38 in favor of Mythos. A massive advantage that they're going to look to continue here in the second round. But again, I do at least like that the Blues were trying something different. They played a little bit more smart around the bridge and didn't fall victim to those boops. Those shouldn't be as much of a factor here. And the Torb, honestly, is a good call because Water was living rent-free in the backline.
The problem is, as soon as that turret's taken care of, how much do you find more if you are Zeus? You're in an odd position playing the Torbjorn, period. Much less if Water is, we'll say, spatially aware of where that turret is. It's much better if you're playing against some aerial hero, i.e. that Pharah or Echo or something similar. Say goodbye to your turret. First one's already taken care of. And Zeus is basically just stuck in a corner. What are they going to do with this? It seems like do a decent bit of damage. Look at the disengage from Mythos Gamera. They have no business being in this fight, and I think they just now understood that. They'll be forced back. Great opening there for the Utah Blues.
Perfect opening for Utah, and it should be, yeah, them capping this point first. This Torb, honestly, very underrated pick. We've seen it a little bit, and they showed it over on Busan Mecha Base. It's not like this is new for them to pull out against the flankers, and Water will have to play this way more safe. You can see only 50% to their ult. It's going to take a little bit more time, and I'm curious how this Kiriko instead of the BAP is going to impact them. They have to play a little bit quicker.
Seems like that speed for Mythos was pretty good in round 1. How much does that change here in round 2? Everybody completely trouncing Dizzy. They had no business staying alive in that fight, and obviously they don't. Funjin finds at least one back, but it's not going to be consequential to the fight. Utah Blues just swarming everybody. Good target prioritization, and hey, there's that good turret. Ends up working, and Water not going to survive through that one.
No, not this time around, and the Blues are going to love these fights just to go a little bit slower. They have the Immortality field they can work with around these corners. Slightly more consistent healing coming as well from Warhater Sam, so this is the kind of fights that they are going to love. Already 50%, and they have Molten Core if they wanted to stall it out. Blizzard coming up. Well, honestly, the ball is in their court just to finish off this round.
Molten Core used. Fairly good position for it. Water again taking out that turret, but the sound barrier just to initiate for the Blues. It's later for Gamera. Missed Pulse Bomb, but not a miss for that overclock. One already found. They're looking for a second. It seems like they'll find that opportunity around the backside. No business staying alive here for Utah. Yes, again, it's a team that caps fairly high in their opening engagement, but they lose a decent bit shortly thereafter. Mythos Gamera will indeed cap back.
It's honestly a great fight for Mythos. Instead, they're the team that kind of waited out. Like, okay, Molten Core doesn't really get a whole lot. They just keep waiting. Window didn't get as much value as they needed either, and they held on to the Annihilation. Yes, Kirsten has theirs as well, and it should be a decent fight winner here for the Blues if they can position it with the Blizzard from again, who did hold on to it, because that only one ultimate here for Mythos to play with.
Mythos already losing a decent bit of HP on Dizzy, who needs to get out here if they can. They'll be frozen in place. Amazing Suzu, though. It allows them to stay alive for an extra few seconds, but not forever, and they'll end up falling. Water with at least one. Say goodbye to your Baptiste. That makes things much more difficult in terms of longevity for the Utah Academy Blues. But how much more will they find with it without their Baptiste? Great Annihilation. Finds 2, looking for 3. I don't know that Water's going to live through this one, regardless of the Pulse Bomb they've, I'm going to say, unnecessarily dedicated. And Utah now in final fight for this second round.
Final fight territory, had to use everything going into it. Mythos just never were able to use that Annihilation because of the fact that Dizzy almost got saved, but not quick enough.
There's the Annihilation back. It was originally booped, so not as much effective nature right off the bat, and Dizzy just hasn't been able to use it whatsoever. Yeah, the nanobots are taking some HP, but nothing to change the fight. Again, a good cleanse, though, keeps Dizzy alive, and they find Warhater Sam in the process. Makes this a much more viable fight, and one that reasonably could go the way of Mythos Gamera, and it does. Kirsten last left alive, sorry, Spicy Toast is, and not for long.
No, not for long. Honestly, Dizzy just had to hold the line for the rest of their team to get back into the fight. Sometimes as Ram, that's all you need to do with the amount of damage resistance that you have in guard. The Blues, though, have a lot of opportunities here. They have the sound barrier to work with, a good 30% ahead of Fungent. If they're able to play quick, they should be able to load that up and just use it aggressively. That or to kite out of the Kitsune Rush here from Rocket, as this is final fight territory.
Last opportunity, Kitsune Rush used, but completely walled off. No easy opportunity in for Mythos Chimera. High angle up here for Lore. They find damage, but they will not be able to find the Ajax. Spicy Toast will get it off, at least safely for the time being. The rest of their team behind falling without that overheal, without Kirsten to support. Great back cap, or back flank it seemed. An even better Pulse Bomb does damage onto one, kills another, and there goes a Nemesis for him. This will close out Nepal. Even better sound barrier to shut out this first map. Tracer will try to touch. They may have an opportunity to do so, but no. Not enough blinks to close it. Mythos Chimera will 2-0 Nepal, even after going almost 90-0 down on the second point.
They brought it back around, and honestly, it was the fact that the sound barrier did not hit Lore, and it wasn't Lore, it was Water on the Torb. Just did not get to them in time. And at that point, the rest of Mythos Chimera were able to go in. Sorry, it was not actually, it was, who was it? It was Zeus that did not get it, pardon me. And by that point, hey, you go on to Zeus. They're not able to build up that multi-core as you were hoping for the later end of the mid-fight. And they just slowly push in that Pulse Bomb. Honestly, a little bit unlucky for Kirsten. They kind of walk back into it, not realizing exactly where it is. And it also takes out again. And everything just falls apart there for the Blues. And a brilliant start for Mythos Chimera. And now the big question is, which map do we go to for the Blues? We've shown a lot of different looks, and I wonder if they decide now to go to the dive, as the rush didn't go as much in their favor here in Nepal.
The question is, A, what map do they go, and B, what playstyle do they pick? I gotta say for them, in this first map, they didn't play objectively bad. The one issue they had was overutilization of their cooldowns earlier on in the fight, when Mythos was just, we'll say, much more sustainable overall, and the ultimates just seemed objectively better for Mythos Chimera. I was talking about that Pulse Bomb earlier. It landed fairly well. You can see the ult count on the right side of your screen as well. Just the ult count disparity alone should tell you the story you need. But at this point, it has to be a different second map for Utah Academy Blues. Not only because it has to be hybrid, but because they have to find some level of success outside of just the damage that you just saw done.
Yeah, they gotta find something, and I do think, you know, maybe something like a Blizzard World or even like a Numbani could work, because it is a lot more dive-centric. As we see the Lucio difference here on Nepal. Honestly, it was pretty close for a while of it. Spicy Toast got the more healing, but it was Fungent who actually was able to get those two environmentals, same as Spicy Toast, got a few more elims, and played just a little more aggressive and more focused on speeding the team around rather than their micros, which, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but this time around, the teamwork ended up going Gamera's way.
Yeah, and Gamera, with that opening map, it's a good start, but I'm going to say this. I say this a lot of the times when you see a fairly close map of control, especially on both points. It's not going to tell you the full story of this series. Control itself is a very unique map type compared to basically the rest of them. I'm even going to include Flashpoint in that, because Flashpoint is so dynamic in between the points. It's a basically completely different game mode, and obviously it is because it's different map types. But you have to also point out that maybe over longer periods of time, we see better notions from Utah Blues. That could be the one map that we see them pick up, as Soev and I said. Now, is that going to happen? Maybe not, but we'll figure out as we move into our second map, which is, drumroll please, Blizzard World.
Yes, so trying to hone in on the dive, maybe a little bit of poke as well on second phase defense. In third phase, you know, you can run basically anything on third phase and it's fine. But I do think for the Academy Blues, who I believe will be starting on the defense first, they need to have a strong defense. Do not let Mythos Chimera have a strong start, especially on this map where first phase can be so difficult to work with and to try and get through. They need a great start, as there is a swap actually as well here for Utah Academy to see if they can bring a little bit more of that spark, as will be DJ Ashtray coming in for again.
Yeah, and on the other side, I want to focus on this on two separate junctures. Number one, DJ Ashtray coming in for Lore, or sorry, for again. On the other side, Turget is going to come in for Lore. Now, I want to point this out for two reasons. We had those stats that you saw earlier, the little stat sheet that everybody had their damage numbers on. If anybody has very good memory and or direct recall, you'll remember that Lore led the lobby with about 11,200 damage. And I don't think anybody else was even in quintuple digits, which is about 10,000 or more. So they were far and away ahead. And just the hero icon on Turget should give you enough of an indicator. We may very well see a Widow to start things off on Blizzard. Well, obviously no guarantees, but I'm hoping for it. I'd love seeing Widow.
I think the potential's there, and obviously you guys couldn't see it, but Zeus was teasing the Pharah here on attack for Mythos Gamera, which I do like. I'm not gonna lie. I do like the call. If it does end up going that way, I believe actually no names are swapped on top. So I believe it's Academy Blues on their own. Yeah, I'm making sure that I'm not going insane here. Yeah, so it's actually swapped names. Mythos on the defense. There we go. So it'll be Turget not going the Widow for now. They're gonna go on the Ashe, which is honestly the second best thing. Ashe is in a great spot currently. And I do think this is going to be a great deterrent for the Academy Blues if they're trying to run anything Pharah related. Zeus will not go that way for now. They will go to the Genji. We do see, though, the Ana Zen we saw a little bit earlier today did not go well. So Mythos Gamera are going to try and see if it can work this time around.
So, no Widow, but close enough. But Kirsten picking up the D.Va. I was talking about this earlier. Who has the more dynamic tank on their tank line? Granted, Dizzy's making a swap of their own because Ram is objectively not great on the defensive side of Blizzard World. But with Utah starting on the attack, they have the opportunity to set the tone. Granted, so too does Mythos Gamera. But if they find great openings to this first point, which is objectively difficult to take, they have a good way to start things off, but Kirsten already down to 100 and change. They're forcing out so much utility, so many cooldowns, and so much HP. Yeah, I don't even have to describe what you just saw. You just saw it.
Yeah, you know what happened is it will be fight win and everybody falling for Utah Academy. It'll just be Zeus trying to get something out of it, and they won't be able to get Rocket to send them back to spawn. Already over 60% to the Transcendence. And this is the big thing. It's already going to force massive swaps for Utah. They will give up on the dive, realizing, hey, they will not be able to get to Rocket and Fungin in the backline to really make an impact. They're going to try and force the poke themselves with Spicy Toast going over to the Zen and a few other swaps as well for a mirror for the DP, support and tank. And already Fungin taken out.
Oh, and another. Zeus finds one. Everybody falling. Talk about a snowball effect. It is still technically winter, despite the fact that it's going to be 70 degrees on Wednesday in most of the United States, and seems like that snowball working fairly well for the Blues.
Yeah, it might be melting its way down the hill, but the snowball is starting to go here for the Blues. It's a nice attack, and, the issue they had the first attack, they couldn't get to Fungin and they couldn't see Rocket. What do they do this time? They make sure they lock eyes, make sure they get that line of sight, and they take them out of the equation right away, and it works perfectly for the Blues. 4.5 minutes as they enter into Streets phase, and Turget getting close to this bomb might honestly just be to force some awkward positioning as Mythos trying to figure out if they want to hold top bridge or the archway, and it looks like they're going to play a little more conservative for now.
So one encouraging thing for Utah Academy is as soon as they made those swaps, and as soon as Spicy Toast went on to the Zenyatta, they've looked so much better. Oh my goodness, even a follow-up. Spicy Toast finds two. DJ Ashtray, one of their own, with the overclock, or the railgun specifically. They're building up the overclock, but it doesn't seem to matter how close they are to ultimates. Fungin dead. 4 minutes left, and they are well past the halfway mark of the second point.
They're on a roll right now. Mythos not even able to use an ultimate during that fight. Still have to hold on to everything. Honestly, the Blues didn't really have to use anything either. They have the Transcendence. They've caught up in that department to Rocket. And this is a critical fight. If they lose this, it is way too much time here for the Blues.
Grab only catches Kirsten. They'll be more than safe with all the cooldowns they still have available. Zeus can't say the same, though. And that's what happens when you have too many cooldowns that you have to force out too early in a fight. Somehow DJ Ashtray stays alive in that duel. Spicy Toast will take a kick to his counterpart. A follow-up on Funjin. What is going on in the second point? Because DJ Ashtray is still alive, albeit barely. He's got some level of support. A Tracer breathing down his neck, and somehow still HP to write home about. Some level of a railgun still available. The Bob now dedicated in the point, and things finally seem to calm down. Maybe?
I think just a slight ceasefire as Blade was used actually from Zeus as soon as that Bob went in. They didn't realize it was there maybe initially, so the Blade is gone, and so is Wart Hater Sam, as it will be traded out at least, but just then heals for now for the Blues. We're just going to play this a little slow.
Yeah, it seems like a much smarter decision to play it slow. Losing water is much less impactful than losing Warhater Sam. Your Kiriko much more impactful, and you could just initiate with your Kitsune Rush if you want to. The issue is they haven't touched the point for about 25 seconds or so that point has periodically moved back, and a lot of that progress they gained, not most of it, but a lot of it, has been lost. How quickly do they start to press Q, though? That's the question. Trank popped, a dedication to the backline here for Zeus. How much can they find with it? The answer, very little at the end of the day, but Dizzy out of position, has a nano to save them, even better accretion, and Kirsten sent to the floor and forced into a forever sleep to the spawn doors. It's Utah completely shut down in this second point, and finally that snowball seems to break apart.
It is fully melted near the end of the street phase, and now everybody is still stuck up here. For Utah, they're able to get some trades, funny enough, as Rocket falls. The only one left now is Zeus, and they will just try and get away, but making sure, hey, they at least get something on the way out. And now they're going to try and play a little aggressive. They know Mythos maybe not set up as they would like to be currently, but it will have to pause a little bit as now, yeah, the Flux will be used. There's still a little more time.
Flux finds one, follow up for water onto two, and Mythos Gamera just making a statement in the second point. I thought Utah was going to roll through 2 and on to 3 very quickly. They just haven't had that freedom to do so. And now we're within about 70 seconds. This is starting to become dire straits as they still need time to build up the support ultimates again.
They need time to build that up, and they need extra time to work with in third phase. It's not like the final phase of this map is an easy one either, as Water in the back already lands the pulse. Yeah, this attack is done already for the Blues. They just need to get out. They've lost 2. And yes, you get a consolation prize in Water, but that is not enough. So in reality, you got one more fight at this with Transcendence still available for Rocket. They've been holding on to it for a while. The Blues tried to force it a few fights ago and just never got Rocket to actually press it. This is just getting bad to worse. You just need to stop peeking, I think, if you're the Blues, and just try to figure out this last push.
Good news is, Spicy Toast is building up their Transcendence of their own. So, there is still very much an availability to get back into this. The problem is, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket because Spicy Toast could just be double headshot and quickly dispatched him. Grab will be used, Trank already dedicated there for Mythos Gamera. How much does it find? That's the real question. Not with a Dragon Blade in the backline. It finds 2, almost a third. DJ Ashtray will steal that one, but it doesn't matter who found the kill. Just the matter is they did indeed pick it up at the end of the day. Water backlining, though, we were talking about this earlier with Utah Academy. Mythos Gamera has mostly disengaged until right about now, as the rest of their team starts to rejoin the fray. Dizzy will fall about 3 seconds before Funjin had the time to build up that nano, and off the back of it, Utah Academy will indeed cap.
And now it'll be a little bit awkward as well as Rocket got that close spawn. They're actually just going to jump off the map, but it will be this beautiful Blade. Nice little swipe, gets 2, able to get the 3rd later on, and keeps this push going for the Academy Blues. And they still have a little bit to work with. They didn't have to use everything, just the Blade, the Flux a little bit earlier on. So they still have a decent artillery to keep moving forward for Mythos. It's going to be a while until they have another escape button in that Transcendence.
Oh, great shield. Kirsten forced to the floor. Talk about a main tank diff. At this point, it's 5v5, so it's just a tank diff. But honestly, who cares? Oh, Utah just completely forced back, and Mythos Gamera have made a statement in this third point, but how long does that statement last? There's 40 seconds left. They've still got 3 ultimates, make it 4, and Rocket's fairly close to another Trank.
They're getting a lot closer than I thought they would by this point. In reality, Blues need to win 2 separate fights and maybe even a stall after that. So they got to make sure They stagger their ults. Mythos trying to not give them that opportunity, and they're going to force the Transcendence early.
Wait, but they've already used Cleanse. Keep that in mind. They do not have that cooldown available. Overtime is going to kick underway in just a little bit. Pulse Bomb could come through as a complete difference maker or just a complete dedication onto a Nano. Pulse Bomb still available. If they decide to go for it, they will. It's thrown to the backline, but it misses everything, and DJ Ashtray's there for the counter. A jumping headshot onto Water. Small hitbox, irregardless of the new patch, but there goes Turget with one of their own. Warhammer, Sam, goodbye. It is complete domination for Mythos Chimera, and it's Utah Academy finally unable to jump a hurdle as they'll be stalled in the 3rd point.
I will say it was a little bit of a slow start here for Target, which, you know, we talked about it earlier. It is a little bit difficult sometimes for subs to come in and to get warmed up, but they actually played really well once they got onto the Sojourn. Nice little mirror matchup as well, as we will have a little bit of a pause. We got a quick little restart needed on the side of Utah, so we're going to come back to us here for a moment. But, you know, weirdly enough, like, the only reason why they are in this map is because Lore just hates this map, which honestly, respectable. Like, I don't blame them whatsoever, but it did take them a little bit of time to get warmed up. I think the Ashe, in principle, wasn't a bad idea. Yeah. But they just weren't able to get as much value as they were hoping, and I think the Soj with the Disruptor shot had a little bit of space negation, and they really got warmed up, and it was a big reason why that cart did not get very far in 3rd phase.
So notably to start off that 3rd phase as well, they had a great beginning because there just was not anything to contend with them. The problem was, I think they over-dedicated themselves to what was that first fight. You'll see it in the replay in just a few seconds. But it was a great way to close out 2nd point. They just took so long that it basically turned into 2 or 3 fight territory at the beginning of 3rd phase. And that's just, I'm going to say it, not enough time to cap 3rd point on Blizzard World. If they capped there, it would have been a miracle. And they didn't, for a pretty good reason.
Yeah, I would say so. It worked out in the end. I will say these Sojas just going back and forth. Again, this was a beautiful play here from Zeus. And DJ Ashtray had their nice plays. This was a beautiful shot on the water. But it was a story. It's like, no. I want to bring it right back onto your Genji, onto your Kiriko. And I believe they actually get the final kill on the Spicy Toast as well. So it's like, okay, if we're going to do Soj, we're going to do Soj. Okay, you know, that's fine with me. I'm not going to complain. So for Mythos, obviously, very clear win condition now. You basically get about, what, halfway through 3rd phase, give or take.
Yeah. 68 meters.
68 meters, so yeah, about roughly halfway during 3rd phase. I do think for the Blues, though, better. It was a little bit more consistent. I do think there was still a little bit of comm issues here and there of like, hey, are we going in or are we going out? Like, especially during 2nd phase, people just peeking their heads a little bit. It did not work as well as they wanted to, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Funjin, if I read that correctly, on the Ana, was behind a Rocket on the Zenyatta in healing.
There's a Transcendence. I think a lot of that was from one of the Transcendences from Rocket. I don't want any Funjin slander here. Okay.
I was just saying that's like statistically improbable.
It's very weird.
Only Zen heals.
Yeah.
Zen heals more than Ana.
No, that's fair. As it will be, Academy Blues starting to set up. They will go the BAP Zen instead of the Ana. Because, like, hey, the Ana, if they go Kiriko, the Ana's not really going to get as much value as we want. We might as well have that Immortality field ready to go to try and help Toast. And Zeus is onto the Torb. This time around, it'll be to try and deal with Turgid, who is on Tracer.
So it's a Tracer Echo, a dive seemingly, but how effective does it end up being? We saw something, I'm not going to say similar, but close enough to similar to where I'm going to call it that, from Utah to start off round 1 of our previous round, or point 1 of our previous round. But it was, we'll say, less than successful up against the Sigma combo. Spicy Toast already finds the opening. Who needs a Torbjorn when you have a very accurate Zenyatta? Already the opening's there. Good cleanse, but Dizzy being hunted down by a turret that's not cleared whatsoever on the high ground there. Finally is. But how much do you do with this if you're Mythos Chimera?
Mythos Chimera, you just got to make sure you find that one target, and you got to make sure everybody is there. We see this comp a lot with a D.Va or Doomfist variation. I don't mind the Winston comp with this, with Zen on the other side, but you gotta make sure everyone's on the same track.
So it's a late initiation, one that ends up costing them. They didn't force out that immortality field earlier on, so it's used to keep DJ Ashtray in the fight, who will end up finding a kill on Defungent. This fight's over. It swaps the clock for Mythos Chimera. As effective as the Winston is, it's not.
It's a little difficult to run because no matter where you jump in, you're going to get shot. And I do wonder if they do swap. I think they will stick it out, though, for at least one more fight to try and build Primal, because a lot of these heroes, if they do decide to swap comps, they're going to have to go off the Kiriko. More than likely, they're going off the Tracer and or Echo. You got to try and at least give this one more chance, because I don't mind Water on the Echo. Echo is great right now in finishing these dive targets, but this Torb in the turret is doing an excellent job of just keeping them and Turgid away.
Combine that Torb alongside this amplification matrix that's just now thrown in, but the amp is way too late. The Kitsune rush very quick to follow up on, and they end up finding many kills with it. Great usage of the Primal, keeps Dizzy alive, basically secures the fight, and it will. Mythos Chimera will indeed cap this first point. Took them a little bit longer than they would have liked, but hey, a cap's a cap.
Hey, a cap is a cap. Still, it was about, what, 30 to 40 seconds less than Utah Academy. So it's honestly a pretty decent time bank still to work with. Dizzy's actually just going to go straight in, force DJ Ashtray to retreat and get a little extra ult charge for themselves. And now it'll be a lot of pressure, especially on the Water, to challenge the verticality of this, and a lot of pressure on the DJ Ashtray to try and keep them away. In the first round, they did an incredible job of winning those DPS duels. This Echo can be a little bit more difficult to hit, though.
The other note is, even if you want to try and go after the Zenyatta, they have Transcendence now built up, so it's, we'll say, virtually ineffective. Alongside the turret, you're not going to have that anonymity anymore. There's the stick, though, and it works! It finds two in the turret! What a snipe from Turgid! Talk about target practice! He's got Turgid on his back! It's Mythos Chimera with a clean fight to open up second point. Oh my goodness, what a statement!
Oh, I feel so bad for Warhater Sam. That's unlucky. I think, let's see, DJ Ashtray slides back into Warhater Sam after they threw the lamp and they jumped out of lamp. That is so unfortunate, as he will go on to the D.Va for stall.
D.Va picked up, put the duplication onto the Baptiste. There's that Transcendence I was talking about, but how effective does it end up being? Overclock surprisingly used here. They want to try and hunt down the Bap, but they won't end up finding the duplicated support hero, at least not as early as they would have liked, and with significantly more shots out of that Overclock than they would have needed. Is there a back cap on the cards, though? I've seen this many times before. It seems like Utah is keeping an eye on it, but there goes the jump through. Everybody dedicating themselves through the Kitsune rush, but DJ Ashtray with that railgun again finding a finishing blow. Backline there for Turgid. It again finds a kill. Warhater Sam dies again to another pulse bomb not aimed at him. I'd be fuming, and it seems like he is after they give up the second cap. That's absurd.
And man, they are just having a rough day on the Baptiste, as Mythos does a great job. And like you said, just waiting a second, pushing back in. They see that Spicy Toast was a little out of position. They were just chilling underneath the high ground. They run them over with the Kitsune rush and start making their way forward. And now one fight away from Series Point.
Might as well stick on the D.Va. You've already built up that explosion, but how much do you find with the actual selection? Turgid playing backline again. There's the snipe onto Water. The target was on their back. They'll fall. Primal Rage here. You could look for some boops on third point. They're fairly difficult to come by, but certainly available. Or just hunt down Warhater Sam. Immortality Field was thrown to no success whatsoever. Down goes your Lucio, and they want to go hunting for any DPS targets they can find. Zeus's turret will end up finally killing Dizzy, but how consequential does that end up being? Molten Core dedicated, but Water takes full advantage of their fight or flight. It's flight into a fight, and it's not going to matter at the end of the day. It is Kirsten who will inevitably demect and duplicate at the same time. Dizzy will make the swap onto the Wrecking Ball after expending their Primal Rage, and there's just no opportunity to stick around long term. Yes, they'll touch, yes, they'll delay, but it is still the inevitable. Mythos Chimera, a second map in quick succession, and a definitive lead in this first of 3 series.
As much as the D.Va swap yes, was great for the stall, and it is better against Dizzy on the Winston. It plays so much in favor of Water on the Echo. The focusing beam just grinds them down as soon as they get to that halfway mark. And this play from Turja, you don't get to see the end kill on the Zen, but it was just time after time. And Mythos Gamera, one map away from a nice little mini flawless run in this midseason tournament to take it all. But honestly, Utah, they were close at times. I do think, though, the flexibility wasn't quite there, and they couldn't figure out exactly how they wanted to try and deal with Water and Turgid especially, because it just seemed like they were giving that little bit of extra support for the front line. Dizzy didn't have as much stress as Kirsten did in the front line, and it showed time after time. And you wonder, I doubt Turgid stays in for map 3. I got a feeling we will see Lore sub back in. And hey, if this is their only map, they did a great job when they needed them.
That is a bang-on performance from Turgid. I also have to point out that both of these rounds basically ended for Utah at about the same point. You have to think, just under that second overpass on second point, on their attacking side, they seemingly fell apart. And on their defensive side, everything went terribly wrong at about the same point. Notable, but I don't know how ironic that was. Zeus will be the only one above 11,000 damage, apart from Dizzy, who picks up 14,407. That, between the Sigma and a Wrecking Ball, is an insane number when you compare it to Kirsten's 4,000 less.
That is ridiculous. And now we see the stat line from that round. I think the only thing that actually may have goofed in the stats, 3 ults used from Kirsten compared to the 5 still from Dizzy.
Yeah.
And half the deaths for Dizzy. We talked about it. Their DPS line is just supporting them a little bit better because they had, hey, the Echo can be an absolute nuisance for the tank in front of you. Yeah. And it worked out great there. And now, series point, mid-season tournament point for Mythos Gamera.
You know, I don't usually do this in the middle of a series, but I'm not feeling all that great about my prediction. I have confidence in the reverse sweep, but I'm thinking that you don't doubt Billy for a reason. We'll see how correct our favorite chef is after this break when we come back with our third map.
Whoa, okay. Someone did not expect to be caught out this badly. What happened here, Adam? What's wrong? You just take a little peeky too far? Oh, yeah, Invictus clocked you. Yeah, the Avengers have a raid, and you ain't living this one. Yeah, just 2 shots from a bat, 1 headshot. Honestly, just good luck on here from Robbie. Oh, J-Wiz went so low. Wait, J-Wiz, gotta get out. No, never mind. J-Wiz is unaware, unfortunately. It's difficult to identify. I could see how you may have stayed in this one. It's just it's an awareness issue, small awareness issue. Phantom has lost a little bit of health over the course. Bro got absolutely massacred. Just managing to bisect Smolvin. Oh no, Adam died. Where did Adam die? What happened? What happened, Adam? Ah, hello. I see a distant silhouette. Oh no, don't tell me they're Invicta again. Oh, they're coming for the pickup. You try to intercept the pickup. Oh no. Adam, the stick? Oh. Wait, do you just eat shit on the Lucia projectiles? No, the Cheerios were too strong. Oh my goodness, elusive projectiles do so much damage with the new hitboxes, don't they? Hard engage. This should get maybe 3. Yeah, I imagine this gets 3. A slight assist here coming through from Crimson to make sure that the bat can't be hit by the Rampage. Not ideal, I'm gonna say. Remember, kids, when you're trying to set up the... I mean, is this just supposed to be a backboard for Leaky? Is it gonna slide off? In the back, Adam has been taken out. Both the DPS fall at once, which is not ideal. What happens to you, Adam? Do you just find someone with a fully charged rail and eat shit? Yes. The answer is yes. Oh, the boop, the boop. How far's it go? Oh, you lucky bugger. You lucky bugger.
Two maps down, at least one still guaranteed to go, but I gotta say, if Utah Academy Blues have anything to say about it, we may very well see 4 or maybe even 5. I'm Time to Light. Joining alongside me here is Twin Salty for the North American Grandmasters CGL Mid-Season Tournament Grand Finals. Wow, that's a mouthful. We're headed to a third map, but I don't know how successful it's going to be for, we'll say, the less flexible team that we've really not expected today, Jesse.
Yeah, no, we will be heading, obviously, to Flashpoint, and it will be the normal Flashpoint it seems everybody picks. It is Suravasa.
Wow.
JQ Rush is, I would say, pretty prominent here. JQ Rush was even prominent on Flashpoint before it became semi-meta, so I don't blame teams for going it here. This is a map that Utah Academy, this was their final map in their semifinal win, that they did win, so hopefully in their case, they can bring it up, but they also won on Blizzard World during their first game and was not able to win there either. So we'll see if it changes up a little bit, as we do have more subs for Utah Academy. DJ Ashley will actually stay in, funny enough, but it'll actually be Nala coming in on support, as again, we'll be subbing back in.
I gotta say, I'm not surprised that Nyla's coming through, but I am surprised to see them in the lobby. We saw her join into the lobby on our screen in the break, and I was like, oh my goodness, they actually are bringing in another sub, and they're swapping again back through. That one I'm not surprised about. Again, played fairly well in game 1. They need that flexibility back on the team, but you really just need to be winning fights from the start. No swaps there for Mythos Chimera. Turget played amazing. And as of right now, the thought process is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They will not make any unnecessary swaps into this third map of play.
Yeah, honestly, if you're like, why would you swap? You know what I mean? Like, there is no reason for them to switch it up. Obviously, comp-wise, they may, switch it up, whether it be the Ram or, the JQ. We've seen a little bit of the Doomfist as well, kind of been thrown around on this map, especially over in OWCS Korea. But granted, they're nuts. Like, the teams I've been seeing run it, they are so precise, and it obviously can work at this level, but it is hard enough to work on, you know, a top tier OWCS level, let alone here. So I don't know if we will see a lot of it, but it is potential.
Let's be real. It is a completely different game. Korean OWCS and North American Grandmaster CGL play. They're two different games of Overwatch. I know they're playing under the same title. They're probably even opening the same patch on 90% of occasions, but it is a completely different game. And luckily, a lot of these teams understand that. I say, as Doomfist is originally picked. Now, I don't think this is going to be stuck. I'm going to be honest with you, but I have seen a Junkrat in recent history. I think you and I both saw a Junkrat in recent history. This is not an absurd selection. It's an absurd selection. They swapped to Genji. I'm so upset. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined.
Well, your day might be ruined more if the pick'em does not go in your favor. But we'll see. I do have faith that, hey, I did pick a 3-2. I do think this can go the distance. Time to see if the Blues will bring it that way. The May might actually be a sneaky pick to try and deal with the Doomfist, as they will go the JQ Rush as well with the Cassidy. With that magnetic grenade, will stop any movement Dizzy has. It might be a tough day in the office.
Did he just get out of the hindering grenade by blocking it? I didn't know you could do that. If he did, I'm pretty sure that's what I saw, at least on my screen. I could be wrong with my cooldown visualizations, but for the time being, I'm going to trust myself. Despite any visualizations, it's the opening duel going the way of water. The swap to Genji, obviously successful and intentional, but Dizzy needs to be very careful. No Meteor Strike to get out of jail, and they're just not going to get away from that one safely. Genji, lucky to survive here, will still be able to do so. The rest of the team sticking around. They actually are winning the fight in the process. Kirsten in a difficult position. They're bringing a Sombra to try and counter anything they can. But how successful will it be? A few seconds and Dizzy will rejoin the fight. Nobody has capped the point, and the Sombra, still lucky to be alive, will be taken care of. Mythos Chimera win the fight. Sure.
Sure. At this point, it's like, what is happening? They just keep playing, and they keep just a little bit of here, a little bit of damage there, and just always sticking around and making sure, hey, the Blues are not capping this point. We are going to draw this out as long as possible, and they're able to flip it. Turgid will now get eerily close to a Pulse Bomb, as well as the Blade is practically online. Spicy Toast still about 15% away from the Sun Barrier to counter.
It's nearly best case scenario with how long that fight lasted. EMP being prepped here, but there goes the Dragon Blade. It finds one, make it two, there goes it for a third, and that's basically the fight done. Dizzy does die, so that makes things a little bit more problematic. Act successful, nothing else though. Mythos Chimera still at 70%, with the cap still very much in their favor.
I love the awareness, like, hey, they may not have Sound Barrier yet. Even if it doesn't work, just go. Go in, you got it quick. Let's try and win this fight. Blues should have at least some time to get a touch. More than likely, it'll be again or Spicy Toast that goes in for the touch. But yeah, nice little slice, dice, 1, 2, 3. And able to get Nyla shortly after as well, as it will be point triggered in overtime, but again, pays their life for it.
Oh, Sound Barrier doesn't get off though. Funjin does die. Water's the only one caught by the Rampage. Anti, as of right now, they'll get out alive, and the rest of the team stepping up for the damage that needs to be done. Great Swift Step to get out of that Power Punch, but it's not going to matter. Say goodbye to Nyla, and to this first point. Mythos Chimera up 1-0, and they're already up 2 in maps.
Yeah, just 2 little flashpoints to go, and they should have a decent advantage getting to this flashpoint as well over by Palace. They still have the Sound Barrier to work with. They still have the Kitsune Rush. So do the Blues. And here is the Zarya swap from Kirsten. Try more, honestly, to play defensive with it. Try and help those targets that are getting dove by Water, by Dizzy, by Turgid. And it will actually be the Kitsune Rush just to go right on in.
He's isolated, though. They use a Kitsune to try and initiate, but they don't have any help in doing so. Great cleanse, keeping them alive. Sound Barrier to reinitiate, though. A counter there for Utah Academy. Still very much in this fight. Even better power block, though, but an even better EMP. It's who can counter whose utility better. Hack and Virus onto Water. They'll end up falling. Translocate out. And cap to Utah Academy after a few stagger kills come through.
Yes, it will be Turgid just kind of, they're hanging around. Not going to be able to get too much done, though, as it will be the Blues finally getting a fight
to go their way. And Mythos, as soon as like, hey, okay, the Sombra's actually working and the Zarya could be a little bit of an issue. You saw Dizzy trying to go in with the Doomfist. It was not happening. They will go over to the Winston, which honestly isn't affected very much by the hack, other than, you know, the increase, and not even the increase, just the speed of the damage from the virus. So I don't mind this pick here from Dizzy, but they still got to play a little conservative. Because that.
Say goodbye to Dizzy. No conservative play there. Pulse Bomb misses for target. First miss I think we've seen them pick up thus far today. Water even being hacked. There's not very easy ways to get out of this one alive. You were trying to de-stagger yourself, but it was unsuccessful. Final fight territory now as Mythos Gamera at least get out.
They should be able to at least somewhat get out of this, and we'll have one more touch to try and go in, but honestly, the only ult they have to work with will be the blade from Water, and Spicy Toast doesn't have anything again, but DJ Ashtray may just have a blade to match.
Blade's activated. We saw this successful last time. How much does it hunt down? You can't block that one out, DJ Ashtray, and you can see exactly why. There goes a sniping blade. Distance irregardless of its success. And even a nice dash through two make it for Water. Mythos Gamera will cap back, but they have to do the full reverse sweep on the second point to pick it up.
At least for the Blues, you didn't have anything to really use during that fight. But a beautiful play there from Water, just slicing and dicing the back line and force everybody to play on the backside of Fountain. Supports can't help, and here we go. Another swap coming in. Kirsten, in response to Dizzy going to Winston, will go back over to the D.Va to help with the peel. Great call just to try and shift it over, and it seems to be a more comfortable hero as well for them.
How much does that comfortability play into success, though? We've seen this at multiple levels of Overwatch, and oh no, target following the backline. Overzealous is that Tracer. DJ Ashtray trying to hunt down the opposing Genji. They're successful. Better cleanse, but nothing consequential. And Mythos Gamera, yeah, they will indeed cap for a few seconds. About 50, to be honest with you. But they won't end up winning the fight off the back of it. Hack on towards that Winston, and the Primal Rage not going to be as successful as they were hoping for. Cap should go to Utah, and the round wait a second, they will be able to cap back. This is an opportunity.
Yeah, they should be able to push back in. Turja will fall. It will be the Sombra who is low in the back line. They will start pushing in. They have Sound Barrier in a second.
Oh no, Fujin uses it too late. Dizzy dies, basically giving it away at that juncture. It would require a miracle to win this for Mythos Gamera, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Hack onto the back line, and Rocket will be the last one to fall. Great second round from Utah. Took a little bit longer, but they only dedicated a sound barrier to that last fight.
Yeah, you can tell Fungi was like, okay, come on, let's get beat. And as soon as they get the sound barrier, they try and put it down, and Dizzy just isn't alive in time. And they will actually make a swap themselves. They'll go over to the D.Va. So now we got at least pretty much a mirror, just with the flanker being a little bit different for both sides. And that Pulse Bomb going to be lurking around. But Nyla's been great with the cleanses.
The EMP ends up being popped in the middle of that Kitsune rush. A very weird animation to come through, but it was successful. I thought it was denied for 2 seconds. It wasn't. And it really didn't matter at the end of the day. A couple hacks were not very dependent on that round outcome. But it will be, again, a cap to open for the Blues.
Quick cap and a beautiful EMP there from, again, just to set it all up. Make sure, hey, they're trying to rotate in as we are. Don't let them get set up. Just play aggressive. Try and see if we can find that opening pick. And they do find it onto the back line. Great play call there from the Blues as they're starting to really get some momentum here in this map.
How much does that momentum turn into success, though? We talked about comfortability. Seems like it will. But the success for Utah has really depended on their openings to a lot of these fights. And they've mostly come off the back of Mythos Gamera putting themselves out of position. Dizzy swapping onto the D.Va. We're really seeing the first fight will have a full impact. Cleanse unsuccessful. DJ Ashtray there with the Dragon Blade once more. They'll find 2, a D-Mech onto 3, and the fight shortly thereafter. Any touchers? Doesn't seem like it.
More than likely, no. It would be smart here just for Mythos just to, hey, back up. There's no reason for Funjin to try and int for the touch, even though it looked like for a second they were trying to get the rollout over there, but it will be second and the third point capped. Second one for the Blues as they're 1 point away from at least extending this series out to 4 and making some pick'ems potentially perfect here for this final. But it will be the rotations now. Mythos going to try and catch him in the back.
works. Finding 2, make it 3. The EMP successful for Water. They'll turn it into a combined 4, make it 5 eliminations they were a part of. 3 of them being final blows. Mythos Gamera, that's a statement. And Dizzy actually decides to reset while the point unlocks. I love that decision.
There's no reason for them just to stick around on mech, and you basically died, what, a second after Kirsten did? As long as the Blues don't play super aggressive, which they more than likely won't, they're going to try and poke here and again might stall this out. Actually, they're going to stall before this point is capped, but no, there it is.
Somebody stepped off, pulse bomb into the back line, cleanse to counter, at least some standing room, but that explosion has to keep Kirsten in this one. A counter goes a little too far. Nobody successful. Wait, Spicy Toast dies. You saw it established. You should have known where to avoid, and somehow you still die at the end of the day. They had sound barrier. That could have been a difference maker. Again, doesn't have enough of a teleport to stay alive. The boop successful for Funjin, our first of this map, and Mythos Gamera pass 50% on this 4th point.
The fact that they cap that as well during that fight is massive, because instead of being at what, at this point they'd be maybe 20% in counting, they gain basically an additional fight win because it's already at 65% in counting. The Blues only have 1 more fight at this to try and flip.
Last fight territory to send things to a 5th. Not a 5th map, but a 5th round on our 3rd map. Mythos Gamera still trying to keep the sweep very truly on the cards, but Dizzy being swarmed, having to turn way too many times, and unfortunately living up to their name. They're not going to live through that one. It seems like the Blues finally have some standing room, and more importantly, a cap on this 4th, but how long does that last?
That is the question, is they hold on to the EMP, which is massive. They've had great success with the EMPs, and they almost get the stagger on the rocket. They will be able to get out, however. So they have the EMP, they have the sound barrier just to try to hold on to in case Water tries to be aggressive with that as well. It honestly will just be the timing of the EMPs and the sound barriers this fight.
So they rush into the back line, again wants to avoid it and trying to get out and allow their EMP to have full effect. Watch for that jump in, sound barrier into a Dragon Blade for Utah. The EMP dedicated as well, but nobody dying off the back of this. Somehow everybody's still alive for Mythos. They will force Dizzy outside a mech, but DJ Ashtray is the first one, ironically, to fall to yet another successful Turget Pulse Bomb. Utah finally, at the seemingly last hurdle to this 3rd map, it doesn't seem like it's going to go their way. Kirsten does pick up their mech once more, but Dizzy's back in the fight. Water is the first one to fully die in this duel. No environmental kill for the Diva, as the cleanse again denies them of what they're looking for, but it doesn't seem like everything's going to go Utah's way. They're losing just too many members at the end of this round to give themselves an arguable shot. They lose DJ Ashtray again for the 2nd time in the same fight. The D-mech onto Kirsten, the same notion, and Mythos Gamera will cap and then subsequently close. We'll head to a 5th point.
We love a little bit of tension here in this map, especially Flashpoint, as that pulse bomb DJ Ashtray just can't get out of it. And funny enough, neither EP really gets a whole lot. We hyped it all up. Sound barriers were used to sustain, but it was just the micro, just the normal abilities that won the fight there for Mythos. They get point advantage, but not control quite yet.
No, they still have about 15 seconds. Early fight here with the Kitsune Rush. DJ Ashtray wasting no time to get in. There goes the mech, though. Better cleanse. That's the one frame you need. As the Blues stick around, they do dedicate a decent bit into this, but they force way too much out of Mythos Gamera for them to take this as an even fight. The counter out, Dizzy so low, lucky to still be alive. They will, but just outside of their mech, the Bunny Blaster, significantly less effective, but still has an impact inside of that Kitsune Rush. And Turget has yet another Pulse Bomb. They will have to avoid both the Sound Barrier and the Cleanse, and they can't do so successfully. Utah not only cap, but already have up to 30% after the first fight finally ends.
And they get 3 ults out of Mythos as well when they only had to use 1. That is massive for the Blues. They're in a great spot to continue this series on. It's a lot of pressure now on the Funjin and Water, especially Water. You gotta be aggressive with that. I know the last EMP did not get the value you wanted, but you need to make sure you're aggressive because this is one fight territory.
Both teams are gonna have their EMP on in the next few seconds. Again, we'll be the first one to it, but it seems like more of a spacing game for Mythos Gamera. Can't say the same for Utah. Hack attempted, unsuccessful. Even better EMP though will land onto 3 members. Even better hits onto 2, and Kirsten outside of their mech will find a melee kill to keep their team on this point. Will a C9 come through? It doesn't seem like it, but it's really not going to matter. Dragon Blade to close. Utah Academy will guarantee somebody is correct on predictions, and obviously, more importantly, keep themselves alive in this series.
Ended up being a 2v2 at the end, and the support advantage actually in favor of Mythos. But it's the Blade that closes it out. DJ Ashtray. After Blizzard World, they had their moments. Wasn't able to get it all the way done. The Genji, though, was insane here throughout Suravasa. And like I said, all they have to do, one map at a time here for the Blues. And they will take us to a map 4. As it is about as close as a Flashpoint could get, except on the final round. Not able to get the 99 to 100, but the Blues, they're still kicking, and I think they might have just found the combination of players to get them over the finish line.
Apart from what, just Palace, you're looking at a very close through and through match. Both sides of each Flashpoint. First Flashpoint itself went to Mythos by the hair of their chinny chin chins. And Utah just had every bit of standing room available to them and took full advantage of the real estate that was given. They also had amazing ultimates in this third game. That was really the difference maker. If they don't have those ults that were as effective as they were this time compared to the last 2 maps, you're probably looking at a completely different game. But hey, it's a different series now. The notable first hurdle is indeed jumped. Utah is on the board.
They're on the board, and that's all that matters for now. It's like, hey, you got one done, as that is the massive self-destruct there from Kirsten that kept them in this.
Yeah.
And honestly, it was exactly what they needed. Lobby leading 35 eliminations for the Diva, as they're able to get their team at least one more map guaranteed, as it will be push that we get to see for the first time in a bit. But, you know, we talked about the Sombras a lot. Man, what a difference there is in the damage department.
Wow.
3,000 more and almost triple the eliminations for again. And it really got them over the line. Water did struggle a lot during that series. And, you know, ended up getting them where they needed to be. And that's exactly what you need, honestly, from your Sombra. Is a lot of setup. And those EMPs were oh so clean.
Yeah, and the EMPs for Water, the last 2 that they landed were at least successful. But Water had the later swap onto the Sombra, and overall they just were not successful to start things off. That late swap, yeah, it helped. But if you make that much earlier, you're probably looking at picking up that either second or third point in a completely different game. I'd like the Diva swap from them, but it just didn't seem to be as successful overall. They didn't have that same initiation factor that they had back in the last couple maps with the Sigma, and then with the Ramantra before that. I gotta say, the flexibility game in terms of finally tank heroes is starting to go the Utah Blues way, but by no means are they out of the woods just yet. That's just one of 3 consecutive maps they need to win this series.
Yeah, they still need to win map 4 and map 5. And at least for map 4, we do now know where we are heading to. It will be a Coliseo for our 4th map of the day. And I do think this can be a mix of everything. You know, we can see a little bit of poke here, a little bit of dive, and we will have a swap. It'll be Lore finally coming back into the equation. Turgid will take a nice little 1-1 map record as they head back to the bench in Mythos. You know, we talked about it. Hey, you don't need to really swap anything until something goes wrong. Well, something went wrong during that 3rd map, so going to make a swap back over to their original roster from map 1 to try and replicate that success.
I gotta say, how does Coliseo open? That's the real question. This is by far and away my least favorite push map, just because
I wonder why.
Yeah, the first 3 minutes of the game is always a game of chess. Who makes the first notable move, and then who makes the first notable mistake? And I'm going to say this with about 85% certainty. Whoever loses the first fight, I think will lose the game. I'm going to say it. I know that's a very early speculation to make, but it seems like that's the case about 80-85% of the time. It has to be Mythos Gamera with a good opening if they want to close the series, or if Utah want to try and force out a game 5 and a good start, maybe all they need.
I see a Bastion in the spawner. Granted, I know this could be bait. You know, I'm going to acknowledge that right away. I know this can very well be bait. I don't mind Mythos being like, let's just go back to the rush. We worked, and the rush was incredible over on Nepal, and even though they won't be going the Bastion for the memes, they will go to the Mei, which I think is the smarter call. Utah will just stick with the Devo dive. It's exactly what's been working. You might as well stick with it, and it may just be a little bit of pressure on Laura to try and deal with DJ Ashtray, who will be lurking all over the place, trying to get their hands on Laura and Fungin.
So now comes the game of who can poke better from distance. What heroes are better at it? Arguably the cast would probably be a more decisive scenario here, but the Genji gives you a better opportunity to initiate. So it's the game of what you want from distance versus what you want close range. First movement of the bot, albeit 22 centimeters, is there for Mythos Gamera, but they do dedicate a decent bit to it, and finally we have our opening fight. Everybody seemingly wanting to dedicate themselves. Backline there for Dizzy. Cleanse available for Kirsten to keep them alive, but for how long? The answer, not very. They'll be demeched very early. Even better, shots from Lore as Nyla will fall. Say goodbye to this first opening fight. It's Mythos Gamera easily picking it up. A team kill and a flawless one.
Yeah, and it'll force the Blues to swap right away. The Blues were, I'm gonna guess, anticipating more of a dive look coming in from Mythos Gamera, which is the fact that, hey, they ran the rush. They need to completely change what they're doing. They will make a few swaps. They'll stick again on the Mei because it works here. Same thing with Spicy Toast. But they will go now to the Junker Queen. So another hero we get thrown into the mix. And this will make Dizzy get thrown around just a little bit in the front.
How does that opening fight open? Or how does this follow-up fight open? That's the question. It seems like Utah, just with the dive, they wanted it with that Junker Queen, and it works. Coalescence to counter, though. Kirsten went very low, is lucky to be alive. So, too, is that Moira in the backline. Rocket seemingly can't pick a target. Lurer can, but they've got aim assist to support with that Deadeye. Just not a successful fight at the end of the day, and they already force out the first ultimate of the game.
Yeah, at least a few ults forced out. If you are the Blues, yes, you had to use your sound barrier to answer, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. Not going to complain too much. There's only 29 meters for Mythos Gamera, and this will be an interesting change here now. Is the only difference being the Ram versus the JQ. The JQ, a lot more pop potential. The Ram will just be kind of more lurking around trying to finish off a few in the front.
Blizzard used DJ Ashtray dies immediately. Their swap just not successful second time around. This fight just convincingly going Mythos' way. It seems like when Mythos determines when/where the fight happens, it's a completely different outcome than when it's the Blues to do so. And it may just be that Junker Queen that's the catalyst.
Yeah, it's a very awkward catalyst because the JQ is very particular. They want to make sure, hey, you find a squishy, try and hit him with the blade early, yank him in, finish them, then move on to the rest of the team. Well, Mythos, they just kind of want to move as a horde. They don't want to try and find anybody out of position, and the blade misses first.
Rampage could be used here, but it's a coalescence already, and that missed opportunity for Mythos Gamera just not helped in any way by the mechanical prowess of DJ Ashtray and company. Utah will seemingly take the lead with this. It'll depend on timing for Mythos, but I feel like they could.
They might be able to. Mythos are going to try and hold by Bridge Archway again. It's the perfect spot, especially for Lore, just to kind of chill around a Spicy Toast. That is exactly why you want your Cassidy up on that high ground, and it'll stunt any momentum this attack had.
DJ Ashtray needs to avoid basically every line of sight they can. Kirsten does find an opening to return onto water. And given the fact that you've lost your Lucio, you have a shot, but not that much anymore. Kirsten falling there makes things much more difficult. You don't have the speed to get out of there. You're playing a Mei, for Christ's sake. And it's just a complete trouncing for Mythos. Again, on their own side of this map, they're just so much better when they can initiate.
At this point, it's like, all right, back and forth. It's just a little ping pong game going on right now where the defending team is able to take advantage of the high ground positioning and just win the fight. So now the question is, can Mythos get that second fight win in a row to actually start building a lead, or will we continue just bouncing back and forth between points?
that Coalescence countered out by the Sound Barrier. Funjin still has theirs, should it be required, but the Annihilation dedicated, and the Sound Barrier as well. Amazing wall to completely deny an exit, and there goes the Rampage, but to how much success is the question? The answer, very little at the end of the day. DJ Ashtray will find one, Kirsten will follow up onto Lore, but to no success, and they'll just end up being taken care of. It seems like the first checkpoint could very well be on the cards here for Mythos.
That was beautiful patience there from Mythos Chimera. Just Funjin sitting back a little bit, making sure, hey, we want to make sure we can use this beat later on in the fight. Wall goes down, they see the advantage, beat, push in, and this spot may not get there right away. Yes, they're going to be able to contest from the high ground, but it is eerily close to that forward spawn advantage for Mythos Chimera, and as we're already halfway through, nobody has earned that tick quite yet, and we're still very much in limbo of how this map will go.
Blizzard out. Nobody has a cleanse available to completely counter it. Deadeye around the corner. How much does it find? Only damage onto Kirsten, and Laura will die. How in the world does that find nothing? No skull on anybody they saw, and, well, they'll just die to anybody in their line of sight. That's a return to form for Utah, and it was a fight in the neutral that gives them so much more space to work with.
Gives them way more space because the spot was already starting to move that direction. It's not like it's going from barricade to barricade. They should at least be able to get a little bit of meterage, and they find Lore early, which is massive, and they might honestly be able to get close to Tick themselves.
I think they may be closer to Tick, or just picking it up at the same point. There is the contention on the front side of this bridge. Usually you see teams contend on the back side of it. I honestly didn't know you contend on this front side, but Coalescence to initiate. An opportunity, sure, but how much of one can they follow up on? That healing basically keeping Dizzy alive on its own. The follow-up as the Coalescence ends, but nobody on Utah has died at the same point. That's the problem factor. How much have they lost in terms of cooldowns and in terms of HP in the earlier stages to completely give this away? Look at Spicy Toast. They already have that availability of the Sound Barrier. Doesn't seem like they'll need it. Rampage finds 2, make it 3, turned into 4. A team kill, and what will certainly be this first checkpoint in favor of Utah Academy.
They will earn the lead for the first time in this map, and they should, like you said, be able to get Tick unless it is a last-second touch here from Mythos Chimera. Which, it might be. No, they will not. So they will just not get there in time. Forward spawns activated, and Utah, they're just going to get out. They don't have everybody there, and we'll just settle to try and play in the middle with that spawn advantage still in their favor. Sound barriers available for both sides. Is the Annihilation, though, from Dizzy? Can they get value from it early enough or late enough with the Sound Barrier from Spicy Toast probably used in between?
Annihilation dedicated earlier. Sound Barrier to counter. Everybody presses Q, but how successful does the Deadeye end up being? Finally, it finds one, but nothing consequential to turn this fight around. Annihilation still online. The hindrance lands onto Dizzy. He takes it over from the rolling and now dead Lurer, but he's not going to live at the end of the day. He tries to take the damage from the rest of his team, but not only is the checkpoint picked up, but Utah win a fight in the neutral and will extend that lead even further.
And I don't believe they ever lost forward spawn during that. So everybody will be back very quickly. The bot never got past the midway point, and it does force Mythos a swap. Dizzy going over to match the Junker Queen. Full of mirror now in this matchup, as we've, after so many moves and subs and different alterations, we finally got a mirror.
Mirror here with the Sound Barrier not available on either side. The Blizzard hits nothing but thin air, and it doesn't freeze anything other than just that thin air. Kirsten does fall, so a step in the right direction for Mythos, but the jump through, Laura out in the open. They haven't taken a lick of damage. Finally, as they do, they need to win the fight. A whiffed Hinder Grenade. Now a Deadeye dedicated, but the return there for DJ Ashtray. It was DJ to use it to reload, but he ends up dying to water. What a use of tech. But it doesn't matter at the end.
But honestly, if you're Utah, hey, a lot of time taken off the clock. Just over a minute. You still have forward spawns to work with, and it is just water in the front of the Cassidy's both like, somebody needs to reload. They are able to get the kill. But now, a minute left, they can still play this with forward spawns active.
Oh, a snipe on the rocket. Jagged Blade successful. Make it on to 2. Squishy targets are completely smushed on the front line. Mythos Chimera, where have you gone? Reverse sweep, now very much on the cards. They need, what, 4 or 5 fight victories, plus the checkpoint, plus another, just to win map 4.
The fact that we may still have one more map is insane to think about, but the Blues definitely making that a possibility. Is they have the ult advantage going into this as well. Mythos currently have nothing to work with. They should have a late Blizzard, maybe a late Rampage as well, but it's the Blues who have full advantage.
Mythos Gamera a little bit preemptively brought out their brooms. It seems like it's just been a mess of things around, and it's brought back the other way. Rampage successful. Water gets off their Blizzard, but they can't even do anything with it. This round is over. This map is over. The bot will move even further away from Dizzy, who would have wanted to try and cap, and they will, somehow, because accidentally the Blues ended up touching TS1 and moved them a little bit further forward. But this is really just a nothing fight. I hate to call things before they end, but even with the sound barrier, the overhealing will completely expire before the fight will start to go their way. Even better Jagged played, another snipe onto a support player, and it's just nothing going the way of Mythos Gamera. Utah Academy went down 2-0 in 2 very big maps, and have brought it back and sent us to what is an escort map 5.
We love Overwatch. Let me just get that straight. This is great. This is what Overwatch series are supposed to be. And Kirsten, who's had an on and off series, admittedly, it seemed like for a little bit they struggled to figure out which tank they really wanted to strive on. The JQ was the answer. The JQ was absolute perfection as soon as they went to it. They were hitting all the blades they needed to. And even though Dizzy had their moments on the Ramatra, they even had to give in and match the JQ late on because of the rampages. The Carnage swings were always great. And the Utah Academy Blues, like you said, have basically got as far as they can for the reverse sweep without getting it quite yet, as that was honestly what won them this entire series. If that Coalescence is available, I think that is a flippable fight. But instead, Moira's gone. All you got is Lucio healing. You lose the Coalescence. Done.
Look at the difference in this game as well. Not only in terms of the DPS line, again, was fairly similar to Water, DJ Ashtray with Lure. This tank line was basically a carbon copy. That game was up to the support line, and it didn't even seem like Spicy Toast had all that much of a shot at contending with Funjin. They won the healing battle by 2,000-3,000. They won the damage battle by 700. Nothing consequential in those numbers, but they even lost the healing battle on the Moira side and still ended up winning the game, maybe because of damage. Who needs a healing Moira? It's right-click only.
Yeah, who needs it? And honestly, it worked out, especially for Nyla. Again, I do think this is just the best lineup for them. It's like, hey, you might as well keep the hot hand in. And she was doing excellent on the Moira. The Coalescences were great once they swapped over to that Rush. And now, we have to figure out eventually what our 5th map is. But before then, we will go to a quick break to give some teams just a little bit of time to figure out this final map of this grand final.
A Doomfist is such fertile ground for lowlights. That's like a squirrel finding enough nuts to see him through the winter when I see a Doomfist roll out the streets. Invicta gets taken down. How does Invicta die? Does Invicta get hit by this punch too? I don't know why my voice is getting progressively higher, but here we are. Just an unlucky. Oh no, not the Cheerios, not the random Cheerios. Gets weakened by the random Cheerios. I'm in the rail as well. You can see from the sad camera angle panning upwards that regret fills the veins of Phantom. That's okay, we can do this. Right, okay, I want the Sojourn. Once again, I feel that Phantom has been cheated by this hitbox. What happens to Crimson? Take me to the Adam cam. Oh. Okay, Crimson just goes into to snack on a nutritious, balanced breakfast of bullets and fists. Wait, no, that's not it. That's not it. Oh. I see what's happening here. bad luck. Wait, do you go for a punch on him afterwards? Oh, that's not a high IQ maneuver. You were so desperate. You were so desperate for the environmental kill, but the person you environmentally killed was yourself. The sad stare downwards. Oh no. Watching Robbie die, do you think Adam just gave up? It's like, well, I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Oh, you reckon we were typing a flame? Something tells me that this is not going to be a successful defense. Oh, oh, Robbie, let's talk about this. Now, of all the things that you could face in terms of danger, there are two major dangers, and they both lie in this direction. One of them is a meteor strike, and the other is a dragon blade. And you're sliding towards both of them. Well, the good news is you don't have to worry about the dragon blade. This gets quite a bit of feeling, but admittedly, that might be troublesome later on. Ooh. Where's Invictus, Suzu? Can Leaky block it? No! Leaky, you ran it into DBRX. Ah. Remember, guys, when you're stuck, do try and stay still.
Map 5 now up and on the cards. We'll head to Escort for the first time today, and it is a very good way to get there. Sweep looked like it was going to be likely. Now the reverse sweep seems more than on the cards. I'm Time Delay. Shown alongside me there is Twin Salty and Rialto as map 5. This thing will end on Rialto, barring a miracle of back-to-back, 3 threes? Do they even go to past 6 rounds at this point anymore?
They can. It's incredibly unlikely, but we can see it. As we do have some swaps as well being thrown around yet again. Utah will make a sub, even though they won that last round, but I think this is more of a composition swap, as there will be Nyla subbing out and Warhater Sam subbing back in, insinuating a Baptiste will be going into the mix here for Utah, and Mythos will also make a little bit of a sub. It will be Turgid who subs in, which, hey, finally, going in with Lore as a back-to-back, and this screams to me. Double hit scan or double sniper is on the cards. A lot of poke will be played, and honestly, I'm curious to see how Utah will perform on the attack, as they will be starting us off first.
Yeah, and with them starting on the attack, they did have the option going on the attack. Mythos obviously losing the last couple maps. They picked into Coliseo. They lost it. You don't get side selection on Coliseo because it's Coliseo. It's a push.
It's Coliseo, yeah.
But when you're moving into a map like Rialto, a lot of teams love to choose that defensive side. If I was to play competitive I would choose the defensive side. I just feel more comfortable on that defense to start things off. It feels like that you could set more of a tone there than you can if you just complete a hybrid or escort map. But in this juncture, Utah disagrees. And honestly, more power to them. If they want to start things off and they want to show to Mythos, hopefully a little bit better than on Blizzard World, that they can show up better to start off a moving map, we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah. And just a little pick'em check-in. There's 3 out of 6 from the desk and casting booth that still have their pick'ems alive. Myself and Billy both picked Mythos 3-2. And Dexatron, who, has had some rough luck recently, is actually pretty close to his. He picked Utah 3-2. Maybe not thinking it would be in reverse sweep fashion, but it is, like you said, on the card here for the Blues, as it would be an incredible comeback in a day where we've seen underdogs run rampant across the CGL. And what would it be without one more little crinkle in that story from today? Is will be a lot of poke, like we assumed. Mythos actually, instead of running the BAP, they will run the Ana to help out Dizzy in that front line.
So, Dexatron, speaking of, is the only one on my side of the coin that can be entirely correct. Earlier on in our pre-show was like, hey, Warhater Sam's the person to look for. In our chat in between maps was like, hey, Warhater Sam hasn't been doing great, maybe I Caster's cursed him. And now, Warhater Sam has been subbed back in. They are once more the support to watch, but how successful will they be at the end of the day? Utah, given a decent bit of space to open, great wall to force out Dizzy into the open, but you have Lore playing on that Widow, and for dangerous long-range engagements, how is that not a headshot? Okay, story of my life.
Interesting. Yeah, as it will be. Turgid actually finds the opener in this May. I don't know if it'll be as great as Utah were thinking. I'm guessing they thought they'd go against that Ram Rush again, but instead it is that poke mirror, and the May is going to be very tricky to try and play.
Yeah, you have the May selected, you have the space to work with her, but the issue is how effective does that become when you're playing up against a Sigma? It seems like Mythos have a much better composition for the current duel. A swap of that may change things, pun not intended, but you have to point out that if the Blues can find an opening, that May will give them much more spatial awareness, and with that ice block, much more sustainability. The opening goes onto Dizzy, a lot more space created because of it, and with how far those spawns are, how much space do they take back off the back of just a singular kill? Turgid goes up to the high ground, wants to contend with this Hanzo. A single headshot will spell the end of their life, but no, they won't play for this fight.
Yeah, no, they're just going to hold back just a little bit and make sure, like, hey, all right, Mythos is going to come back in with full forces. Grasp will let you eat up that disruptor shot, though, from Turgid, and now they will get very aggressive.
Oh, jumping for joy. Not jumping for any kills, though. Dizzy, lucky to be alive right now. And with playing with alongside Fungin, again gets off that Blizzard, and in the process will die, but it's not going to matter. With the Blizzard creating enough space, they end up getting control of this first capture. They'll pick up a couple kills in the process, some back spawns, and a little bit of a stagger. Great way to close out first round for the first point.
Yeah, nice stagger to add on, even though, yes, they do lose a couple in the process. It will force out some swaps. Utah will actually go to the Lucio themselves, especially in this part of the map. Zen can be a little tricky to play, and DJ Ashtray will just match the Soj. The Hanzo again. The sonar is great, but not as many long sight lines as you would like.
So, Utah Academy, with all this space, they haven't picked up all that much to write home about. Mythos, Chimera haven't had the same juncture of defense that they did back on Blizzard World around the second point. But now as they open up with one onto Spicy Toast, they have some space to work with. A missed sleep will allow Utah Academy to stick around in this duel for a little bit longer than they would otherwise, and Rocket finds another opening. He'll get Accretion down to the ground, finally killed, but you're only losing the Zenyatta there. You're more than happy with that, and the grab should only find one, and it's only going to be lethal onto the tank, but it is still the tank. That could be the difference maker in the second point. Turgid has to get away. They won't do so successfully. Warhater Sam steps up in a big way.
Able to get 2 in back, and this will be an incredible time bank entering third phase. You talked about it. A lot of times teams don't want to choose the attack first, but they did. But it's not done quite yet, actually.
Overclock dedicated, Transcendence to keep everybody alive, but it's not immortality for everybody. And you could see exactly how impactful that ends up being. 109 centimeters between us and seeing a third point right now, and Mythos Gamera taking an inch and possibly gaining a mile.
Slowly but surely now here for Mythos. Just got to space out these fights and make sure you play your angles correctly, because that's what you need to do. You have such a long-range comp. Utah, we're going to try and close that gap little by little. You see Warhater Sam is actually stuck on the backside of bridge there, now with their teammate. Lamp is forced early on, and that'll just force their entire team. Well, now they got to reset entirely as Sam, maybe not as much of a Warhater, it's just a target hater for the moment being.
I mean, with Warhater Sam falling right there, you lose so much momentum that you could have built up. You don't have that amplification matrix you were going to use, and obviously the immortality field is fairly useful cooldown. Here are the stats for Target through just a few minutes of play. If I'm doing my math correctly, we're through about 6.5 minutes or 5.5 minutes of Rialto. Make it 10 elims on that counter. Love live stats. And Warhater Sam again dies early. This is just scary.
This is, we talked about a little bit like, oh, he's had some rough bits in this map, in the series. But, yeah, this is feels almost a little targeted now for Warhater Sam, as they are always getting looked at. They're often the first frag from Mythos, if able. And just like that timing that looked so daunting from the Utah Blues are also not looking as much.
Oh, and Turget's dead early. That's a difference maker. Dropped into a Dragon Strike. Kirsten lucky to be alive right now. They'll live as a Blizzard's thrown through. Dizzy's dead. There's no way you're living through that. Overclock was dedicated. It turns into 2 more with just the railgun itself. Way too many ultimates, but they cap second point. So what can you have?
And they at least have a decent amount of time now to work on through. I agree with you. Maybe didn't need the Blizzard. I think you use either the Blizzard or Overclock. I don't think you needed both, but we'll see if it does actually impact them here as we near end to the last bit of this map. Already 40 meters and counting for the Blues, and they still have that window to work off of at this choke.
It's Utah Academy with some space to work with, but just forced so far back. They do basically just completely nullify that nano. And honestly, they're more than happy with that. They'll re-engage as a team. They've still got 2 check marks on their own side. And Mythos Gamera don't have that same space to work with that they would otherwise, but Spicy Toast dies. What is Lucio doing? A calendar year of deaths given, and it's just Utah not having any level of opening fights. They've, won an opening kill 1 time?
Yeah, it's starting to get a little rough. As actually will be Laura going the Bastion. We finally see it in this series, and as soon as that is seen, Spicy Toast goes over to the Zen to try and help with the focus fire. If you want to see, how close the series is, 18 deaths for each side. That is how close this game has been so far, and the Blues got 2 more chances at this attack before their time is gone.
So, Utah, this is probably second to last fight for them. They almost lose again. Grab in the back line, gonna do nothing with the complete counter of the Transcendence. At least you forced out the basic round-ending ultimate, but through the amplification matrix, again, we'll pick up lore. There's a step in the right direction. Overclock for Target. How much does it find? The answer, very little. And with this amp matrix up, it's a lot more space to create for Utah Academy, and Mythos Gamera don't have that same respect for it. Dizzy down to half HP, they'll live through it, and end up escaping with nearly full. But Utah have made it into the final hurdle. This last checkpoint finally starting to go their way. Somehow the overclock not built up, but the railgun only does damage. Nothing consequential to the fight, and the accretion is the opening duel. Target the backline. Low HP has no help whatsoever. They're taken out by their doppelganger. The swing around the backline. Say goodbye to your Ana. She's not going to live for very long, nor will the Bastion inside the Blizzard. Dizzy will try to delay the inevitable on the Wrecking Ball, however, just way too far away to do it. 5.4 seconds on the timer, but Utah Academy will complete Rialto.
They keep the dream alive, and that reverse sweep. Oh, it's getting just a little bit closer, fight by fight, as the Academy Blues showing up when it matters. Mythos, I don't know, it just seemed like they never really settled in on this defense at certain times. Like, yes, during this middle phase they did, but even compositionally, they never really found an answer to the May of, again, these walls time after time, whether it be, you know, separating Dizzy, separating the supports from the rest of their team. It did an incredible job of, like you said earlier on, just adding that little bit of extra space, using that to their advantage. And again, you know, it's not the most ridiculous stat line for them on the May, but we know what they were able to do. 3 ults as well for them, the most of any DPS in the lobby compared to the 1 of Laura.
But look at Turgot. Turgot has only 700 damage more than Dizzy, but 7 more elims, 1 less death, and 10 more final blows. I don't think you understand how insane of a stat that is. They have not only more than the rest of their team combined in final blows, they have double the rest of their team combined.
That is absolutely nuts, and you gotta think if you're Turgot, like, hey guys, I know I got subbed in earlier on, but I need a little bit of help here, because honestly, Laura has struggled to settle into this series. They are 5-7 during the first half. They are going to need to step it up if Mythos want to try and force an overtime and push this series about as far as it can physically go.
Utah give much more space in the early stages. They don't even contend for the first 2 real chokes. Can't really blame them. A lot of teams don't want to favor it. But picking into the Kirsten Sigma right off the bat, I gotta say, I'm a fan of it. You want to go for nearly the direct counter. Again, going to completely contend with that Sojourn and keep on the May. They feel it's working, and honestly, you can't blame them. It did back in that previous round, and it will here. Dizzy will fall, but so too will Kirsten. This will be a tankless duel as Laura makes it a second. They want to go up against the opposing... Oh, no. Never mind.
Rocket's like, no. Nice little kick will finish it off quite nicely, as they will get some progress here. Sam is stuck in the back line. Lamp is forced. They do get Rocket. Oh, my God. Everything crumbles around Mythos, and what turns into a great fight turns into a nightmare as the Blues are able to stabilize. And this is what we talked about even pregame. Dextron talked about it. They love to kind of sneak their way back into these fights.
So Warhater Sam dying there is disastrous, but it doesn't end this fight by any means. Dizzy on the high ground still needs to contend with the Hanzo, and basically everybody else below, but the Hanzo getting a little bit too big for their britches, will fall to Turgot on the low ground. Too many targets to contend with, but Turgot will fall as well. Everybody seemingly dying. It's a game of who can stay alive the longest, and nobody seems to want to win the game. But at this point, Mythos Chimera should nearly match the time bank that Utah had going into this second point. Ice block to try and contend, it won't work. Almost a dead even second point time bank to start for Mythos Chimera compared to Utah in round 1.
And the staggers will even be better here for Mythos as they were for Utah, as both supports now go down. The rest of the team at least might be able to get out. The only one I'm not sure about is DJ Ashtray, who's chilling up here, but they do now have Kirsten to try and help them out. But like you said, decent timing for Mythos. I think the big question is, if they do get the third phase, how much time do they have to work with? Because it may come down to the time banks and overtime if they're able to finish the map, and almost finds Warhater Sam again with that opening pick, but the arrow just misses.
So it's also down to how Mythos can open a lot of these fights. That's not a great start. Transcendence will keep everybody alive and make sure it's a much more sustainable fight for Utah Academy. They understood they just did not have that same level of an advantage. Dizzy taking so much damage in the middle of so many heroes. They will end up being the villain and the dead one at the end of the day. Laura is very lucky to be alive, by the way. They just barely got out with like 20 health.
They are able to at least get out, and it's a 1-for-1 trade that's in the advantage of Mythos because, hey, it is just a Dragons. You take a lot of space off the high ground. It didn't work that time, but it's not a massive deal. The Transcendence being gone, though, from Spicy Toast sets up the Gravitic Flux for Dizzy to get sent out. Watch for that to be very aggressive here in this fight. If they need the Transcendence from Rocket to counter, they can, but I'm guessing they're going to try and only use about 1 to 2 ults here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Blizzard's used early here for, again, if they want to try and create that same level of space. Curse on the low ground, finds out Bungeon. Say goodbye to your Baptiste. And they'll stay alive at the end of the day. Dizzy hunting down for the Baptiste, but a great immortality field will just delay the inevitable. There goes that Blizzard, though. A game of freeze tag, and one the Blues will win. It's down to just Turgot, who is sniped out of thin air. DJ Ashtray goes skeet shooting with bows and arrows and wins the fight for Utah Academy.
A disaster here for Mythos to use the Flux. They use the Transcendence just a little early, and they try to use the Overclock to try and take back the fight. Does not happen, as Utah, granted, very similar position to what Mythos was in at this phase of the map on their defense, but they're now in the power position, is they can just use Grab this fight, and they should be able to win it if they are able to get the Immortality out first.
I'd say you could use Grab Dragons, but that's the wrong grab. The grab, by the way, entirely misses. Great down onto Dizzy, but the Amplification Matrix used to completely counter out back the other way. Rocket doesn't have their Trank, so it won't keep them alive, but somehow they find a kill onto DJ Ashtray regardless of their lack of a health bar. High ground for Warhater Sam. They will have heal back online in a few seconds. They also have Amplification Matrix if they want to use it. Doesn't seem like they'll have to do so, though, as they've had so much sustainability. All they've lost is Spicy Toast in the backline, and the rest of the team is somehow here. There goes the Amp Matrix. Immortality Field as well, as just barely will Warhater Sam stay alive. They'll die to a Disruption shot, but a Dragon Strike in the backline will force everybody forward. Final boss finally taken care of. That should just about do it on the second round. Second point.
And then we'll have literally the exact same time, maybe within a few seconds. We'll see here in a tiny bit. I think, what, maybe 5 seconds more than what Utah had. So it is coming down to the wire. I love this. Mythos like, no, we're going to just settle down for a second. We don't need to be extremely aggressive, but now they will be. They got to make sure they get around this arch, and they can play around the final choke point of this map to try and send us to overtime. They have the Transcendence to work with, Overclock from Turret coming soon, as well as the Amp. They have a lot of sustain. The Blues, they have the Transcendence to back up on. They have the Blizzard to try and absorb that pressure, but it will be a while here until they get Blade from the newly swapped DJ Trey.
Oh, Overclock used early here for Target, but it should be completely counted. It mostly is. They will take care of DJ Ashtray, but it should be very little thereafter. Transcendence used by Rocket. The question is why? They have an opportunity, but with Kirsten still being alive, that's basically the difference maker. They will still create the space. Utah understand they don't have that same sustainability with the lack of a support line, but the Blizzard to reestablish themselves through. Fungin's dead. Say the same for Target, mostly at least. They should fall in this juncture. No, somehow they won't, but I don't think it'll matter.
No, it'll be Mythos trying to back up. Nice little re-engage there from Utah. Just, hey, all right, we're just going to push right back in. Don't let them try and feel like they're getting the win on that fight. Now we get to a very important fight. It's Kirsten and Sigma. 31 elims compared to 6 deaths. Wow. They have honestly been the rock for this team the last 2 maps.
And there's a successful rock. Grab used here actually does
they
find
died
out one,
during
but
it.
Dizzy died in the middle of it. Great snipe, and actually melee midair by Spicy Toast. 56 seconds, and the closest you've got your DPS ults on in a second, Amp, and maybe Trank.
Maybe Transcendence you can build on later for Rocket, but they need to make sure they stay alive.
Yeah.
But it is a big if. Honestly, if Utah, they are 40 to Solemn Barrier. All of the cards are on their side of the table, but that honestly seems like when the underdogs of this series have been trying to fight back the best.
Grab finds 2. I thought it found the backline of Rocket, but it may not matter. There's the Dragon Blade. It's successful. Final fight territory now on the cards with just 20 seconds left.
They may honestly need a swap, but yeah, we'll be Lore going over to the Tracer, and it is full swaps here.
No.
But it will be Rocket staying on the Zen to try and make sure they can get that Transcendence. 10% for Overclock as well for Turgid.
Yeah, they've got a shot, but watch for the sound barrier for Spicy Toast. That could be the fight difference maker. Dizzy is hit by Accretion. The Rock to break out the reverse sweep. That may very well close it. Point blank deflection available for DJ Ashtray. They'll fall. They'll be the only player to do so in the final fight of the series. Mythos Chimera, it came down to round 5. Back on Flashpoint, they'll take it to map 5 and win 3-2 in the series.
Utah Academy Blues. The Academy team showing up. The varsity team weren't able to get it done in the open tier. But the Academy team like, hey, we can get it done over here. And it will be DJ Ashtray who lit it up on this Sojourn time and time again. As well as the Hanzo there on the defense. Reverse sweep Mythos Chimera. Dexatron on the right side of the pickups. He predicts it perfectly. And it honestly did come down to them trying to figure out which fights they wanted to take And the May play on their attack, I do think, really solidified it for them. Massive GG to Mythos Gamera, but just not enough on the day. Could not get over the final hurdle. And Utah Academy win it, the mid-season tournament for the GM tier.
I gotta say, as soon as the second round started, wait, what?
Oh my
Nah,
God.
I don't even care about what I was gonna say. That's an insane shot. What I think I was gonna say, because I've just lost my train of thought after an absolute walloping like that, was Mythos Gamera had such an opportunity in this final round of Rialto. They had it as winnable, certainly, to put it to OT, but at the end of the day, they just did not pick up the final blows they needed. Let's take account of the final blows. I'm not going to do the entirety of the math, but I'm going to do a tentative tally. Give or take 57 or 58 on the side of Utah Academy. For the entirety of Mythos Gamera, everybody other than Turget picked up a combined 21. Turget picked up 20.
That's insane. We have a little bit of a stat line as well. We talked about Laura having a little bit of struggles. I think they got better on the attack, but look at this. 31 to 17. DJ Ashtray lit it up. 18 final blows and only 9 deaths compared to the 15 from Laura. Barely positive on the map. And it'll be Utah Academy Blues.
Wow.
Who take the series, maybe the series of the day, the series of the midseason tournament here. And the Blues end up on top. And as much as it pains me to get it wrong by such a close margin, you just put your hands down. It is Utah who are able to win it, honestly. An incredible series. As Dexatron, you guys can't see it now, is fists in the air.
Yeah, Dexatron celebrating. I'm doing the same. The final tally for all of you who wanted to get into the semantics of final blows, 61 to 41, with 20 of them going to Turget. Probably the MVP if they won the series, but we don't give MVPs to series losers. And a series winner becomes the very illustrious Utah Academy Blues, just narrowly at the end of the day. They faced elimination back on Flashpoint. They very rarely faced elimination back on Coliseo, but they could have very well still lost it. They will end up finishing Rialto and holding their opponents in the third phase. That's it for Jesse and myself. We're going to throw it to the desk for analysis of this game and the start of our following before we close out on this Sunday night.
Oh my God. I don't even know what to think anymore. That was the end of a lifetime.
There we go, man.
That's not an airball. Like, seriously, that's not an airball. If it goes map 5, we shouldn't have the Dexatron airball up there. Yeah, okay. Nice Custa reinforced attempted 2022 virtual owl desk stuff going on there. Oh my God.
We try our best.
Okay, I mean, let's break it down real quick because we are running behind schedule here. Joshua, why did Mythos lose that game? They had it in their hand, and then everything just went.
Like we said, I genuinely think they were just tilted from their first map loss, and then they just couldn't get their mental straight again. We saw it, especially on that last map, they continuously inted every single fight, and you're not going to win a game when you're doing that.
Sam, 60 seconds. I mean, tell me what you think happened, because, I mean, Mythos were winning comfortably, and then Survasa happened.
That's on me. Sorry about that. Yeah, they simply put, Survasa happened. Like, they hit a haymaker, they took a win that they maybe shouldn't have, who knows, who can say, but they hit a win, it gave them the morale boost, and then suddenly here they are, they just ran it right back. You know, it's a huge pile of things that just added up to them being, you know, the momentum and the mental really carried them along.
All right, Dex, Kirsten, kind of not there, games 1 and 2, but then Survasa came around and we saw the revival of Kirsten. They were absolutely lights out from there on. How special is this tank player?
Billy, first things first. You absolutely took what I was going to talk about right there. Mind reader, dude. But yeah, like you said, a very, very slow start for Kirsten there. And then Saravasa happens. And I mean, before we were heading in Saravasa, everyone on the desk here, and even some people behind the scenes, were talking about like Kirsten needed to maybe be subbed out here. It wasn't working at all. But then Saravasa happens, and you start to see this difference. You start to see this confidence build up with Kirsten to the point where, I mean, they are just making plays on top of plays on Rialto, helping their team out so much. But at the same time, we were been joking about it. It took them about 2.5. It took the entirety of Utah here 2.5 maps to really wake up. And once they woke up, it was a different team.
It was a different team, and Rialto just showed me that I think the mental was cracked. After that 4th map.
Yeah.
We saw Dizzy going in, trying to be extra, ultra aggressive, and just getting lit up. I thought first point, they actually had a chance on their attack.
Yeah.
They came in just under 5 minutes, and then the stall started. And I think that once they started just kind of trickling in over and over and over, that's when everything went out the gate. We're going to get to MVP right now. It was unanimous across everybody. Our MVP here for the Grandmaster tier is going to be none other than Spicy Toast. Spicy Toast absolutely showing up huge, had some fantastic trances. I mean, really was in there the entirety of the match. So big ups to Spicy Toast. Now, that's done. Now the marquee matchup. They're about 10 minutes, 12 minutes behind right now, so we're going to get through this really quick. Last Dinosaur versus Nexus. Yeah. I mean, this one is the Giga Banger. Everybody's been looking forward to this one. This is, I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I think, you know, well, we know the two teams, right? Everybody out there, you should know the two teams. Oh, man. Let's take a look at the rosters real quick. If you have them, let me know if you don't. But we can take a look. If not, we can just talk about Preds then, because predictions did come through for us. We'll see what Hippie wants to do. I'm looking to see what he wants to do here. And this is a fast turnaround, so do bear with us, everybody, as we're trying to get from this game to the next game, get the caster set up. So we're going to go ahead and wait and see. He's probably doing a sound check with the casters because we had to pull them in and get them out. But here's the next one. Last Dinosaur. Here's their lineup. Snoznar and Ramsu. I mean, CGL royalty here in Ramsu. Mari is the most flexible tank in all of CGL, and I will stake my reputation on that. And we're not going to have AJMR tonight. We're going to have, who I have seen a lot play, Jono in the main support role.
I think you've said it. Like, this is just, there's so much good talent across this last Dinosaur team between CGL, Legends, and then bringing in talent who's proven on even bigger stages than CGL. It's hard not to look at this roster, Billy, and be like, yeah, this is a powerhouse team, period.
Right. I mean, this is the Microwave team, a large majority of the Microwave team that took third in the Calling All Heroes Championship just a couple of months ago. And I tell you what, this is a dangerous team. Yep. And now we will take a look at the CGL standard bearers here, formerly known as the Crazy 88s. It's Nexus, Amadian, Melphobia, Dust, Graveyard, Rhine Guy.
Yes, Greg's
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Rhine Guy is in here. I know you're so very happy. We don't see.
Goodness.
I love
okay,
Rhine
okay.
Guy.
Joker, go ahead. This is yours.
I love Ryan Guy, man. He's just an incredible person to talk to all around. Interestingly enough, this is not the lineup that I was expecting to see from Nexus. If I had to have guessed one, let me pull up their full roster here. I would have expected Smurf to start out on tank instead of Dust there, and then normally it's a Melophobia and Jutsu DPS line. So this is a really this is a different look that we're seeing from this Nexus lineup right now. So I'm really interested to see if this is just for map 1, or are we going to stick with this team throughout the entire series?
Sure. And I mean, for us, you know, we want to see the best possible matchup that we can get here. I am looking forward to seeing this. This is the matchup that I was hoping to see here in the PC Open tier. Mm-hmm. So for me, I mean, it's Calling All Heroes versus CGL, so I'm gonna win either way.
And OWCS now.
And
a lot of these Nexus players.
OWCS, yes, you're absolutely right there. But I mean, I'm talking about like personal to us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, this one hits home really close for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna win either way, just depending on who wins. I can claim either one. Hippie, you can go ahead and answer me in here. Are we gonna go? You want to go to the bracket, or do you want to go straight to our Preds? Oh, there's the bracket.
Well, there's your answer.
Okay.
There's your answer.
I mean, this was a fantastic run. I mean, and Last Dinosaur, once I realized who they were, now I see how they get here. But I mean, Red Team is gone.
Wow.
I mean, that 3-0 result against
Hive
Red
too.
Team. Yeah. Go ahead, Sam. Let us know.
I mean, yeah, Hive Mind, Red Team, like these are monster teams to have to get put up against no matter where you are. So to come out 3-0 on both of those teams, that's a statement.
But I want to say a caveat. I think the red team that Last Dinosaur played was hopeless. So that
I mean, but there's still so much talent there.
Oh yeah, I know. I just wanted to preface that it would have probably still been a 3-1.
Yeah, okay.
I still think Last Dinosaur wins. I just think it's a little bit closer with Hopeful in the red team roster.
I mean, you're probably right, but I still think the Last Dinosaur, the way that they are playing right now.
100%.
Dex, I want to talk about Nexus here before we get to our Preds. We're waiting on one more Pred to come in. But I mean, Nexus looking very strong. They have taken a couple of map losses here on their way to the grand final. So, maybe their spicy prediction might not be as spicy as they think. It might be a little bland.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you already talked about Crazy 88's rebrand here to Nexus for OWCS. Still an incredibly strong team here and loaded with talent. I mean, you saw it there when we looked at their roster. A very, very strong team in their own right across the board. And honestly, I think that one map loss kind of helps them a little bit. I think it kind of wakes them up going into this grand finals matchup against Last Dinosaur, who beat at the time. I casted that Last Dinosaur red team game, and I went into it talking about how red team is the juggernaut here. They got shut down, and they got shut down hard in that one.
Yeah, Hippie, I just tagged you with the Bull Skunk's prediction right there. He just repeated it there. So yeah, we'll take a look now. Once Hippie gets that plugged in, our predictions. I think I'm the only one choosing here on the desk, at least.
It's just you, Billy.
Last Dinosaur.
It's just you, Billy. You got anything to say against your? You got anything to say as a CGL trader?
I'm not a CGL trader. I'm not a CGL trader at all. I just know the players.
Fair enough.
And I'm here for the players, not the org. So I mean, Soav has a 3-0. You're out of your mind.
Yeah,
Let me talk about that. Everybody else 3-2s. That's fine. And then you know what? We'll take a look at the casters predictions. Ray and Bullskunk will be on the call here. Yeah, Bullskunk following me because he's a smart gentleman. And Tryhard Ray is going for 3-2 for Nexus, believing in the former console team that has swapped over to PC. So, that being said, we will see what is going to happen here. Let's see. Zoe will be, that's Zoe. Zoe is actually going to be playing under, is Ramasu, just playing under the Calling All Heroes account there. So, when we get into game, that will be that. But without further ado, your NA PC Open Tier Grand Final right now. Jeff and Ray, take it away.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to this presentation of the NA PC Open Tier Grand Finals. It is your boys, Bullskunk and Tryhard Ray. And Bullskunk, how you doing tonight, man?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm ready to get into this. I mean, we're in the midseason grand finals, and I mean, we've got a pretty special matchup here for multiple reasons, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about this before we, came on the mics. Literally, Mari, who is the main tank for Last Dinosaur, and Melophobia, one of the star DPS for Nexus, were literally on the same team in OWCS today and got the victory 3-0, and now they find themselves on opposite teams for CGL. It's quite a story.
It is quite a story. I mean, Smurfy's technically listed on both the Nexus roster as well as the Daybreak roster as well. But, I mean, yeah, just earlier today, their teammates, now they're coming in as opposition and a chance for the title of mid-season champion here in Season 13. And, yeah, I mean, it's a very cool story. And, well, I mean, I'm not quite sure what your thoughts are coming into this, but I mean, I kind of got to give the edge to the Last Dinosaur coming into this one personally. I mean, they've looked flawless here throughout this bracket.
Yeah, I ended up printing 3-2 for Nexus, but I could see this going either way. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I was talking with Nexus, and they feel pretty confident, but you never know. I mean, basically, this roster of Last Dinosaur is Michael Wave from Calling All Heroes. So they did incredibly well. So they are no stranger to competition. And they, as Billy would say, sharpened their steel in the ranks of Calling All Heroes.
Certainly have that breadth of experience, so they're going to be bringing that in today. But, you know, on the other side, Nexus, if you're not familiar, they are they listed a branch of Crazy 88's a legendary squad, 4 times champ in CGL. So that's, you know, they've got a bit of pedigree of their own that they're bringing into this matchup today. So, you know what, there's gonna be one for the record books. And though Nexus did manage to drop one map, they swear, right? They swear that they just went silly mode in that one map that they dropped, all right? So we shouldn't hold that one against them. That's what they're telling us.
I mean, that sounds very like them. Regardless whether that's true or not, I feel like that'd be something they say. But for this matchup, we know we're going to have to start somewhere. And because this is round 3, this was a 3-round bracket, the round 3 starting map will be Lijiang Tower.
Good old tried and true. This is, like you say, this is a fixed map. Nobody chose this map, but I don't think it'd really be an advantage for either team. I mean, there's no real silliness on Lijiang. You got a little bit of fun, a little bit of environmentals to worry about there on Gardens, a little bit of Night Market as well, but you don't quite have the silliness that you find on a map like Ilios or Nepal.
Yeah, I'm one thing I can't wait to see is coming in this meta that we're in right now. I feel like the one thing that's been like super important is your tank flexibility. And I think both of these teams have very talented and very flexible tanks. Mari and Dust, their hero pools are just wide ranging and they're just so good at all of those tanks.
Definitely one we'll be keeping an eye on. And it's funny you bring that up. I was thinking the same thing because the meta is very unstable right now. You get times in the history of Overwatch where the meta becomes very defined and it feels very rock solid and stable, and any minor change in the composition seems to have big ramifications and you have to deal with the rippling effects of changing just one hero. But with how unstable this meta is, swaps are happening all over the place. Counters are happening all over the place, and you can really lean into your strengths, and it all does start with that tank, of course, kind of the defining role of what the entire rest of the team is going to do.
Yeah, and it really feels like, in general, the field for tanks are wide open. You know, across, you know, NA, EU, Korea, we've seen anything from Zarya to Doomfist to Sigma to Ramatra. It's
Malga.
Like, yeah, to Malga apparently, but no surprise here. The dive adaptations we have seen recently in this meta have either you go with the D.Va or you go with the Doomfist. And it looks like Nexus have elected to go with that Doomfist. That Symmetra is obviously going to become a Tracer once they get that TP out.
You say that. Okay, they are going to go ahead and make that swap. We actually saw a team last night go ahead and stick with the Symmetra, to my surprise. We've also seen a little bit of Maga, unironically, coming out of Overwatch Champion Series Korea. But this is going to be the Doomfist here. Maybe sticking with the Tracer. A little bit more of what we expect to see start this off. Does put a lot of pressure into the back of the point. It has forced Last Dinosaur to kind of turtle up, but with Snozlar fighting that pick, here they come surging forward. Does that punch not quite hit its mark? Actually just rocked out of the block, scrambling for a Mega. Will pick that up, and Ramasu has to recall out. Dust is eventually hunted down. First cap comes first control to Last Dinosaur.
I feel like this up against a Doomfist, it's going to be tough sledding if you're Dust. Those accretion rocks coming out from Mari are going to be absolutely devastating. So you have to be extremely careful and play around that, and you have to be going after Snozlar. It feels like that's like the main target you want to dive. Get that slide out and get Snozlar down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a couple of different cooldowns to force Snozlar into a bad spot. But here comes Melophobia over the top, using the flight in. Ooh, tried to melt Snuzzler down, but the healing was too good. Not quite below that 50% threshold. A little bit of a scrimmage in the corner. Melophobia is going to just strike out, lash out. Managed to find a couple of important picks here for Nexus, and they're going to grab a foothold for the first time in this sub-map.
Yeah, that's what we need to see. Nice coordinated dives between Dust, Melophobia, a Maiden. They're able to force out that immortality field and ultimately find the kills. That's what we're going to need to see time and time again for Nexus. And now Melophobia gets to come in this next fight, has the duplicate. That's actually been one of my favorite ultimates in this meta of picking the right target to dupe.
Then along the outside right now. Ooh, it was hard. And JMR was trying to get him before that window came out, but no luck. And Ramasu is able to use that to find Dust. Eventually, HMR is found out, though. Baptiste absent. So in lieu of that, it's a sound barrier here from Last Dinosaur trying to punish Melophobia, who was well duplicated as Sigma. And taking to the skies. I think Mari was just looking for an out. The Gravitic Flux used to disengage, and still Mari is just getting hunted. There's a pack of wolves on the tail of Mari. Reinforcements show up, but not in time. HMR isn't going down, trying to rescue their tank.
Yeah, and once you're rolling on all cylinders in these dive compositions, yeah, we're already going to see Mari have to make a swap. The Sigma just struggles so hard unless you're hitting consistent accretions and finding targets to kill, and it just wasn't happening. So Mari going over to the Zarya now. So the one thing you could do is use these bubbles to help protect when the dive comes in. Get yourself charged up and blow up Dust with that charge.
Just already very low. Overclock used, looking for that final blow, but Meteor Strike just in the nick of time. Melophobia falls in the corner. Meteor Strike lands on the roof, not opting to try to do any damage. Just see if they can retreat back to safety, but this is not enough healing. Overwhelming pressure. Last Dinosaur force Dust into Dust, ground down. Ashes to ashes.
Again, it just seems like a big seesaw battle between these two loaded teams. It feels like when one team ticks, the other team tacks, and they're making great adjustments for each other. As we see Nexus, Dust is going over to the Winston. So they're hoping to, make isolation, especially with those bubbles, maybe get Mari caught out in a bad spot.
Well, that would be ideal. Oh, she's quickly retreating back into the safety of the point, though. After swapping to Zarya is dangerous. Remedy from Nexus to try to approach. Mark can melt you in a heartbeat. Don't forget Zarya recently just got a straight buff to damage, but that is a gorgeous stick from a Maiden. Holy cow. Finds two right out of the gate to open this thing up. Last Dinosaur trying to punish, but Melophobia is there, picks up a pair, and this DPS duo is lights out from Nexus.
Have final fight territory for both teams. Snozzler going over to the Soldier 76 as Mari swaps over to the Junker Queen. I like that going up against the Winston, but it just resets your ult economy. Melophobia versus Ramzu. Can you find a big dupe or pulse bomb to set your team up?
Melophobia is going to be the first to pull the trigger on that ultimate. Circling from the outside because there's a Consumer Rush in the middle. Has to respect the double attack speed. Still poking and prodding. Oh, but the rockets won't land. Not quite building up to that attack visor as the Duke fades. Meanwhile, on point, Mars in trouble, retreating to the outside. Pulse bomb kind of used just to keep Dust at bay. Does a good deal of damage, but the Winston still stands. Spoke too soon. Ramos who finds that kill on the back of a sound barrier. Coming out from Wickham. Mari finds one as well on the Ryan guy. It's a swift step out from Graveyard at a 99-92. Last Dinosaur have control of the objective. Nexus are waning. One by one they fall. I don't see any red jerseys around this point. 99 is there. Nobody to contest. Last Dinosaur take round one.
Yeah, again, I think it was just coming down to these key swaps from Last Dinosaur. The amount of pressure a Junker Queen can put onto Dust on that Winston is absolutely ridiculous. We saw him get absolutely blown up down to 50 health, forced to retreat, and then we just saw Ramzu was able to finish off the job. So I think this is going to be the story of the night, is these teams counter swapping and trying to make things happen. As now we head to Gardens next, which we know is like the quintessential dive map for Lijiang Tower, and Last Dinosaur is responding in fold, going and pulling out the Doomfist.
It kind of feels like we reset, right? You feel like we go through these different counter swaps and picks, and then everybody has a moment. We kind of reset all of that back to zero. We're back to Doomfist and Junker Queen coming out from Dust. We'll see how long these hold.
Couldn't agree more as we see Snozler taking to the skies, just looking for any kind of opening. And again, with Dust, you can't be too stationary for long. You got to look to rush and find a target to get on top of.
Oh, a maiden finds Robinson right out of the gate. That is exactly what Nexus wanted. And it's Last Dinosaur just looking for a good disengage at this point. Snozlar looked to go through the T room, and that was not it. Mari has to just punch in, find for a little bit of extra ultimate damage. Just settle for that. It's the best they can hope for.
And that's just the power of being able to win that 1v1 early in the fight. Maiden coming through big for Nexus, winning that Tracer duel. You automatically put yourself one up in the fight, and you're able to then get aggressive and just push with this Junker Queen. Now that they have control at this point, they're going to easily be able to rotate and easily take these fights better.
And Mari swapped over to a Junker Queen, trying to match Dust here. Just pound for pound. Close and personal on the objective here. This very small objective that is Gardens. Dust already taking a boatload of damage right out of the gate. But there's the shout, and still Nexus decides to surge forward. Ramos, who punishes, takes him down. That extra 20% debuff on the healing really felt by Dust in that moment. Melophobia next on the chopping block. Ramos, who trying to hunt down Ryan Guy, will find them. And this one's going right back over. Back and forth. This match continues.
You do get 2 exiting trades. I mean, Graveyard goes down, but the opportunity for Last Dinosaur to push up and be aggressive, holding these corners, is going to be not as aggressive because you got those 2 exits. They're just getting here now, and pretty much Nexus have pretty much regrouped, so that's good.
Very good. Exit picks were crucial. But a Kitsune rush from Last Dinosaur has gotten them a lot of position and an opening pick onto the tank to boot. Melobi is trying to bring it back here, duplicating a tank of their own, but no, you just don't have the health to stick around. Last Dinosaur's all guns pointed at that back door towards White Room, but they don't have and they have control of the point, rather.
Yeah, and you force them to use that Kitsune rush in that fight, so it feels like a very big victory there for Last Dinosaur, all things considered, because you didn't have to commit a whole lot, as Nexus is now making their rotation through White Room. Lots of ultimates in the chest from both of these teams to be able to use. I'm just looking for who gets in here and aggressively presses the button.
Sound barrier has got to be the most important of both of these. It's an early sound barrier from Last Dinosaur. Nexus are holding on to there, so the last possible moment it finally comes in, and Maiden lands the stick on the back of it. 3 ults in, and here come the kills. 2 courtesy of the Tracer, and Nexus. Well, the seesaw is that's just what we're gonna call this match now, Ray. This is just the seesaw map.
I could not agree with you more, but I cannot continue to sit here and not continue to rain the praise of a Maiden. It feels like every time there's an opening pick or a big play to be had, they are there and making that play. So that's going to be a player to continue to watch through this series, especially going up against the talented Ramzu.
Such a beast. And look how aggressive Maiden's getting right out of the gate, just to continue to put pressure on, keeping Snozlar so far out of this fight. Meanwhile, the rest of Last Dinosaur has engaged on the objective. All attention onto Dust. Both rampages at the ready, and Suzu already used from Nexus. That was the go side from Mari. But actually, both were invested, but it's Mari who gets more value out of it. Dust falls. Duplicate again onto the Junker Queen here from Melophobia. But just poking it from the outside, the Jagged Blade doesn't land. Still 25% away from the ult that they really needed as they were taken out of the copy.
You do get this to 1 final fight territory if you're Nexus, so you're feeling good about that, but you're going to be walking into AJMR's Kitsune Rush. Abby, you might build one up of your own, but Wicca is that much further ahead in the sound barrier charge, and with
that's part of Raga waited so long to use that sound barrier earlier that now maybe it'll come to bite him here. I mean, this is absolutely final fight for this sub-mat. Early shout, Mari getting in, rush on the back of it. Suzu's used, and Nexus are scrambling for cover. They drop in a rush of their own, but a Jagged Blade lands immediately out of the gate. The sound barrier is in from Wicca, still on top. Last Dinosaur have possession. Now the sound barrier finally online from Ryan Guy as they manage to survive the early onslaught. Now they're able to counter punch, but Nexus have nothing else left in the tank as far as ultimates. They're gonna have to win this in the neutral. 99 fight on the point. DPS ult online and ready to go. It's another Junker Queen duplicate here out of Snozlar. Pushing in from the left-hand side, but the focusing being too strong out of Melophobia. A Maiden the star. That DPS is down though. Dust finds one. Melophobia was hanging up by a thread. Could not survive. Last Dinosaur. They managed to endure through this very, very final fight and take the map here on Lijiang Tower. 1-0 lead in our mid-season tournament grand finals. I may have lost my co-caster, which means y'all just have to give me a second to catch my breath. Enjoy this wonderful play. Oh man, oh man. It really was an outstanding DPS performance out of Nexus. I mean, you can't help but feel that was really the strong suit. It really kept coming back to anytime Nexus was struggling to find open picks, and Maiden was there to give it to him, and we just saw the 2K Pulse. We saw Meliphobia building up these duplicates with wicked speed, and was getting some value with the focus and beam and the mid-fight kit there out of Echo. I don't think quite had the 1-2 punch that Nexus really need. Like, you can do a little bit more to get in with the Tracer and get everybody down and then get the Echo in on top. Like, the coordination has to be just pinpoint accurate, and it felt like Nexus were just a little bit off. Like, I mean, they had the right idea. I mean, just the gears were slipping just a little bit, Ray.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. If it just felt like in these mid fights where they were trying to re-engage, and sometimes I felt like some of the fights they would use that one extra ultimate they didn't need that they probably could have used for that next fight to match last dinosaur, because I just fight before my internet cut out there. It was just like it felt like they were so much further ahead in this ult economy because they used too much to try and bring it home and they didn't go through with it.
Fair. And even I thought maybe the late sound barrier could have been a blessing in disguise, where a guy was, that kind of steady 20% behind, but they played around that really well. Nexus would survive that initial burst coming out from last dinosaur, but then in the counter push, not less dinosaur would do such a good job of disengaging a lot of the time that they were able to come back in, or they were able to get 2 exit picks and make it really difficult for Nexus to stick around and hold on to it. It just wasn't quite clean enough for Nexus to pull out in the end. And when they're in a 99-99 kind of a submat, it's those little things. It's those tiny little differences that are the difference between winning or losing in the map.
But as we progress through this series, to me, this is where things start to get interesting, because this is where map picks start to come into play. So for Nexus, they're able to pick this next map. We have that map pick in, and they have decided to take us to a little bit of Blizzard World action.
Hey, I don't think I've gotten to cast Blizzard World in recent memory. I love this map. This map's a lot of fun. A lot of variety in this map. I mean, this is another one of those maps where you could theoretically run 3 very different styles on the 3 different objectives.
Yeah, it's interesting. Throughout this whole day of casting, we've actually seen a decent amount of Blizzard World, and we've seen so many different compositions. We've seen Team Force Junker Queen and actually make it work. We've seen Sigma compositions, so
actually make it work. That is surprising.
To me, Junker Queen
JQ on third point.
No, it was JQ on first point defense. So, and it did pretty well actually. So.
But that's kind of the beauty of this map. Like, you do have those kind of options. So I'd imagine they're either playing around stable there at the objective, or playing inside the room around Mega. I mean, you're going to play to the range strengths of a Junker Queen, which is obviously very up close and personal. And Blizzard World does give you those options, but you could go just sit on Griffin and sit on high ground and play poke if you want as well. That's part of why I love this map.
Yeah, and then obviously you can play like your Diva or Winston dives, where you kind of stage up on Griffin as you're talking about, and look, as if you're Diva, you're looking for little mini dives, looking for the hit scan, trying to take angles, and then you always have the mobility to fall back and look to stage your dives from the high point behind the high ground behind the point. So it's just a well-designed map, and it lets. I mean, obviously you can't play, and it's not like, King's Row, where sometimes you feel like you can force your own style of composition on that map, but it's open to a few different kinds of compositions. So it's not like you feel hard stuck, like you're on Gibraltar, you pretty much have to run dive.
Right. I will say, unlike King's Row, I think you could still surprise people on Blizzard World. Like, I feel like there's nothing we haven't seen on King's Row at this point. Like, everybody, there's footage somewhere of how to deal with every strategy on Kings. I mean, and that's part of why Kings is always picked, because there's not, again, there's no funny business on Kings. I mean, it is fundamentals, and rotations and all that. I think with Blizzard World, there is that little bit of a room for an X factor, a little bit of a room for something off the wall.
So, as we take a little bit of a microscopic look at Blizzard World, I'm going to start with Nexus since we know exactly what they're going to roll out on. I mean, they're going to play the Poke composition. It's not a whole big surprise. It's one of the more popular compositions on this map. A Maiden is going to go over to the Sojourn, and Melophobia, who's been playing Tracer in OWCS, is now going to take the reins on that role. So I think we're going to be in for a treat with Melophobia going over to the Tracer.
Everybody gathered around the gnome. That was amazing. Graveyard with the yard gnome. Fantastic. Oh my goodness. Oh, get last dinosaur choosing to attack, by the way. It's a fun little caveat. Just keep that in mind as we're moving forward. Last dinosaur wasting no time using that speed from Wicca's Lucio to move up onto Griffin and just make sure Nexus doesn't have anybody nestled in here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to take that high ground positioning away, as they're going to have to retreat to the high ground around the point for a Maiden. I'm looking at this matchup between the Sojourn and the Ashe.
Yes, Nuzzler sitting along the outside, and the two Sigmas are right in each other's face. Immortality Field has to use quite early here to keep Mari, and he's just going to go ahead and back up. Just running the Lost and Found. Dust is going to continue to chase and just find picks all along the way. Just picking up little presents. Ooh, it's candy.
Yeah, to me, as Snozzer now just going to abandon the Ashe and match the Sojourn here, I'm surprised they look to abandon it so quickly. I feel like in this meta, with that 20% nerfed healing if you get hit by a DPS, these dynamites go extremely hard if you hit a big one. It can really set a team up for a quick team fight win.
Hey, you know what? Disruptor shot can have a similar effect, though. And a little bit better up close is the Sojourn. Not as great from range until you get a rail, but, we're mirrored. Backing up into a corner, it's going to be an offensive amplification matrix, and, well, Maiden's still able to find one pick through it, but I think that's going to be it. Moving on to the point. Mari, jumping over launch in Hyperspheres, that is, at a jumping graveyard. Decides to settle for the kill onto Ryan Guy's Lucio instead. A late Ant Matrix? Question mark?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Chief. As I kind of had the idea where they were hoping between Graveyard and a Maiden they could look for a quick pick, but there was just really quick reaction from Mari to throw down that shield, completely block it off. And even if the shield had gone down, you still could have used that kinetic grasp. So I think overall you're hoping you get that. You wish you had that one back in your Graveyard.
That could really help keep Last Dinosaur at bay here. The good news is, they're staying in rotation with AJMR. You don't have to worry about the opposition one. Moving in deep, you see Melophobia just dribble blades into the middle of that. Dust following up behind with the Gravitic Flux. That had 2 or 3 hit it. We'll get the sound barrier out. And Last Dinosaur are just happy that they've still got all 5 players alive right now. Mari turns the corner as Ramasu pulls the katana out, but guess what? Ryan Guy still has that sound barrier ready to go, but Dust didn't get it! Dust was too close up against the wall, out of the yellow west, and what a great pickup from Ramasu to find that. Incredible call from Last Dinosaur to open up this point.
Yeah, it felt like Dust was kind of pushed forward while everyone else was kind of forced back by that blade. And then because of where Ryan Guy ended up, as you mentioned, the LOS was gone, and they're able to get Dust down. Is now Dust going to go over to the Doomfist? I'm surprised they're going to look to touch her, but they're able to pull out the overclock out.
Yes, Nuzzler decided, hey, we want to make sure we confirm this. Can't have any wild Doomfist in my face. And Doomfist is kind of scary.
That he is, and you and Will, it's a scary Melophobia with a pulse bomb in his back pocket, which is what Last Dinosaur is going to have to deal with. However, Mari, we sing the praises of Mari time and time again. He's going to have this flux available. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, can't help but Snuzzlers saw their life flash before their eyes. Mello, Mello wanted to drop that pulse. Main's able to pick up 1 Gravitic Flux. Well, Mari didn't get a whole lot with it, just lost their Lucio. Unfortunately, I didn't see where it went, but it's not what Last Dinosaur needed, and now they feel a little confined. down in this corner. They have to use an Immortality Field just to make a rotation back towards main. Amplification Matrix out, but here comes 2 in the back. Excuse me, that was the Pulse Bomb that was thrown in. A lot of damage from all sides from Nexus. Yeah, last Dinosaur just getting pincered.
Yeah, it felt like they were trying to do the right thing, right, and back out and try and rotate out, but it was just a very smart play from Nexus to pincer them around and give them no way to back out. As we see some swaps coming in, they are going to go over to a Doomfist dive as Dust himself is back on that Sigma, so Snozzler are going to go to the Tracer, Rams are going to stay on that Tracer, and Ramzu's going to have the Blade. We've talked about time and time again, Ramzu's specialty pick is this Genji. Can they make something happen with the Blade like they did in the previous against Dust?
Ramsey able to use the poke, build that up on the way, immediately dashes in. No hesitation, no fear. Chops through wide guy, but Dust has had enough of that. Said, what is that melody? Let's silence that. That is a 1 AGMR. Yep, lands that one. Somebody, you're very late here from Wicca. Can last Dinosaur do anything with it, though? Might be able to. Mari and Snozzler were going in deep, hunting for targets, but he just got absolutely thwarted by a Maiden.
Yeah, very unfortunate, because if you would have just been a second earlier on that sound barrier, Bolskog, and kept them alive, you might have been able to turn that fight, or at least, bottom line, force out some of these ultimates. Because look at the stockpile Nexus have been able to build. It just feels like they're just stockpiling nukes for a war.
Last Dinosaur, looking a little empty. Looking a little bare in their chest. They're going a little hungry. Covered as bear. Maiden from the high ground is forcing Last Dinosaur to rotate. Last Dinosaur have to deal with it. Maiden knowing this overclock is ready. Dust pops the Gravitic Flux right on the dive as it comes in onto their Sojourn. Lands the Accretion onto Mari, but the healing has kept the Doomfist standing for now. But the Amplification Matrix down low means the end of Snozzler. Maiden's going chasing for blood up on the high ground. All 4 of Last Dinosaur are waiting. Nice railgun. Ramasu gets caught out. Suzu used early. Block is used. No more cooldowns left for these 2 targets on your screen.
Oh, and the late Kitsune rush coming out. But honestly, it's not going to matter because you weren't able to back out from Last Dinosaur and you get all these late staggers. It just feels like you're not going to be able to get much of a touch. Yes, Snozzler's going to be there, but it feels like all but not.
Yep, as will be that. Up to this cart shy. Really? I mean, really nicely done. They managed to just stay on top. They managed to keep, they just stay safe. A Maiden, gosh. A Maiden was not able to get in. Or a Maiden was able to keep Last Dinosaur at bay. They were not able to get in on a Maiden at all. And just sat back there on this Sojourn and just it felt like there was miles of protection between Last Dinosaur and this Sojourn.
Yeah, even when an attempt was made, right? They made that dive attempt. But what happened was a Maiden just used that slide, got out of there, and as we saw, Dust just flux the entire dive that came in. So they understand what Last Dinosaur is trying to do, and they're just making great preparations and plans coming into these fights to help deal with it. I feel like if you're Nexus, stopping them before capping second point, that's got to be great momentum, and you got to be feeling good after dropping that first map, and you put yourself in a great position to tie the series up.
Yeah, that's very winnable. It didn't feel like it even got that far through B. I mean, if you can get control of that high ground, if Nexus can get control of point B high ground, it'll be very difficult for Last Dinosaur to put a stop to this.
Well, one thing I'm excited that I'm seeing on the field right now, Bolskog, is we're getting a little bit of Cassidy action coming out from Snozzler, which I'm kind of a big fan of the magnetic grenade coming into here. I think being able to get the slow onto these mobile compositions like a Tracer, or if they're playing dive, plus doing all that burst damage and applying the minus 20% heals.
Cass is actually very popular in Overwatch Champions Korea right now. Actually combined with Zarya a lot of the times. Into a comp that's gotten some very silly names, but that's okay. The cast does not last long in this fight, unfortunately, for Last Dinosaur, as Nexus is gonna one and done here at this point A and start march into what little percentage they need on point B.
Yeah, I mean, you do get that exiting pick on Orion guy, but that is the point for Nexus. They are not playing around anymore. They have warmed up, taken the kitty gloves off, and they are starting to finally take it to Last Dinosaur. As we see, the nice little victory handstand coming out from a maiden.
One finger handstand, impressive.
Yeah.
Also as impressive as a maiden's aim has been throughout this map.
Couldn't agree with you more. And now Nexus trying to push the issue, taking the high ground, but Melophobia goes down.
Yeah, it's tough for a Tracer to get up there. Either you gotta loop all the way around through the Nexus itself, or try to warp your way from the left-hand side, and it's just, it's too easy to get caught out, because Melo found it out the hard way. You can see Melo is indeed working that coast side, working that little low left, trying to find entrance here to break apart this defensive Last Dinosaur. But Snozar's in such a difficult spot, has good coverage. As I say that, slides out of there. Perhaps felt Melo moving in on that flank.
Yeah, as the window's going to get popped, and it's going to buy even more space, as I think Last Dinosaur is doing the right thing and backing up, but it's just free cart space for Nexus to be able to take.
Ramasu is hunting down the supports right now. Snozlar is eventually coming up with a kill. Good combo coming out from the DPS of Last Dinosaur. That pulse went in. Did a little bit of damage. I don't think there's going to be enough to follow up on it. Dust is backing out, but Graveyard, whoops, finds yourself underneath a couple of pulse pistols. On top, rather.
Again, I think that was just great situational awareness from Last Dinosaur. Hey, this window's up. Let's rotate back. Then once that's gone, we can rotate forward, use our ultimates ramp so he gets a good pulse bomb, forces out the immortality field, and you're able to clean up on the Graveyard, and that fight is just over. However, I'm looking forward to the Snozler, a Maiden, overclock battle we're going to be having in this next fight.
Good at flush start things. Oh, that was a cool move. Nice owlbear out of Wicca. Manages to temporarily keep Last Dinosaur on their feet. Must not included. Snozlar pops the overclock, trying to push this thing back. Mari finds Dust in the corner. Snozlar a bit of a duel. It's a 1v3 there for Melophobia. No chance. Overclock here for Snozlar will do the trick.
And the card's been pushed the entire time by a Maiden, so you at least got it past that second corner for Nexus. So I feel like with the cart being pushed all the way out there, at least gives you some options of how you want to rotate this now, instead of having to exactly push out this hallway right here. You have a little bit of options to like go through the rooms now.
Which also forces a bit of a difficult decision from Last Dinosaur. And yeah, Last Dinosaur is going to go ahead and back up. We're going to drop an Ant Matrix trying to protect this rotation. Nexus is hot on their heels. Trades favoring Nexus for now? No, never mind. Nexus got the Baptiste first, but Last Dinosaur didn't need their Bap to win the fight, apparently.
Yeah, it feels like we've been on this second point for so long because of how fast Nexus took, and we still have 2.5 minutes left. So Nexus still, it's going to take 2 fights to bring this home, but they still have a chance to get another rotation of ultimates up, but they have to dislodge Last Dinosaur off of this high ground. There is nothing, that's the goal.
Last Dinosaur just eats themselves off of the high ground just to come meet Nexus. Nexus does it with a clever rotation. They don't even have to move up there. Psychological warfare, and it's our team's dancing around the cart. Dust is pushed up and slowly forcing Last Dinosaur back. This will allow cart progress, especially with this Ant Matrix here. Last Dinosaur had no choice. They had to use their immortality field to make that rotation. Now it's Last Dinosaur who are trying to chase down Melophobia while the rest of the team rotates up to the high ground. Smart play from Nexus to move the cart and simultaneously grab position. Dust dodges the equation, but Melophobia goes down. So no more cart presence here for Nexus. It's going to be a Gravitic Flux, and it's time for Nexus to win this fight. They push into hard engage, so it's Wicca dropping the sound barrier, and Last Dinosaur are backing up yet again. But they managed to do so successfully, and they pick up an exit pick. Snozlar goes down, but they get Graveyard. We'll see if getting the Baptiste is enough to win the fight this time.
It definitely isn't, but you're just continuing to slowly push this cart forward. To me, you got this. If you win a long, staggered out fight where you get some cart push while it's happening, I think you have an opportunity to bring this in, but it's going to be tough for Nexus because now you're sitting in a situation where you're going to be facing down like a Flux, possibly Ant Matrix combination. Ryan Guy's sound barrier is going to have to come through big.
Devalue both of those ultimates. Last Dinosaur could just choose to stagger him.
Got some Winton action coming out from Nexus now, so they're trying to go on a full sail dive. The only thing you have to be careful of, once again, it's kind of like the Doomfist. You got to watch out for this accretion.
Just immediately gets destroyed. The Ant Matrix comes up, and indeed Last Dinosaur do a good job of layering their ultimate. So threat looms and continues with this Gravitic Flux still in the pocket of Mari. Despite Snozzler falling to that Pulse Bomb, Mari is able to push up with confidence onto this objective and keep Nexus at bay. 23 seconds on the clock here, Ray.
Yeah, Dust going over the Doomfist. Now they finally pick out a Wicca. This is a great opportunity for Nexus.
Yeah, Gravitic Fluxer on the high ground. Maiden with an overclock, not able to find the kill before getting smashed into their demise. Mari's able to pick up another one on the cart. Is nobody defending. Nexus waltz this one in while Last Dinosaur is distracted. We're tied up.
In the midst of chaos, Nexus, we talked about it. Look, we saw how much distance they were able to get while they were distracted pushing spawn, right? There was just free cart push coming out from the Sojourn of Nexus. And it happened once again. Mari went for a big flux, found themselves in the high ground. They weren't able to drop to the cart quick enough, and the cart is pushed across the line. Very unfortunate for Last Dinosaur, because I think they were winning that fight, and they were probably, if they touched cart, going to stop them.
They were winning the fight, but they didn't have the valuable... I mean, Snozzler wasn't there, right? Like, they didn't have the valuable tools necessary to contest. Despite the fact that Mari had picked up a few kills, I think is what we're saying, that they were winning the fight based on the fact that I think Mari got 2. One with the Flux and then one directly following. But, yeah, just couldn't get back to the cart in time. The Lucio... Tracer, neither of them there. As it stands, hey, you know what? We are tied. 1-1 here in your mid-season tournament grand finals.
Just look at that. Look at a maiden there. 27 elims, 14 final blows. Like, talk about a big-time performance on Blizzard World to keep your team. I mean, not that, you know, you'd be out if you lost this map, but 2-0 is a lot harder to come back, and now you're 1-1. So, big-time performance coming out of a maiden on that map.
It's pretty amazing how actually dead even both of our DPS are from both of our squads.
Yeah.
I mean, Ramasu has a slightly less elims and slightly less final blows, but also one less death than Melophobia. A Maiden has one more kill and less deaths, but overall a little bit less damage than Snozzler. I mean, they're really close here, Ray.
Yeah, I feel like both teams, if you just go down the columns, they're pretty close across the board, even like with Dust and Mari. I mean, 17-8, but Dust had done a little bit more damage, but Mari's KD is a little bit better. I mean, it's just dead even, and that's why these two maps have come down. I mean, I know it was 2-0 on Lijiang Tower, but both those points were 99-99, and it could have gone either way. This is going to be a series.
This is definitely going to be a series. We have a barred burner, a certified banger, a very good match on our hands, and one that I can't wait to keep continuing. But you know what? We did a little bit of an intermission before that. When we return, we're headed to map 3. We'll see who can take the lead when this mid-season tournament grand finals continues. We'll be right back.
Forever the one you call. Let's free fall.
We have returned with your CGL Season 13 Mid-Season Tournament Grand Finals for NAPC Open Division. That was a mouthful. My name is Jeff. That's right. We're back at you here. We're tied 1-1 here at the halftime. I mean, we were talking, this seems to be pretty darn even here as we've got four more teammates, current enemies. Mari versus Melifoya has been amazing, and both have been popping off, and it's been really fun to watch, just knowing that these two just played each other like on the same team earlier today.
Yeah, it's quite the story. I mean, it'd be weird for me, like, we just bonded. We just won an OWCS match together,
right.
and now I'm on opposite ends of a
and
lobby
now I'm gonna
with you.
kick your ass.
Exactly. So it's like it's very interesting to see, and I feel like you know, an argument could be made that both of them have been like very pop-off, possible MVP candidates for their own teams. Like
Truly.
they have been showing out. So it's always great to see when, you know, this rivalry, friendship is showing off in a big way.
Well, I guess that brings us to map number 3, friends. We are headed to Flashpoint. So let's pull it up. You have two choices. Flip a coin. Which one do you think it is? You're probably right. It's Suravasa. Serve also tends to be the favorite amongst the competitive community. I think it kind of goes back to that silliness factor I was talking about earlier, Ray. We're New Junk City. I mean, there are some strategic things that we can compare. Honestly, New Junk City, like, the opening point has this weird pit in the middle that's just awkward to fight around. A couple of the objectives have, like, weird low ground, but high ground that you're supposed to fight. They're just odd points. I think Servasa is just a lot more straightforward. I think that's why people like it, if I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think it's this deep strategic stuff that everybody tries to feed you.
No, I agree. Legitimately, when I think of why people don't pick New Junk City, I literally think it's refinery and ducks. Like the random hole in the middle of the point of refinery.
I mean, the beginning one too. What market or whatever?
Yeah.
Arena.
Yeah.
Arena market Servasa. Arena. It has the weird pit. It's just an awkward map. I mean, it's just an awkward map, y'all. Thank you for the validation, Ray.
Yeah, this map is extremely much more straightforward and just full of flank routes. So we kind of were thinking we're going to see a lot of this.
Thank you, Prod.
Thank you.
You never see his teammates be proud.
Oh man, but we kind of talked about how.
Okay. Behind the scenes, real quick. So I was talking about like we need to like just record our desk what they talk about while like we're casting in these matches. Our desk is an absolute hoot behind the scenes, y'all. All of a sudden, they're just listening to him banter before the match started, and my goodness. Anyway, all right. Let's get into map number 3.
One thing I'm really surprised to see, if I'm being honest here, Jeff, is Last Dinosaur going with the Sigma. I really didn't have that as like the composition for Servasa on my bingo card here. I mean, we know it's a good composition. You just don't see it on this map very often.
No, our expectations were definitely around the Junker Queen and exactly what Nexus is bringing to the table, as a matter of fact. So a bit of the poke wrinkle Last Dinosaur is implementing with a Sigma and the Baptiste along with it. Definitely unexpected. We'll see how it plays out. It means Amari needs to keep their distance, and you can see Dust trying to close that right now. That carnage hit multiple people. That's going to be some good healing, but still a lot of damage forces Dust back, and both of our teams kind of retreat to their respective corners for the moment.
Yeah, they're just Johnson reported Melophobia finds the opening pick.
Right over the top. Melo5's the tracer of all heroes. Hardest one to hit with those sticky bombs. Up close and personal, Dust lands the knife and the axe. That is just exactly what you're looking for. Serotonin in spades for any Junker Queen player.
To me, Nexus is playing it really well. Like, we saw them take that aggressive push at Mario at first. Then when they were getting low, their cooldowns were off. They got out of dodge. They went around, reset, and then got aggressive again with their cooldowns, and they win the fight. They're playing it really well. It's now Last Dinosaurs realizing we cannot keep our space on this Sig. We're going to have to match this Junker Queen and this aggression.
Exactly. And I think Nexus kind of knew that already. Last Dinosaur tried to make that work, but Nexus played that perfectly. So, here we go. Back to the mirror it is. An ult advantage for Nexus because of it. Because of their good read, and they're going to use it to great effect. Opening pick, huge duplicate here from Melophobia. Going into the back line, landed that one. Woo, kind of getting warmed up on the JQ. Was missing those jagged blades with their duplicate there on Li Zhong, but Melophobia warming up here.
And that's going to be the first point cap, and only one ultimate committed for Nexus. So they got to be feeling extremely good about, coming out with the right comp to counter this Sigma. And then because Last Dinosaur started out on this Sigma, it just puts them behind the 8-ball, for lack of a better term.
Exactly.
So now they have this Junker Queen going. They can finally get their ult economy going. I feel like this point is where they have the opportunity to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, good RNG here for Last Dinosaur. They needed this to kind of help stabilize, perhaps get themselves back into the macro, get into the ult economy race. They do have a couple of DPS ults online, but Snozlar's gonna be real careful. That was dangerously low. Dust is just looking for anybody to challenge him on the point. Rampage in the pocket. Chasing Last Dinosaur all the way to the extent of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you did commit your pulse bomb to that fight, but I mean, once again, winning fights with one ult commit, you're going to take that every day to Sunday if you're Nexus. Last Dinosaur will have a decisive advantage coming into this next fight, but Nexus still has these ults to match them, and they've been the aggressors on this. If they get in and get aggressive with these ults, they can continue to hold this point.
There's certainly a world where the 3v3 in ultimates favors Nexus right now, depending on how it's used. Rampage out early, combined with the sound barrier. Off the side. Everybody's off the side. Oh my goodness. How many people ended up on? I think one just counted. I could have sworn it was more than that. It's Last Dinosaur hit him on top when this crazy dust settles, despite the Fox Road out from Nexus.
I need like a replay check. I need the VOD codes.
I know, right?
I need to go and see what the heck happened there. Because I
Somebody swift step back on. Like, give me a replay of this. Because there was at least 3 bodies I saw fly that direction.
Yeah.
All right, there goes the JQ.
Oh,
there's
it was the
pull.
Kiriko.
Yeah, I'm saying the Kiri swift step back on or wall climb back on. But there was a boop after that as well. All right, anyway. Fun stuff. You know, when I said there wasn't any silliness on this map, I might have been slightly mistaken, friends. There is a little bit of silliness.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit of silly Overwatch fun for your Sunday night.
55% and counting here for Last Dinosaur. This could be a final attempt for Nexus. Last Dinosaur might just have to stave this off one more time. Melophobia going down. Okay, any exit picks for Last Dinosaur should secure this point if they can find it. Knowing that here's ults invested. Rampage finding 3. And it's dust falling. Last Dinosaur will tie us up on Suravasa.
You know, if I'm Nexus, I don't know if I'm more of a pessimist sometimes, but I kind of thought there probably wasn't a chance we were going to win that point anyway. So if I was able to get Mari to use that Rampage, I think that's a big win coming into this next point. And man, once again, great RNG coming in for Last Dinosaur. They could easily just rotate back to the ruins here and already set up defensively on this point.
I mean, they were able to take advantage of the good spawn last time, and doesn't feel like they were able behind in the ult economy at all. Deadlocked here in Suravasa as duplicates are used from both of our squads. 4 Junker Queens on the table. Pulse Bomb will take care of one of them. Nexus at a significant disadvantage as the duplicate fades. Pulse didn't land. Nothing is panning out here for Nexus. It's all gone awry.
The Snozzler is popping off right now on this Echo. Time and time again, just has the burst damage and is finding the kills. And then now they're going to find a Maiden. That's just going to be late staggers, more percentage gain for Last Dinosaur if you're Nexus. Just, I feel like sometimes you get caught up in the moment and how fast it's going. Sometimes just you got to take a breath and just reassess what's going on.
So true. It's so easy just to get wrapped up. Here comes, speaking of fast moments, both rushes are out. And it is a colored world of frantic speed here in Suravasa. Sound barrier from Last Dinosaur after a successful disengage. They're looking to plug up this chokehold before Nexus can get through. Nexus has to pop a barrier of their own just to make it down to the objective. It's a bit of a 4v2 on points. Nozzler's gotten picked off on the outside. AJMR finds one through all of that mess. Nexus had a huge player advantage in this little skirmish just outside the objective. Melophobia finally able to find a kill with this big player advantage. Mari chasing down Ryan Guy, can't pick it up. Last Dinosaur building percentage this whole time. They just need some reinforcements to show up. Here comes the Rampage. It only got 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. I mean, you do get the duplicate out of Melophobia, so you're not going to have to deal with that coming this next fight. You get 99%, but I feel like that Rampage would have been the nail in the coffin to secure you the second point coming into this next fight that they're going to have to take. And now you don't have that on the field. Dust is going to be able to use the Rampage of his own. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that one from Mari, despite how well she's been playing all night.
I mean, you know, that's definitely a hindsight's 2020 kind of moment. I risk not paying out, and Ramos is already dead. Last Dinosaur's chance of getting in on this fight, dwindling by the second.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, a Maiden is doing a great job of finding these off angles on the Tracer. It feels like Last Dinosaur has no idea sometimes where he is at, and they're just able to take full advantage of that, as now the dupe's forced out.
Maiden's looking for the inside flank right now as the Kitsune Rush is invested from the outside. Nexus looking to just stuff Last Dinosaur, but they can't! Last Dinosaur, or we're just too much! They explode out, breaking all of the buys that Nexus tried to build for them and take over here on this point. 3 there to flip the objective. Anybody from Nexus there to touch. Overtime is ticking, and Last Dinosaur have the players.
Yeah, Ryan Guy is right there to the sound barrier if they can get it.
Melophobia goes down. Kitsune Rush here from Last Dinosaur to secure the point, and they will. Ryan Guy does not need the beat. Well, doesn't get the beat. Is really what it is.
Yeah, I mean, that was just well played. Ramsey opening things up with a well-timed pulse bomb. I think Nexus got a little too a little too cocky, almost like just a little too gung-ho, pushed up a little bit too far when I feel like at that point they should have fallen back just a little bit, and Dust got blown up and they weren't able to secure that. So now we rotate all the way to Gardens for this next point, and it's pretty much going to be looking like a dry fight. Nexus is going to have 2 ultimates, so you think this is their opportunity to get some momentum back in their favor.
Dinosaur has been really good with their disengages, though. You know how, like, Mari going back to make sure that AJMR could swift step out of that previous battle? Look out for your Curies, friends. That was just good friendship. He'd love to see it. Sound barrier is in, and Mari almost got away. The disengage was looking good to start, but Nexus are able to hunt it down and use that ultimate to flip the point.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think both teams are doing a great job as trades for the Tracers and the Echoes. Just both Echoes are gone. Just well played by both teams. So now you're going to have to be a little bit more patient with your last dance. I feel like in order to break this defense, you need the burst damage of the Echo.
Exactly. The advantage is then automatically to Nexus just because they can hold ground. It's much harder to take ground. And that 4v4, I'd have to agree with you. Last Dinosaur does as well. As they slowly approach, giving time for Snozlar to get back into this fight with their duplicate, using it early onto a Junker Queen. It's a rampage early from Melophobia with a Pulse Bomb. The Last Dinosaur, holy cow, they went in the wrong door. That was it. That was not, door number 8 was not the right option.
It was like, so you want to make a deal, and they chose door number 2, and it did not have the car behind it.
Yeah, that was a rampage. There was a Pulse Bomb in there. There was a Kitsune Rush. There was all kinds of death waiting for behind that door.
And what more could we have asked for this series, Bullskunk, than going the full distance on Saravasa? And for Nexus now, they're the ones with the good RNG, because it's all going to come down to Palace here, and they're the ones who get to set up here and get themselves in good positions for this first fight.
These Tracer stats are looking top notch. Wise disengage off the high ground as Ramasu comes in for the challenge. Last Dinosaur approaching that corner. A rampage out from Dust. Wicca has the sound barrier there. Dust looking to hunt down that Lucio in particular, but was way too hyper-focused. All 5 guns pointed at the Junker Queen, and Nexus suddenly find themselves without a tank, without a DPS, without a ride guy.
Yeah, and unfortunate for me, it feels like every time Dust goes for a rampage like that, sound barrier's there, which is fine. That's what you're supposed to do. Use the sound barrier to counter that rampage if you don't have the cleanse available. But he gets caught out because of the position he puts himself in after, and the team's there not to follow up. That feels like a big mistake Nexus keeps making with these rampages.
I gotta say, it was good peel from Last Dinosaur there to keep Wicca alive. Good protection. Incendiary rush out from them here, as well as a rampage. Rampage hit both of the supports into the back. Woo! Right guy is flying out of there. The only one able to escape.
Yeah, as Nexus, they're finally building up this war chest and ultimates to try and come back. But with how long these fights have been taken, they might only have one more crack at this. And Ramzu, who set the team up on the previous point with a great Pulse Bomb on Temple, can do it again, has one in his pocket.
And then this map will move up to championship point. Last Dinosaur just need to hang on, but they're going to have to win this without a 4v5. Snozlar uses a duplicate. Finds Mello. 4v4. Axe on the Dust. Dust is looking low. Snozlar is looking unstoppable. The Rampage is you picking up 2. A Maiden goes down as well. Snozlar takes over Suravasa. Consider rush on the back. And Nexus still has a couple players left. Snozlar looks up from this amazing performance, realizes they don't have a lot of teammates here. Finally, here comes the cavalry for Last Dinosaur.
Yeah, sound barrier's gonna have to be used by the Phobia by Snozlar.
Yeah, this cavalry doesn't show up in time. Nexus is able to stabilize, drop a sound barrier of their own.
And
bring this one back. We keep going.
In the blink of an eye, Jeff, the ult economy has flipped on its head. Nexus is going to be coming up on 3, while Last Dinosaur's only going to have a sound barrier in this fight. So if you're Dust, maybe you look to force out the sound barrier from Wicca and allow your DPS to then use their ultimates to pop off. Melophobia, a Maiden, you got to come through for your team.
Just wait. Like counterpunch, and they take the aggression. Melophobia wants to get aggressive. They just want to take the fight right to Last Dinosaur, right to Mari in particular. He's able to sneak around the corner. Here comes the Lucio with the disengage. Nexus pulling back. Rampage is out. That's huge. That finds 3 as the shields are fading from Wicca's sound barrier. Nexus still move back into the point as Last Dinosaur have used their own Kitsune Rush to move on to the objective. Flip this thing over. It's one last fight here for the map. Suzu trying to protect HMR, but no doing. Guy hunts him down. And Last Dinosaur are losing legs in this fight. They don't have the sustain. They're staring down the barrel of Kitsune Rush. It's a Fox-escorted victory here for Nexus as they will take yet another extremely close down to the last fight map to put themselves on championship point.
And to me, Jeff, that came down to Melophobia making a ginormous play. Gets the dupe under the Junker Queen, forces Last Dinosaur back, and was able to build up to the Rampage. And that's big because it forced out the sound barrier and the Suzu and allowed Dust to come back with a second Rampage. And then they were able to take full effect of the second Rampage.
They didn't know about second Rampage, Ray.
They did it. They lacked the critical information.
And that's when this Junker Queen looks particularly scary, right? I mean, and we saw Snozlar do it on the other side, but Mello with that duplicate, I mean, really coming all alive. We started to see him heat up with these Junker Queen dupes a little bit earlier in Saravasa, but Mello looks equally as scary when they're in Junker Queen form as they are in Echo form.
Man, I love CGL. I love Overwatch. This map was just taking my breath away with how back and forth. This whole series has just been a complete seesaw, as we mentioned, on Lijiang Tower. Nexus puts themselves on match point, and now all the pressure goes on to Last Dinosaur, as they, however, will get to pick the next map and try and set themselves up for a map 5.
What's our next game time?
It will be Push.
Be interesting to see. This is one of those incredible duplicates to Snozlar. They're putting on a show, but despite their best efforts, Melophobia had the last laugh into the Echo. Impressive, so impressive. Show me those stats. Yeah, look at that. Look at that stat line for Melophobia. That's the one that just jumps off the page at me, although Maiden is right there with it. Matter of fact, let's take a look at our two tracers side by side. I think Maiden had the clear edge today, and well, at least in this map, Ray.
Yeah, this map for sure. I feel like, even though, Blizzard World ended the way it did, Ramzu was popping off on Blizzard World. But Maiden played incredibly well. But I think Melophobia, we talked about coming into here, how we were so impressed with these, between Mari and Melophobia being teammates, coming in and both popping off against each other. And Melophobia made a statement on Saravasa with that Echo play.
13-6 final blows there for a Maiden. Melophobia with the heroics there at the very end. Impressive. I mean, anytime you see two rampages, I mean, that in a final fight, your team got two rampages. Yeah, that's good. You did something right. Well done. Nexus is now on championship points, and my Preds are now in the toilet.
I mean, there's still plenty of time to try and come back in this series, and that is how things are going to have to shape up as we head to Push for our fourth map. Map pick is in from Last Dinosaur. We are headed to Canada. We are headed to New Queen Street.
Interesting pick. A lot of Esperanza for the most part, but
yeah.
What do you make of New Queen Street? What's is this just gonna be more Junker Queen coming out? Is that the idea here from Last Dinosaur? That's kind of what this screams to me.
I think so too. It's interesting because I feel like between watching a lot of OWCS and stuff like that, I feel like I've seen more Colosseo than I have New Queen Street of recent times. But I think coming in this map, I feel like you only have you have very limited choices what you go with here. I feel like you either go with, a Doomfist kind of composition, or you play the Junker Queen, or you can play the Ramatra kind of rush brawl.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, do they want to play brawl? That's the same thing was kind of bouncing around in my noggin, right as you said it.
A nice picture of the hockey statue here on New Queen Street and the stadium that is in Toronto.
And it's funny, we always want to try to theorize as best we can. We want to really get in the heads, get in the minds of our teams here. It could be something as simple as just a comfort pick, Ray. Or they do better on this map in scrims.
Yeah, it's For
I mean, it
sure.
could be something literally that simple.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it came down to a lot back when I used to compete. It was just like, which maps have done us best in scrims? Like, that's just what it comes down to sometimes.
Just kind of, we always seem to do well on this map. Let's go with this map.
Yeah, exactly. And these are the two compositions we actually expected to see. Dinosaur going with the Doomfist, Nexus going with the Junker Queen. Can't wait to see how this is going to go, as I feel like if you're a Dinosaur and you're Mari on this Doomfist, you have to avoid dust.
To avoid getting ground to dust, that's for sure. Last time, sorry. Last time.
Nah, I'm all for it. I want more.
That one in the data bank. The Assassin Strike gave a lot of pressure onto Dust immediately. Yeah, the punch back. Even if the punch didn't get the kill, Dust was flying right into enemy territory, and whoo, that was a quick manhandling of Dust.
Man, okay, so what I've noticed from watching Mari playing on Last Dinosaur, they have a knack for being able to find these punch kills onto echoes. It is absolutely insane. I feel like I could never as a Doomfist player like that, but Ryan Guy does find them in quote.
That's very impressive. I gotta keep an eye out for that. Unfortunately for Dust, they're gonna get blown up. Last Dinosaur able to clean up this first fight. See if they can put two in a row here together and start approaching this checkpoint. It's not quite as hard to take as Colosseo, but still a difficult one nonetheless.
Yeah, as we do see the full mirror coming out from Nexus, Dust going over to the Doomfist. So really it's just going to come down to who coordinates their dives that much better with the burst damage from the echoes.
The Dust trying to get really aggressive and the coordination is just not there. Gets booped and bumped around all the way into the room. Isolated. DPS and the Lucio Rengai and Maiden trying to bring this back. Maiden finding success.
Excuse me?
Even lands the stick on Mari. Mari has to put the block up and, well, puts a bit of a punch onto the chin of a Maiden.
That is just astounding to me that the fight was even, kind of reversed in their favor. For Nexus now, Melophobia is back and is going to have the dupe to be able to use, as so low is Mari.
Okay, dupes the Doomfist, but just backs out of the situation, looking for a good target, can't find it, taking out of the dupe before they can even use a cooldown. Consuno Rush now in from Nexus, kind of on the back foot. Felt like they were looking just to try to escape from a hole they were feeling pressured into. Now Soundbearer from Last Dinosaur, they're like, no, get back on your side of the map. You belong over there. Nexus has a sound barrier of their own, though. It's later. It's a little bit better. It goes down. Snozlar wins out against Melophobia this time. Mari with that strong Doomfist play continues to be a nuisance. Continues to be top dog or top Doom in the lobby.
Yeah, to me, it feels like both teams are making dives onto the enemy team's supports, but for Dinosaur, it feels like Snozler's there more often to follow up with the focusing beam and find the targets down faster, because Dust is just not there to be able to turn and peel and help. So it's just a very unfortunate situation Nexus is finding themselves in, but they're going to have the only ultimate coming into this next fight on the field, which is going to be that pulse bomb from a Maiden.
Dangerous threat indeed, and it means a Maiden doesn't really need much support to be lethal either. Maiden can sneak in on their own, bit of a duel. I think a Maiden actually snuck away the Mega on that from Ramasu. Important little sneak. Very small little minor thing that forces Ramasu out of position they want to hold. Opens up this just that much more for Nexus. You can see they're much more comfortable here in their little space behind the bus. In drops Ramasu to try to find the pulse, but it missed the mark. A little bit later, Snozlar tries to pile in some damage as well, but so far, Nexus is able to fend it all off. Last Dinosaur not able to coordinate their strikes well enough to find any final blows just yet. Peel has been good from Nexus. Uh-oh, Rika in a bit of trouble though in that small room. Rika ends up joining it to find the final blow. And that's the opening Last Dinosaur needed. Oh no! But Mello might just do it again. Mello picks up 2 in a 3v5. Swings the fight, and Nexus have the bot.
But just when you say that, Snozler's in the backline, finds a Maiden, finds 2!
Damn it, Mello's still here. Mello's on a Lucio duplicate. Now we have a Doomfist duplicate. Uh-oh, but there's an actual Doomfist. Dust is like, no. There's only enough room in this map for one of us. Melophobia had the same thought, apparently.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us. as
Exactly.
that's exactly what Dust said there. And the dust has settled, and they're going to win the team fight and be able to finally get some progress to try and match what Last Dinosaur has been able to do. However, they're going to be coming back, and they're going to be able to match Kitsune Rushes with Graveyard and really get things going.
Has been so good on the Doom, but just... Still, it is Nexus who are making progress. Early Kitsune Rush use. Last Dinosaur just trying to play right into it. They're going to throw one of their own in a little bit later. Just that 1 second, trying to find that extra advantage on the back of the fight. But Snozlar falls to Sound Barrier use now to try to get the advantage. And a Meteor Strike. Still, Last Dinosaur cannot get any final blows. Nexus have done such a good job of dancing around this bus. The heals have been flawless from Ryan Guy and Graveyard.
Yeah, they have been playing extremely well on this map, and now it looks like they're going to take the lead. No, it looks like they're going to touch just in time, trying to keep that lead secure for Last Dinosaur. Oh.
I mean, this is like an MMA fight that's just all over the ring. It's blow for blow, a flurry of attacks and blocks falling back, and I mean, the movement is insane. Last Dinosaur able to keep up with it. These big, wide swaths, you know, where you just get the Lucio, the Tracer, the Doomfist are just covering so much ground. You have to be fast to be able to disengage, and Nexus is doing a good job of it here. They have not lost anybody through this. Uh-oh, that was a bad move. Dust, that was all it took for Dusty back in spawn, and for Last Dinosaur to lose their own Doomfist.
But they do get Mari and AJMR.
Wild. So Dust's sacrifice is not in vain, as the rest of Nexus pushed in. Ramasu is still around, same can't be said for Snozlar.
These fights are insane. It feels like we think they're going one way on this map, Bolskak, and then they just completely flip the other way time and time again. It's like the reverse seesaw.
Well, you shouldn't be able to do that. It's a little nutty that Milophobia just... We now expect them to turn a 3v5. Or Snozlar comes in with a duplicate that you're just like, wait, what? We're witnessing things that should not be here, okay, Ray? Kitsune Rush now invested from Nexus, and they're going to get those close spawns. A really important checkpoint gained from Nexus as they start to move forward. Not only do they have closer spawns, but they will not have to wait this 10 seconds past this point again. Nexus now trying to survive out through the Kitsune Rush of Last Dinosaur, using their own sound barrier, but Last Dinosaur do stay the course. They endure, but they do not have the lead.
Yeah, but Nexus does not matter how many ult you committed. You got those forward spawns, and now we know how powerful that is on these push maps. Now Nexus is always going to be able to take one extra fight before any cart distance is gained for the side of Last Dinosaur because of those close spawns.
And that extra 10 seconds. That extra 10 seconds is a free fight.
Yeah.
Last Dinosaur don't get the checkpoint here, it will take them an extra fight to get the lead. Assuming this holds. I mean, we're hit the 2-minute warning. Sound Barrier now out from Last Dinosaur as they desperately know how bad they need to cross this threshold and get those close spawns of their own. Car continues to move. Dust pushes in, not overextended this time. Block is up. Ryan Guy was keeping everybody else at bay while Dust was able to hold a forward position. Milophobia with a duplicate landed one stick, trying to hunt down another. Suzu is in. Great save from Graveyard, and Mari finds himself in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, and in the meantime, while all this craziness is happening, Milophobia gets the dupe under the Tracer. We know how great of a Tracer player he is. Gets a Pulse Bomb kill and gets the follow-up kill on a Snozler. Absolutely insane plays. Milophobia has come out on New Queen Street and says, we are not going to a map number 5. I'm taking over, and I'm ending this right here and right now.
Nexus are on track, in control with 75 on the clock. Last Dinosaur having to use early cooldowns before they even engage. Mari with a big punch in, but there's a pulse! Woo! Snozlar just able to avoid disaster. Wicca is in shambles. Milophobia with 27 health is able to duck and dodge out. Graveyard heals him up, and Milophobia goes right back into this fight. Landed some stickies into Ramasu, who over the top has to deal with Snozlar. Now Milophobia is single-handedly keeping both DPS at bay. Both of them are trying to deal with this Echo. Look at all the attention everybody's putting to the sky. And the rest of Nexus is able to push in underneath. Both Doomfist going simultaneously. And Mari finally puts an end to Melophobia. Now attention turned and Reingai falls before the sound barrier can be committed. Time is low. Dinosaur winning this one out. I think, Ray.
30 seconds left on the clock for Last Dinosaur, and the ults are forever piling in their favor. I think they have an opportunity to bring this back, Jeff. It's going to take probably one clean fight. They will have to worry about the butt scratch mode, however, so it might be 2 fights.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that hesitation's huge. It's 2 fights. We'll see if they get the close spawns here for any deaths. Could be crucial. A little bit of a battle going on offside. There's the close response for Last Dinosaur. Duplicate in from Snozlar, hoping match performance there of Melo, but gets taken out before they can do too much. Still, they find the kill onto a maiden. Back, Robinson with the power of a sound barrier. Misses their own pulse. Dust in the corner. Knows that yellow line is oh so dangerously close, and they have to stay right on TS1. Using a meteor strike to do so, but they don't have the health. Last Dinosaur is sending us to that map 5. Maiden falls. Reinforcements are nowhere to be found. We are destined for one map to determine our champion.
Absolutely crazy coming out from Last Dinosaur. It felt like Lijiang Tower all over again, Volskunk, where Nexus committed just a few too many ultimates in that second to last fight, trying to end it right there now. And there was enough time and enough stored up ultimates for Last Dinosaur to come in with a full war chest, make it work, and bring it to a map number 5. What more could we have expected out of the most competitive division and just 2 stacked teams like this?
We wouldn't have it any other way. It's what a grand finals is all about. And we're going to take a little intermission. When we return, the tiebreaker map, the decider for the championship. See you there. Don't go anywhere.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Definitely feels like there needs to be a touch more subtlety on the approach. At least let the ball exit. This is a live feed of England trying to score a penalty against the nation of Paraguay. Simply impossible. Okay, CFE for... Well, at least you tried. What's going on back here? Alright, nice angle of approach here from Crimson. In comes the... Please don't tell me the Fox is going to go down the hole. I feel like you're about to put this Fox down the hole. I've got a real bad feeling you're about to put this Fox down the hole. Fox? Fox? Work with us here, Fox. Work with us. Make it over. Oh. Well, guys, if you want the second half of a Kitsune Rush, you can find it in our Patreon, which is down here. Oh my... Guys, don't kill J-Wiz with a reflect. No! Guys, we killed J-Wiz with a reflex! Something makes me feel that Genji does not have access to this projectile, so I knew who it was. Whee! Oh, don't you look cozy? Me in my 10 square feet New York apartment, looking out the window and longing for a better life. You do match the roses, though. Okay, value out of a full HP Meteor Strike, I suppose. Those sneaky little mines when they roll a nat 20 on stealth. Oh, he was so focused on the kill. What? Oh. Oh, goes for the goes to the wall climb. Oh no, he goes to wall climb. He gets messed up by being knocked back by the mine, and I think it caused him to fall into the other one. Oh. Tracer with a punch. Where was she? Oh. What? Oh. Oh, I think Phantom was trying to counter-punch Leaky, and the Tracer just gets in the way? Yeah. Beautiful. And she just goes freaking flying. Absolutely launched. Whee! All right, time to test. What will a Doomfist do? Let's check that HP. 72. What will he do? That's what the Doomfists do, baby. Every single time. My god, that Kudai just going straight through the head.
Our PC Open Tier Grand Finals have come down to one final deciding map. It is 2-2 heading into map 5, and it is Escort to figure out who will take the championship here tonight, Ray.
Yeah, friend, enemy, teammate, Melophobia, Mari, all coming down to map 5. Who's going to make the big plays? We have the map pick in from Nexus, and we are going to Shambhala Monastery.
I've heard keep your friends closer and your enemies closer, Ray, but I'm not quite sure if that's what, they had in mind. Shambhala Monastery, must be mentioned, is Nexus's map pick here heading into this map 5. They were able to go up 2-1 in the series and are rewarded with deciding where we head to here for Escort. We were talking about it. We don't really see any of the Overwatch 1 Escort maps anymore. It's just, when we get to see Escort, Shambhala is probably 75% of it, the other 25% circuit.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm really interested to see what Nexus's thought process is here. And I feel like there's only 3 or 4 comps I've ever seen played on this map. The Zarya has been new in this meta. I've seen, like Luminosity, like Maryville likes to pull out Dante and run the Zarya on this map. And the Doomfist, that's another composition we see on this map a lot. And then it's like Ramacha or Sigma. It's like, we haven't really seen the Sigma out of Nexus. We have seen the Doomfist, and maybe we could see Junker Queen as like a Ramacha kind of replacement. But so to me, I feel like it's either the Doomfist or the Junker Queen at this point. Like, stick to your guns and what got you here.
I will say we have seen the Sigma come out from Mari and Last Dinosaur, so
yes.
It wouldn't surprise me to see them come out. They're defending, so they're going to start us off. Spoiler alert! It wouldn't surprise me to see them start off with one of those with a Sigma poke comp.
Yeah, I definitely see that in the cards as a possibility. It didn't go well for them on Saravasa, so it could have a sour taste in their mouth, but you never know. As you see at the end, who's going to win? I'm sure there's a prediction in chat. Make sure to get that in. We here at CGL, we here at CGL,
Crazy 88s versus Michael Wave.
Yep.
Mari versus Melophobia. All comes out of this one map. This is what we're talking about. It's what CGL is all about. We're about bringing communities together as frenemies.
Couldn't agree with you more. Jeff, do you see what I'm seeing? Do you see it?
don't you? Yeah. Is it out?
It's a defense.
Is it actually
They're
out?
locking it.
All right. If I don't see a hammer kill, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Torbjorn, the Swedish man. I am loving it. This is fantastic. And we've actually seen it work out in certain situations earlier today in the EU division. It was doing a great counter to help deal with tracers who go on flanks.
Exactly. No, Tracer is just so strong in the meta. You can see why a team would want to invest one of their DPS slots into a hero that just shuts down your Tracer. And it's actually Mello picking up the Tracer here. So Maiden's going back over to the Sojourn, and Mello is going to be picking up the flanker for this map, as opposed to the Echo.
Both teams are picking up the Ramatra, which we hadn't seen from either of them up to this point.
No, but like you said, it doesn't surprise us on this map. Ramatra's very strong here. A lot of tight corners. Can play very up close and brawly. Sojourn is strong for that same reason. Nexus are battling over the first corner, but they got to deal with Snozlar up on the high ground and Mari down low on the cart. As such, Dust is using some cover here, trying to rotate around, keeping shoulders square on the high ground, and they're able to find the picks as a result.
What a ravenous vortex coming out from Dust. Already making a statement on this Ramatra up against Mari. Getting around this corner already is Snozlar going to make the swap over to the Sojourn. I think the Torb was cute and, it was a great idea, but you weren't getting the value like you would if Melophobia is still farming despite the Torb.
Dust is a ravenous vortex. Wow. That's Dinosaur trying to decide. Do they want to approach here? Like, you don't have much cover. So, all right, well, Mari's going for it. They do hold, or they at least want to hold this cart. You could be sacrificing a good defensive position to make it happen. Pulse out of the back of Melophobia doesn't land. Triple dashes all the way over the top, but Dust is already dead. Nexus just backing away. Tail between their legs.
Yeah, as they're all just going to go off the edge over there, which is the smart play. I mean, they're right there, the one-fight territory, but it feels like this is the crux of the issue when it comes to Shambali, is breaking through this exact spot. I feel like Nexus does have the tools in their war chest to do it. Dust is very much further ahead of Mari in this Annihilation charge built. If you can get in there and use it aggressively, I feel like that might be the win condition you're looking for if you're Nexus.
Very at least you might be able to force everybody off the cart.
Yeah.
Get enough progress to where you can put pressure down and take away the cover of Last Dinosaur in their defense. You can command this space around the corner, and it's going to be an Int Matrix to try to make that happen. Overclock combined with it, and just trying to hunt around this shield, and the sound barrier coming in from Wicca. Last Dinosaur trying to get aggressive, but there it is. The Annihilation is in, and Dust is hunting for blood. It fades, but not before finding 3. And that's a point on the board.
I love when something like an Annihilation is just the exclamation point on a well-placed fight. That rotation to the archway right there, Jeff, to pop that Ant Matrix there and give a Maiden all the angles to work with that overclock. Just what great planning and positioning from Nexus. This Last Dinosaur, this attack here coming from Nexus, this is Last Dinosaur's really good opportunity because they just get natural high ground.
And Mari is trying to use it to its fullest extent. Would really love to steal that corner back, but just doesn't have the punching power to get through it. No pun intended, genuinely. Arms up as the Nemesis form fades. Last Dinosaur have managed to stabilize here on this corner. Nexus don't really have any ultimates to break it with. Overclock out from Snozlar. Nexus drop down around the chicane, and Maiden finds Snozlar, but not before its graveyard down. Baptiste out of the fight. Does Nexus have the sustain to push around this very difficult corner, lacking their BAP?
Yeah, but you get Mari down, so you're going to have to completely back up if you're Last Dinosaur, which is going to give Nexus these next 2 quarters. You will get another fight if you're Last Dinosaur. Okay, they do get out. So you will get one more opportunity at this, and Mari is going to have that Annihilation to be able to use in this next fight. So this next fight, because they were smart and got out, they're going to be cooking with some gas on this next fight.
Promise makes it back in time. Nemesis form up close. And again, you see how much Last Dinosaur just values and wrestles away this positioning. They don't give up an inch for free. But, you know what? Here comes the investment. Sound barrier, overclock, both in from Nexus, hunting for targets in the back. Found a headshot there through the Ant Matrix, but not a final blow. Nobody can stay close. There's a sound barrier. There's an annihilation. There's a lot of tools here from the defense of Last Dinosaur. Right guy is in very, very deep, by the way. Dust runs forward knowing they have an annihilation, and they're going to go ahead and pop that ultimate. Snozlar is able to slide to safety. Ramasu cannot. And Dust now turns their attention toward the support line to see if they can finally close out this fight.
Man, Jeff, it just feels like with the way this ult economy, like the ult charge back and forth from Mari and Dust, it feels like Dust has the annihilation at just the perfect time to be exactly what Nexus needs in that moment. Now that Mari's annihilations have gotten 0 value, it just feels like Dusts are just coming at the picture perfect time, and it's getting so much value. But Nexus used pretty much everything to gain that second point, and I'm all for it. That second point is hard to break through.
Mortality field already used from him here. And I gotta say, I mean, Nexus doesn't have a lot of time to work with. Last Dinosaur have done a good job of making Nexus just fight and work for every inch, which also means it's taken a lot of time to get to this point. 2:15, not a lot to work with. It's complete shambali. Overclock from the backfield. Woo!
Ooh.
Dust is now headless.
That he is, and that is back to the spawn run from you. The one thing I've been thinking about when it comes to this map, Jeff, I feel like I don't see this map completed very often in competitive setting. It's very tough to be able to do. So I feel like if either of these teams have that opportunity to do that, it might just be the nail in the coffin to bring this series home.
Nice mortality fill from AGMR. Nothing really from Nexus to try to take advantage of that lack of a cooldown. Double Ant Matrix here in the middle. This is going to get fast and furious. Feels a little bit like Preseason 9 with how quick people can die at the moment. Wicked and AGMR down. Last Dinosaur have nothing. No sustain on the back of it. Nexus have managed to just fight entrance all the way through into those squishy supports. That soft underbelly of Last Dinosaur's defense.
And coming up with a lot on the line for Nexus, it's going to take one fight for them to bring this across the line. Maiden's going to have the overclock once again. Wicca has to have this sound barrier on the go ready. But Mari's annihilation, I feel like they finally are an opportunity where they can get the picture perfect timing on this.
Woo, that was almost an AJ. Fortunately for Wicca, didn't invest the pulse, but Wicca still falls when it's all said and done. Eventually, here comes that annihilation you're talking about, and it needs to be picture perfect. There's going to be a pulse bomb coordinated with it, and that's good enough for a couple of kills. Now it'll keep Nexus at bay, but just barely.
One last fight for both of these teams, Jeff, and it's going to come down between a mini ultimate battle exchange between Snozlar and Dust. Overclock versus Annihilation. Which team is going to set up the other player for greater success with these ultimates?
Snozlar's going to use theirs first and try to see if they can just kill Dust before they get a chance. Pop theirs. Not able to. Dust does have to be careful, though. Only half health. Carefully moving forward between blocks. It's just still plenty as Dust toes the line well. Both of Ramatras low on health, face to face, but here comes a Baptiste to be the difference maker in this fight. Mari doesn't have such sustain. Oh, and the last touch is not in time. Nexus complete, but it's an OT.
Talked about how big it is to finish this map, but it is not over. Nexus cannot afford to relax. They have been in a tight series all night with Last Dinosaur, and that was up to the edge for them. They were lucky to be able to deliver that in the end, but it was well played, all things considered. Dust is just absolutely demolishing on this Annihilation. I'd love to see if we can pull up some Dust stats on this Ramattra, because it feels like he's been going crazy.
I mean, Dust has looked great all night long, and I can't help but feel that the Ramatra is their best look yet.
For you East Coast folks, it is Monday morning Overwatch now.
Oh, yeah. Hope you've all set your clocks forward. You don't ever do that anymore. There's only like unless like your microwave. Like that's
it's literally the only one I had to set forward. My microwave and my oven.
Yeah, exactly. Microwave and oven. Yeah.
Oh no. Cars do it automatically now. If you had an old car, you would have to.
Here's those Dust stats you were asking for. Look at that. 18 eliminations, only 3 deaths, leading the lobby in damage.
and almost has 2,000 more damage than Mari. Like, he's doing an incredible job to try and get this mid-season championship for Nexus. As we're not going to see any changes from either of these teams. I mean, this has been a close, tight battle, but Nexus is going to play this very close.
Yeah, they should be able to get 3 fights out of this, which is, again, the name of the game is eating up time. Clock is Last Dinosaur's worst enemy, despite how well Dust has been performing.
Just look at that Tracer so low in the corner. Ramzu is just playing with fire.
Ramzu's work around to the outside. That was a nice move. Yeah, Nexus had their back there. They were not expecting this flank from Ramzu at all. Great off angle move. Incredible raid to pick up too. Open that up, and that close hold doesn't last long.
Close to a minute off the clock, though. Like, I feel like you're going to take that if you're Last Dinosaur. You basically got one quick fight and extended second fight out of them. So now you're going to be able to take this next fight at this next corner. And, I mean, you've gained so much. Ult charge-wise, you're going to match them. I think that was a well-done plan by Nexus.
That's the first time we've said that with them tonight, huh? Definitely not the first time we've seen a well-executed plan from Nexus tonight. Big brain squad. The mechanics to match. Dust, you are just bound and determined to hold this quarter. I guess as the Nemesis form, there's a pulse to go with it. And Wicca has to pop the sound barrier to try to keep Mari alive. And Dust just does not survive the dance. Ends up doing a do-si-do around the cart as opposed to disengaging. Last Dinosaur win 2 in a row. Nexus will get that third fight, especially with this big stall. It's taken so long to kill Ryan Guy. Nexus will absolutely get a third fight here.
Yeah, and then blink of the eye, half the time is now off the clock for Last Dinosaur, but the ults have been mounted this time. Mari is lapping Dust on this annihilation charge. The only problem you're going to be facing is Ryan Guy has a great counter with the sound barrier available. Wicca will not have that to deal with Dust's later annihilation.
Crazy to think about. I mean, Last Dinosaur has done everything right. They could continue to do everything right on this point and still only cap with about a minute in. And that's if they can close out this fight, because there's that annihilation. Last Dinosaur, hoping that'll be the ticket, as the sound barrier is already faded from Ryan Guy. Dust pops theirs with very low health. A bold move, confident that Graveyard can keep him up, but they can. It's double healing through the Amp Matrix, and Nexus wins it out.
Yeah, we always like to, have that saying where the later sound bearer, the later support ultimate tends to be the nail in the coffin. In that case, it was the later annihilation, as Dust used it to pretty much finish off Mari, and it was able to just put pressure and not allow those DPS to peek around the corner. And now Nexus puts themselves in a great spot. 1 minute left on the clock, and they're the only ones with ultimates on the board.
I mean, the stones on Dust, the trust in Graveyard, and that Baptiste in the Amp Matrix to pop that annihilation when they did. Mellow on the outside, can't get the one clip. It does force out the Suzu, and Maiden able to follow up with an overclock. So Railgun finds Rabasu. That was actually pretty gorgeous. Get out the Suzu first. Mellow doesn't even use the pulse bomb to do it, and then Maiden finds the kill.
Yeah, you do find Ryan Guy, but that's just Ryan Guy's gonna be back fast. The Melophobic gets nothing with the pulse.
I mean, Dust doesn't want to disengage anyway. Dust doesn't know the meaning of the word, as I say that, Dust disengages.
15 seconds left on the clock. Wicca will have this sound barrier. That's going to be a great engagement here, but Graveyard is peeking, getting close to this Amp Matrix.
So this sound barrier should be able to win it out. If Nexus can survive the sound barrier, they'll be in a great spot to make this full hold. And it looks like they are. Mari's not able to finish off Dust. Dust is just too much of a formidable wall. They have to respect it. Well, there went Dust. Matrix is up here from Nexus as they try to fend off the remaining remnants of Last Dinosaur. I say remnants, is all 5 of them there. Melophobia is going to fall as Mari uses that Nemesis form to continue to march on through. And, well, we get to see more of the monastery.
That we do. 2.5 minutes netted for Last Dinosaur. It took them pretty much all they had, but backs were against the wall. It had to be done. You still get to come out with a Kitsune Rush to be able to try and push forward, which that's an interesting thing that we never really talked about is the Baptiste versus the Kiriko here. It's kind of like Suzu versus Ant Matrix. I mean, not Ant Matrix, Immortality Field. The value out of those two cooldowns has really been playing a role in this map.
And there's a Kitsune Rush. I mean, one of the best engagement tools in the game. The entire team has double attack speed. I don't even know if the sound barrier is enough to re-engage. Nexus believes it's enough because they've got an Annihilation to couple with it. It's just both Ramachas staring each other. There's a staring contest that Maiden comes in to interrupt. Dust Annihilation still going. The Tendrils of Death just seeping health. Vampiring health from Last Dinosaur.
Yeah, late stagger onto AJMR is going to net more time off the clock for Nexus, as you mentioned, just draining time off the clock is the name of the game, as Mari is making a full stop swap. Feels like they're not winning this Ramatra duel as much and consistently as they would like. They're going to swap over to more of the dive-based composition, going over to the Doomfist.
Feels like a bit of an all-in. What's your target? Last Dinosaur. I mean, just staging on this objective is really difficult. I mean, they just have to go at main. You can't be sneaky about it. Nexus knows what's coming, and they drop an Matrix and shoot Ramasu in the head. Like, there you go. Fully charged railgun, Tracer gone. Maiden drops down low. Had an Immortality Field, didn't even need it. Right, guys, excuse me, that was Wicca trying to get aggressive. 40 on the clock, and Nexus look immovable.
It feels like your target either has to be a Maiden and try and force out the slide out of them, or you go after Graveyard and try and force out the Immortality Field. I mean, we just haven't seen it yet, as Snozzler is now going to commit even more to this dive because you're going to need it to focus down these targets. You need this burst damage and focusing being from the Echo if you're going to break through this sturdy Ramatra composition.
One last try for the championship. Last Dinosaur, get a stab at this thing. Here we go. Mari is in. You've got Wicca kind of poking it through the window with a sound barrier just in case. Mari drops down low to rejoin. Was the touch there? Yes, it was. We are in OT. Sound barrier is out, but Snozzler is dead. Maiden coming in off the flank angle has eyes on Ramasu. Ramasu is gone. No DPS here for Last Dinosaur. And Nexus, all they have to do is chop through the tank, and the championship will be theirs. Mari is still alive and well on this point. Looks like Nexus turned their attention onto the supports. Mari has a meteor strike in the pocket. That will heal them up a little bit. Suzu has already been used, and Mari lands the punch. Dust is down low, sub 100 health as the Kitsune Rush is invested here from Last Dinosaur. Annihilation from the defense, though. So much to chop through. Dust will not die. There's a Mortality Field. There's the championship in Nexus's hands. They fend off Last Dinosaur and claim the title.
And to me, Jeff, this comes back to Nexus having the advantage of being able to pick the final map. They take us to Shambali, they pull out the Ramatra, and they showed against Last Dinosaur that they're just better at the Ramatra, and Last Dinosaur couldn't beat them in it, and then the Doomfist just wasn't the answer to deal with it. It's unfortunate.
I like the adjustment. I mean, you got to try something. And we couldn't ask for a better grand finals here in our midseason tournament. I mean, we went 5. We saw all kinds of strategies from our teams, a variety of compositions. We saw some pop-off plays from everyone, to be honest. Like, you could name moments from all of our 10 players where they had a huge impact. This map, I mean, you see the flanking from Ramasu. That cracked things open here for Last Dinosaur. But, I mean, they were able to win... I mean, almost 3 fights in a row. They win 2 fights pretty much back to back, and still had barely any time when they finally end up capping A.
Yeah, it was insane. It was just ridiculous. The amount of value Nexus was finding time and time again in this Ramatra composition. The one thing I was surprised we didn't see from Last Dinosaur, we saw them whip it out in their previous series against Red Team, was the Zarya. I've actually seen the Zarya match up pretty well against the Ramatra because you get that charge up and you can apply so much pressure to the Ramatra and force him to not be able, because we saw Dust. He constantly wanted to engage, constantly wanted to hold those corners. I think if you had all the damage from the Zarya, you'd be able to force him back.
Perhaps we'll have to wait and see. I mean, this is just mid-season. You can't help but feel that a bit of a rivalry is now now exists here between Last Dinosaur and Nexus. This feels like a historic matchup in like that we just witnessed unfold before our eyes. A historic rivalry that's in the making.
Couldn't agree with you more as this season continues to come and continues to develop. I cannot wait to see how these two teams come out, and maybe we'll see them in the regular season grand finals. Only time will tell. But Jeff, you know what I can't wait to see? Billy's face, because I'm sure he's in shambles after his team Last Dinosaurs went down to Nexus, and I got the pred right.
Yeah, you did. Send it over to our desk and get some feedback. And let's see that chagrin on Billy's face. Desk, what'd you think? I mean, it was a banger. It was a 5-mapper. That's your cue, Prod. That's your cue.
That's what I say to you, Ray. That's what I say to you, Ray.
5-mappers are just common.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
The Head Rimmer 07.
Clearly the 07, the Head Rimmer a salute award, obviously.
Award.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. I mean, I've been on the call now for what, 10 hours?
Yeah, I'm with you, Billy.
A little over 10 hours. So I mean, first of all, congrats to Nexus. You guys pulled that out. What awesome Overwatch were we just treated to?
Absolutely.
If this is anything to look forward to towards the end of the season playoffs, holy cow, we are going to be in for some serious fireworks across all of our divisions, and the NAPC Open Tier did not disappoint us at all. What a day we have been through here. Last Dinosaur came out of the gate absolutely on fire, and then the adjustments were made. Everything went through that you could have ever possibly happened. It was a roller coaster of emotions. I felt joy.
It sure was.
I felt pain.
It sure was.
I don't know what else to do here other than, you know what? Dex, you're up first. Give me your final closing thoughts.
Well, first off, let's just talk about this map right here, because this is when the Civil War truly started within the desk. Because before the series started, after we threw it to the casters, I said I only went Nexus 3-2 because I felt like Nexus was gonna win some map in some stupid way, and a C9 on Hollywood was that way. But I mean, Billy, you said it yourself here. This was a great series. Both these two teams showing why they are at this point right now. Yeah, Last Dinosaur not coming out on top here, but I mean, this might be a grand finals preview right here in the mid-season grand finals. I mean, these two teams went toe to toe here, and really that 5th map was truly the only one where you could start to tell one team was pulling ahead of the other.
Honestly, I think it's the time. I think that we jump forward an hour. I think that we are, you know, it's almost 12:30 on the East Coast. These teams, I mean, you know, this is their only game today, but still, I mean, lateness is lateness and springtime is springtime. But, you know, I've casted a lot of stuff in my life, and this was one of the most entertaining grand finals I think that I have had the joy of witnessing. And I didn't even have to be on the cast or on the desk for it. So, I'm going to go to you next, Joker. I mean, CGL versus Calling All Heroes. I mean, this was better than I could have even expected. I called it a 5-map. I called it in favor of Last Dinosaurs just because of how much they grew as a team on Microwave during the Calling All Heroes championships. But man, I mean, this was better than even I expected.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, I think what we're seeing now, especially with OWCS coming out, that we're seeing these old CGL players, specifically Melophobia, finally come into their own. They're getting these chances for this top-level competition, and we're finally seeing how good they can truly be. And the community at large is finally getting to know the names of these Nexus players on, oh my goodness, what are they? What's their team on Daybreak? On Daybreak?
Daybreak. Yeah.
I think, especially going forward, Melophobia, someone you have to keep your name, the name in the back of your head.
I mean, keep Melophobia's name on your lips and keep it in your mouth, because that's what Melphobia just did to everybody throughout the entirety of the day. I mean, it was honestly Melphobia turning fights they had no rights turning the fights in. I mean, Amadian, Sam, I mean, here on the last map, absolutely popped off. The Soldier was so good. Billy. I mean, what are your takeaways from this?
I mean, we were kind of talking about, who are we really keeping eyes on? And Amadian was one that I was staring at the whole way through of just like, man, when they hit shots, they come to life. And it's really hard not to look at this Nexus team overall and just say, man, everybody top to bottom there had a moment to shine and had a lot of talent. Yeah, I think it's hard to look at this Nexus team and say, are they, did they really step up to the plate? And they 1,000% did. We wanted this DPS lines to shine from both of these teams. They 1,000% did not disappoint on either side.
I don't think any of the 10 combatants that were on our field tonight ever disappointed anybody. I honestly can say this was clean. Other than Blizzard World, which was a BS map. I mean, that was just a weird map all around. I think everything else was at such a high quality. And I think the Joker, I think that you actually may have given the most poignant point, is that you will know these players' names. If we have anything to do with it, we're going to let you know the stories of these players, because that's, in the end, that's what it's all about. You want to see the players play. And we try to bring you the stories of that. And I think, you know what, Jeff and Ray did a damn good job doing that for us. But you know what? We got to crown the crowning star of the entire championship weekend. It's our PC Open Tier NA MVP, and it was unanimous across the board. And we'll let Hippie load that up. But, man, one person, it's Melphobia. Teammate of Mari, Daybreak team member, qualified for the finals or for the final stage of OWCS with Daybreak today. Holy cow, turning fights, showing us how good they truly are, Ray.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how important Tracer is in this meta, right? Like how important it is for those Tracers to survive and play with their team and follow the shot calling. I think Melphobia really stood out across the board, just like you said, turning fights, knowing exactly who to prioritize on those targets and listening to the rest of the team. It really shows they deserve this just based on their ability to just kind of manipulate the game like putty in their hands.
Dex, I want to get your favorite Melphobia moment of the day before we go to Joker and then close this all out, because I know everybody needs some sleep.
Honestly, my favorite Melphobia moment was, and even the cast kind of talked about it, Melphobia going basically 1v2 on the DPS on New Queen Street there. Yeah, they ended up falling in that thing there, but they were able to hold back both the DPS there for, I'm forgetting the name of the team, but for the other team
Nexus,
right there. Yeah, thank you.
No.
Yeah, for so long there. I mean, like, they were just able to find so much value on whoever they played, but honestly, that echo on New Queen Street really stood out to me.
Agreed. And Joker, I'm going to give you the last look here. I mean, Melphobia, we know that they played in the CGL on console back in the day. Seeing the transformation now to the PC side of things, what are you most impressed with? And why should we keep Melphobia's name in our mouth?
I think Dex really has highlighted it. The fact that they had to have both DPS focus Melphobia to win a fight just speaks volumes to how good this player can be and will be in the future. Again, we've said it times and times again. Keep Melphobia's name in your mouth. Keep him on your tongues. Talk about him, because with OWCS, this is a new era of stars, and Melphobia is one in the making right now.
Absolutely.
Well, I tell you what, this was a fantastic weekend of championships. We still have one more, actually, to go. We got one more tomorrow afternoon with an EU console open tier. It's Oblivion versus AFMT. Jakku and company trying to claim yet another tournament win.
Yeah.
I mean, they are the standard. As far as the EU side of console, they are the standard. They are PS5 players. I cannot wait to watch that tomorrow. But everybody, thank you so much for sticking with us all day long. 5 championships have been settled here today. The last one of the day was the most interesting, the most entertaining for myself, everybody here on the desk and behind the scenes with Hippie and his fabulous crew. We love you. Have a good night. Be safe. Take care of each other and be good humans. Have a good night, y'all.